Hi everyone, please subscribe to my channel. Blood Immortal. See playlist for other chapters and novels. Join now our Telegram channel now and enjoy exclusive early access. t.me/blood_immortal_official. I do not translate the novels. Credits goes to original translator and author of the novel. I only make it as an audiobook so it would be easier to just listen while doing other things. Credits goes to the author of the novel. I convert stories to audiobook for mental health, for multitasking purpose, for accessibility and time saving. Listening to audiobook is also beneficial for people who have disability. It improves our listening skills and improve our English comprehension, vocabulary and other things. So, thank you for listening. Thank you and thank you very much for your support. Chapter 341 Blood Tears of the Ancestral God. Xiao Chen was standing in the sky above Kyushu, when the family heirloom purple jade bracelet suddenly burst open, and the golden light suddenly appeared, rushing into the water of the Yellow River below. The Yellow River roared like a dragon dancing. After the Yellow River rushed into the East China Sea, endless golden light condensed in the vast sea. It was the ancestral dragon ball that collapsed in the sea at the beginning, gathering towards Long Island from all directions. Up to now, giant cities, deep valleys, deserts, and beautiful mountains that have crossed borders have gradually appeared overseas, and the only dragon island that has not really emerged is also descending at this moment. 10,000 dragons roared, and Dragon Island was unsealed. All the huge shadows that crossed the border really descended on the human world. At this moment, the human world seemed to be enlarged a lot. Many regions that had never been seen appeared overseas, and some places were even connected to Kyushu. At this moment, the aura is overwhelming, not only in Kyushu, but also in the farther west. The previous seal is loosened at this moment, and the aura fills the world, recreating the scene of a holy place for human cultivation in ancient times. At the same time, the 9 long burning ancient lamps in the sky gathered together quickly, and then rushed towards Yangzhou together. A huge stone tablet appeared in the sky, standing there like a huge mountain, with clouds and mist surging. It was impossible for people on the ground to see it. Xiao Chen came to this place as if summoned, and he recognized that it was the ancient stele of the Yellow River. He felt the vicissitudes of the years, as if thousands of years had condensed in front of his eyes, and then flew by. Heart throbbing, words difficult to express, standing silently, staring at the stele. Finally Xiao Chen saw the stele getting weaker and weaker, and then completely disappeared in the world. Immediately afterwards, he felt a change coming from the direction of Yangzhou. The sky monument above the dead city seemed to be rising into the sky and was about to go away. Sure enough, a moment later, a huge Hachan monument rushed to the highest point in Kyushu, standing in front of Xiao Chen, and it was about to disappear. The strong wind blew, and it rained flowers in the sky. A moment later, a middle-aged literati wearing a gossip map, feather fan and scarf, elegant and elegant, came on the cloud. Xiao Chen recognized that this was the fortune teller who had met in the imperial capital. He went straight to Xiao Chen and said, "I'm here to see you off, so go all the way well. Now go to the dead city to recruit heroic spirits, and 100,000 dead troops will destroy false gods." Xiao Chen didn't say anything, but he already knew who the person in front of him was, and the only one who wore Haodian gossip was King Wen of Zhou in ancient times. Fuxi created Shantian Yi, also called Shantian Bagua. Shenong created Lianshan Yi, also called Lianshan Bagua. Xuanyuan created Guizang Yi, also called Guizang Bagua. Zhou Wen Wang Jicheng summed up the experience of the predecessors and created the 64 hexagrams of the Zhouyi. In terms of calculation ability, except for the ancestor gods, few people in the world can compare with others. Is there any wish left? Xiao Chen shook his head and said nothing. Seeing the stele slowly disappearing in the sky, he felt a powerful force sweeping from the direction of Yangzhou, as if calling him to go. Boom! In the distant East China Sea, the Zan clan erupted with a mighty light, and their murderous aura shot straight into the sky, as if they felt that there was a drastic change in the world. And above the Dragon Island, the roar of the dragon that made the vast sea berserk, the savage dragon awakened and regained its divinity. It was not the new ancestor dragon that lifted the seal of the dragon clan, but the power of the deceased ancestor dragon of the Yellow River. In all parts of Kyushu and overseas, endless lights burst out from all over the dense land. This is the strong instinctive expression of abnormal heaven and earth. Everyone sensed a destructive atmosphere erupting in the direction of Yangzhou. Bright red blood oozes from Xiao Chen's forehead, and the magic pattern in the center dances, and then opens up a dark space. The dead city is shrouded in black mist, showing a hazy phantom, which seems to be in front. He stepped forward, disappeared into the sky in an instant, and the land of Kyushu trembled. The next moment, Xiao Chen appeared on the wall of the dead city, and the world seemed to be plunged into darkness, as if a huge black sky covered everything and he couldn't see his fingers. The 9 ancient lamps were always on, and descended from the sky, settling on the sky above the dead city, vaguely reflecting the giant city surging with black mist, looking a bit eerie. The clouds and mist surged, and there was a riot in the dead city. All the buildings were shaking, and it seemed that there were prisoners in every room trying to escape. As for the street, there are already dense shadows, and it seems that there are endless gods of death walking around. There are also many huge monsters walking heavy steps. Through the faint lights, one can see that the mountain-like shadow-scale armor is extremely dense, and it turns out to be wild dragons and various giant beasts that have never been heard or seen before. And the center of the dead city seems to have a terrifying demonic nature. A black light shoots straight into the sky, and there are huge waves, and the bell is ringing, the death knell is ringing. That's where the Tianbei suppressed. Obviously, the black light came from the magic well, which is the so-called devil abyss. The bell rang between heaven and earth, the land of Kyushu was trembling, and all the powerful people in the world were panicked. The sky and the earth shook, as if the ages of the ages were repeating itself in the present, and many phantoms reappeared in the world. The giant standing between the heaven and the earth splits the lonely ignorance, and the world glows with the hope of life. He is the backbone of the earth. The ancestors struggled in the wilderness, threw their heads and sprinkled blood, continued the hope of life, cut thorns, opened up the road, stepped forward, flesh and blood immersed in the mud, like a mountain of bones, leading to the bright front. Ancient ballads sounded in the distance, and the sad song of weeping blood resounded throughout Kyushu. That broken mountain is the backbone of heaven and earth. The dry and hard yellow mud is the blood plasma of the earth. The mountain of bones is the sadness of the ancestors. Thousands of years later, the chin and cymbals sing harmoniously, and the silk and bamboo are melodious, praising the eternal prosperity of the Holy Avenue. Who else remembers that the Swearing clan lit up the future of the human race? How can we forget that Shenong tasted all kinds of herbs and buried his bones in a foreign land? Does anyone else know that Nuwa wept blood to repair the sky, and used the essence of flesh and blood to continue the prosperity of our human race? In the prosperous age of joy, the avenue is on the top, and an illusory divine comedy will bury the ancestors' achievements for thousands of years. All living beings are like ants, the avenue is ahead, and harmony is always singing, without mentioning Yan and Huang. Inexplicably sad. The majestic palace, the false gods in front of the column, the sadness of the ancestors, the small tablets have long been forgotten, and there is no place to put the half-foot god. Can you remember a name called Yanwang? The hope of your ancestors runs in your blood. Just talk about the avenue and harmony, and the national spirit is buried. The blood of the sky, the spirit of the earth, the battle between yin and yang, weeping blood Xuanwang. Can the blood and tears of your ancestors touch your heart of stone? Quote. One after another pictures emerged in the world, and the ancient ballads were interrupted and continued, like heaven and earth weeping blood. Standing on top of the dead city, Xiao Chen unconsciously burst into tears, muttering to himself, "Do you remember that there is a name named Yanwang? The hope of your ancestors flows in your blood." The 8 kinds of heavenly sounds in the yellow mud platform rang together, vibrating from the acupuncture point space, carrying Xiao Chen into the dead city. 9 magic lamps in the sky swooped down, surrounded him, and the bright light went straight to Xiaohan. Boom! The dead city was shaking, and the 100,000 dead army was roaring, shaking Kyushu. In the majestic giant city, all the streets are shimmering with cold light. Although the ancient battle armor has been covered with dust, the momentum of the warrior is still there, wielding the rusty and mottled ancient bronze soldiers, and the killing spirit is condensed on all the ancient streets. This is a real strong man who was once lost in the dead city, but at this moment he seems to have forgotten everything before and became a member of the army of the dead. Far away, Zhou Wen Wang Ling Jichang listened to the ancient ballad, with tears streaming down his face. He said, "Endless years ago, yin and yang reversed, the real world was seriously injured, and the ancestors left their hometown sadly. The dead city reappeared, this time it will be reversed, and the dead will be illusory. The dead city is no longer silent, as if it has been revived. Although the clouds and fog are deeply locked, the endless battle shadow can still be seen walking." The black light rushed to the sky, and the magic well in the center of the dead city erupted. This is a bottomless abyss, which seems to have endless magic power, and a terrible spiritual song is heard. The death knell rang across the earth, and all the half-ancestors were called to death. Originala A. Tongtian, Sun God, White Tiger. ... The sound of the bell shook the world. Although they didn't really make a real shout, many half-ancestors felt that they were being summoned by a voice. At this moment, not only the world of human beings is in turmoil, but also the world of longevity and comprehension. What's more, the world seems to be torn apart. The so-called all illusions will cease to exist, and they are far from real. Except for the human world, how many circles will be left in the end? An irresistible force surged up from the magic well of the dead city, forcibly summoning the White Tiger Holy Emperor, the three-infant Holy King, and the Sun God. Yuan, Tongtian, Zhenti, etc. did not resist, and they all came in response to the call, because this is their only chance. At this moment, many half-ancestors joined forces to fight, and there may be hope. The White Tiger Sacred Emperor and the Sun Sacred God were the first to rush forward. Without saying a word, they shot at Xiao Chen in the sky outside the dead city. A round of sun erupted with radiant rays and struck towards Xiao Chen, and the sky-covering mantras fell down, covering Xiao Chen. Wang Natai's black and yellow were so angry that they blocked all the attacks, but they couldn't hurt Xiao Chen in the slightest. Of course, this is just the beginning. The bridge of death that reaches the sky has emerged, and another half-ancestor has descended. The huge dead bridge fell from the sky, colliding with Xiao Chen and Wang Natai. Of course it was impossible to hit it, but the real target of the ancient stone bridge was the magic well, and it crashed straight down. Boom! Yangzhou shook, as if the crater had exploded. The majestic energy from the magic well rushed out violently. The dead bridge that reached the sky was naturally shaken away, and endless clouds and mist were surging. The 9 ancient lamps swayed brilliantly, and Xiao Chen clearly saw a figure being shaken out of the abyss. His burly body had already stiffened, and he fell straight in the open space beside the magic well. Yachao! There was a scream in the sky, and the half-ancestor recognized the identity of the corpse. Lost in the abyss for endless years, now seeing the sun again, the ancestor god has long since fallen. Before the illusory half-ancestor was destroyed, the real corpse of the ancestor god appeared first. This is not a sign. Yuan Kong, King Wen of Zhou frowned and said, how could this be? Are there still living ancestor gods? Even if they survived, are they still there? In a short while, more than a dozen people from the Banzu had arrived, and they all stared at Yachao's body. Then with a cry, they all rushed over, wanting to grab it. The dry and hard yellow mud is the blood of the earth, and the mountain of bones is the sorrow of the ancestors. Thousands of years later, the zither and the strings and bamboos are melodious, praising the eternal prosperity of the most holy road. Who else remembers? The ancient song sounded, and blood and tears rolled down the face of the stiff Yachao's body, and then exploded with a bang. The broken flesh and blood rushed to the yellow mud platform, condensed on it, and turned into yellow mud. Xiao Chen has never felt so heavy like today. The unspeakable depression made him feel like crying. He murmured, can the blood and tears of the ancestors touch your hard-hearted heart? At this moment, the broken stone man in Xiao Chen's body seemed to be awakened by the ancient ballad, woke up from the cross-legged state, and stood up. Xiao Chen's limbs made crackling sounds, and the broken stone man merged with him from the inside out. His arms and legs were completely petrified, and the 4 swords jumped out of the acupoint space autonomously, bursting out a soaring sword glow. Chapter 342 Sending the End of the Half-Ancestor. There were bursts of shattering sounds from Xiao Chen's bones, and his limbs were completely petrified, condensing into one with the broken stone man. At this moment, he felt endless power when he raised his hands and feet. The 4 battle swords spontaneously aroused the soaring sword light, surrounded him. Xiao Chen felt extremely depressed, and grabbed one of the battle swords and slashed forward violently. As soon as the sword of anger came out, Shan turned pale. The gorgeous sword light is like a galaxy rewinding. Even in an evil place like the Dead City, it also rioted with destructive energy, cutting towards the White Tiger's Sacred Emperor in the middle. Roar-a! The White Tiger's Sacred Emperor roared loudly, his body full of auspicious colors, and a series of White Tiger sacred patterns emerged, like ancient curses, and also like incomprehensible heavenly scriptures, which turned into entities and embedded in the sky, and then shrouded them. However, after the battle sword was swung out today, the burst of sword light was destructive, invincible, and unstoppable. The White Tiger's sacred patterns floating in the sky were cut off by the roots, falling down like withered flowers. The sword light was as majestic as the roaring waves of the 4 seas, and it even swept the White Tiger's Sacred Emperor away with a single sword. The White Tiger's Sacred Emperor remained expressionless, fixed his figure above the dead city, swung his right hand violently and pressed it down. His huge palm was like a hill, and the sky that was flapping was trembling. Kai, sword chi soared into the sky. Xiao Chen stood on the yellow mud platform, like a peerless swordsman. He raised his sword obliquely, and the dazzling light directly pierced a bloody hole in the giant palm, causing it to retreat quickly and was almost cut off. The combination of the stone man and Xiao Chen made the power in his body inexhaustible. He felt that he could catch the stars and capture the moon, and he could shake the sky. He had never been so powerful as he is now. Fight, fight, fight. There is no need to say much now, the ultimate battle is needed. Maybe, Xiao Chen doesn't really need to make a move, the destructive power will automatically find Shang Banzu, but he needs to vent, the ancient ballad lingers in his ears, making him feel his heart tremble. Now that the broken stone men have awakened, allowing him to have endless power, if he can't fight in person at this moment, he will regret it for the rest of his life. The other half-ancestors were not surprised by this, it seemed that no matter what the performance of the person driving the yellow mud platform was, there was nothing to be surprised about. They shot at the same time, and the half-ancestors moved together. It was a veritable destruction of the world, sweeping Xiao Chen. The yellow mud platform vibrated, and the black and yellow air enveloped him, protecting him inside. At the same time, the 9 bright lights around him shone in the sky, and the gorgeous rays of light filled Xiao Chen's surroundings, making all attacks look like flowers and moons, and were blocked. The scene is extremely astonishing, the 9 lanterns are so miraculous that they can completely defend against Banzu's attack. However, it can be seen that Junti, Yuan, Tongtian, etc. did not really use their full strength. Their real target was the magic well. Opportunities lie in danger, use the power of the abyss to open the way to the prehistoric heaven with a dead bridge. The sun god shouted. For them, when death is approaching, it is also accompanied by a bright road, which makes them fly to the flame and shake the abyss of evil. When the death knell rang throughout Kyushu, and the soaring black light from the dark magic well suddenly swept across the sky above the dead city. A half-ancestor in the cultivation world screamed and was swept into the black light, torn apart in the blink of an eye, and then sank into the abyss that seemed to be a bottomless pit. The destruction has finally begun. When the doomsday of the false god came, the second bell rang, and the half-ancestor in the dead city was safe, but a half-ancestor who was hiding far away overseas was captured in an instant, and the moment he flew out of the space channel, his body and spirit disappeared, turning into a little rain of light and disappearing into the world. Born in the hearts of the world, to be wiped out in nothingness. At the same time, the world in all directions is being shattered, no matter where you hide, it is useless, and the illusion will eventually be shattered. Endless years ago, the illusory world expanded, and the real world was seriously injured. On Kyushu, many mountains and rivers were detained in the quartet world, and many people from the world went to other places. In the dead city, Xiao Chen's heart was surging, his blood was full of enthusiasm, the hope of his ancestors flowed in his veins, the yellow mud platform under his feet shone with soft light. He raised his head to the sky and let out a long cry, the ancient divine script on his forehead was beating, and the whole dead city was boiling. Summoning the departed heroic spirits, 100,000 dead troops waved their flags, black mist shot up to the sky, and the area around the magic well was submerged, separating and surrounding many half-ancestors. There was actually a powerful battle spirit not weaker than the Banzu inside, tearing apart the heavens and the earth, the sound shook the 9 heavens, and a great war broke out. The frightening thing is that these army of the dead will never shrink in strength. Even if they are smashed to pieces by Banzu, they will recover in an instant in the dead city and rise to the sky again. They are with the dead city. At this moment, a huge palm with a length of more than 100 meters shone with chaotic light, and slapped down with an unstoppable momentum, instantly wiped out the dead army. The horrible result appeared, those dead troops really turned into fly ash, and there was no reorganization. It was a giant palm protruding from the sky, it was much more terrifying than Banzu's method, if it was pressed down at will, there would be no power to resist it. Only Xiao Chen was safe and sound above the magic well, and the rest turned into dust and fell down. The giant hand protruding from the distant sky grabbed the bridge of death, and then fell towards the magic well. Boom! It actually blocked the ancient stone bridge in the magic well. At the same time, the mighty mental fluctuations descending from beyond the sky seemed to destroy the world, causing all beings to tremble. Kai, the shocking divine light flew from outside Tianyu, cut off the giant hand, and another powerful spiritual wave sent down from outside Tianyu. There was no blood splashing out of the giant hand, it was just a phantom, but it also had such terrifying power, it was really shocking. The shadow of the palm disappeared, and the 2 mental fluctuations that oppressed Kyushu also disappeared at the same time. Outside the distant sky, 2 hazy light clusters confronted each other. Shennong took action for you in violation of the agreement. Shennong's light and shadow flickered, like an ancient lamp, and said, that day, on the Devil's Plain, you took away tens of thousands of soldier souls, and a war has long been inevitable. Under the ancestral gods are all ants. I collected the souls of soldiers, repaired the Swearin clan's heaven and earth copper furnace, and completed a heaven and earth slaughter. This is a great merit. What is killing and calamity? You can't justify yourself, everything depends on your thoughts. I only see that you are shocking the four directions. The Swearin family used their own essence to create a copper furnace for the world, and wanted to benefit hundreds of millions of people. What are you doing? Re-sacrificing with thousands of soldiers will benefit the ants in your eyes. I am afraid it will only become a big killer. The way is different. The ants in your eyes are the people I guard, and they are more important than Mount Tai in my heart. Back then, the mountains and rivers in the world were separated and coexisted with the illusion. Fuxi, Nua, Suarenchi and Yu, etc., traveled through the four worlds to protect them, but they failed to protect them well. Instead, they were controlled by the ancestor gods of other worlds. In the end, it is a pity that they died because of those ants. Although the light cluster manifested by Shenong is not bright, it has a majestic aura like a mountain. He said, "Who in the world can survive? Even the ancestor gods will die. Since they are called ancestor gods, they must do their best to protect the people. They die worthy and deserve to die. If the ancestor gods have feelings, they are not ancestor gods, and you are only the ancestors of the human race. The battle between reality and virtuality between you and me has already been defeated, and the end is already doomed. The world in all directions will be destroyed. If there are ancestor gods from other worlds who have not left and intervened at this time, you will undoubtedly die." "Are you so sure?" An old voice suddenly sounded in the sky, the stars shook, and a 1,000-foot-long ancestor dragon flew over, and it also turned into a ball of light and stood in the field, saying, "I have been in charge of the dragon clan for this generation. I have been neutral and watched with a cold eye. I really feel guilty. This time the war between reality and reality has resumed, and I should do my part. You destroyed your broken body and pretended to enter the prehistoric heaven. Is this the day you've been waiting for?" The light group was full of emptiness, and a voice from the ancient well was heard from there, saying, "There will be one ancestor god from another world who has never left, and will come. Shenong and the ancestor dragon of the previous generation are just returning from the shell, and you will be destroyed today. From then on, there will be no ancestor god under me." At this moment, another ball of light flew over and said, "When it is extinguished." The grand sound of the sky shook the entire sky. The earthquake in Kyushu was caused by the dead city, but people don't know that something more important happened far away in the sky. No one knows that the fierce battle between the ancestors and gods of mankind is doomed to be a tragedy. Hundreds of thousands of heroic spirits fought against the half-ancestor in the dead city, and their murderous aura rushed straight to Shaohan. The Tongtian Dead Bridge was pressed into the magic well by the previous giant hand, and the half-ancestors moved together, and the road to the prehistoric heaven was really about to be opened, and there was a golden road looming. However, as the death knell sounded, two more half-ancestors disappeared in succession, and even the leader of the Tianzhou almost fell into the magic well. The army of 100,000 dead cities densely filled the sky, and around Xiao Chen were hundreds of heavenly soldiers and yin soldiers, fighting with him, and the endless battle spirits surrounded many half-ancestors. The yellow mud platform made of the flesh and blood of the ancestor gods seems to have a special connection with the magic well, and it has been greatly restrained, but it can also ensure that Xiao Chen will not be harmed when he travels across the half-ancestor. On the contrary, the 9 ancient lamps, like 9 immortal souls, surrounded him, showing unimaginable defensive power, which no one can shake. The battle became fiercer, and the Banzu was divided and surrounded, but he was still desperate, trying to open the way to the prehistoric heaven. At this moment, Xiao Chen listened to the ancient ballad and felt that something big was about to happen outside Tianyu, and his heart was filled with grief. The Wangni Terrace had already sensed it and trembled violently. There are actually flowers raining in the sky, and I don't know who they are crying for. Xiao Chen rushed up, smashing the 3 infant Taijin flying with a sword, and the petrified limbs burst into bright light, completely covering his head, chest and abdomen. In an instant, the magical powers of the 8-phase world were displayed, and 8 illusory worlds overlapped, floating in the sky, and enveloping the sun god. After uniting with the broken stone man, not only did Xiao Chen's combat power surge to a terrifying level, even the world of 8 phases was completely different from before, even trapping a half-ancestor in it. The sky and the earth merged, and the breath of chaos burst out, crushing the sun god, and an ancient scripture was flipped quickly, sweeping out endless destructive light, shattering the chaos. But at this moment, Wangni Terrace trembled, and the grand sound of heaven sounded in the 8 worlds one after another. Om, Ha, Ah, Ho, Mu, Da, Noise, Dao. Each phase has a heavenly voice, and each phase has an unimaginable terrifying power, which the sun god cannot show even if he has peerless supernatural powers. There were tens of thousands of rays of light around him, turning into blazing beams of light, and the entire dead city shook. But with the broken stone man and the yellow mud platform, the terrifying power suppressed him to the point of despair. Boom! The body of the holy sun god actually cracked open in the world of 8 phases, and the 8 tones in the world of 8 phases resounded together, shattering his body. Ah! The sun god screamed, which surprised all the half-ancestors. In the far sky, Olito, son of the sun god, led the knights of the sun god to see clearly, but there was nothing he could do, his teeth were about to shatter. I don't believe today is my doomsday. The holy sun god was really powerful, and after his body was shattered, he reassembled in the world of 8 phases. However, everything was in vain. The power of the stone man and the yellow mud platform was terrifying and boundless. Even though he could regroup a few times, he couldn't see that he could live anymore, because his soul became dimmer every time, and it would eventually be shattered. The extermination of the half-ancestor is actually happening. Xiao Chen shakes the 8-phase world and resonates with the 8-tone, seeing that the sun god will destroy both body and spirit. It's your turn, Holy Emperor White Tiger. Xiao Chen had ignored the dying sun god, and rushed forward with a sword in hand. At this moment, the White Tiger's sacred emperor is rushing to fight in the immortal army of the dead city, trying to get close to the bridge of death and open the way to the prehistoric heaven. However, the death army is not easy to deal with. There are real half-ancestors who were lost here back then. After being shrouded by the 8-phase world, the White Tiger's sacred emperor let out a long roar, and mantras appeared all over the sky. At the same time, dozens of meteorites crashed into the sky above the sky, trying to destroy everything here. But most of the meteorites were wiped out by the black light emitted by the magic well, and only dozens of meteorites rushed into the sky of the 8-phase world. The 8 overlapping spaces seemed to be endless, and when they were all contained, there was a booming sound, and dozens of meteorites turned into dust and disappeared completely. This is the incomparable power of the petrified body dominating the world of 8 phases. White Tiger, I will die with you today. In the world of 8 phases, 8 weapons, stone diamonds, stone balls, black iron seals, golden divine halberds, and 4 battle swords, are suspended in all directions. In the world of 8 phases, there seemed to be 8 Xiao Chens, each holding a big killer weapon, and surrounded the White Tiger's sacred emperor. The battle sword vibrated, and the soaring sword glow made Xingyu pale, and the world changed tragically, and the sword energy surged horizontally and horizontally. The White Tiger's sacred emperor roared, showing unparalleled supernatural powers. The White Tiger's painting scene was like a dream and fantasy, both true and false, guiding the endless sword energy away. At the same time, Feng Zhu's magical powers were exhibited, and he wanted to destroy the world of 8 phases. But everything is powerless, the 8-phase world is unbreakable, and after being united with the stone man, Xiao Chen's 8-phase world seems to have reached an incredible state. The sword aura vibrating from the 4 swords was not completely guided away by the White Tiger's painting realm magical power. Dozens of sword chi rushed out, causing the White Tiger to let out a scream, and dozens of blood holes appeared all over its body. At the same time, the golden halberd and the black iron seal also vibrated at the same time, and what was even more frightening was that the stone diamond and the stone ball attacked together. The White Tiger's sacred emperor was shattered by 8 destructive weapons on the spot. Although he regrouped, his soul power was getting weaker and weaker. His transformed body was suppressed and surrounded by 8 ancient soldiers in the world of 8 phases, and he was not far from death. Far away, Hubin led many experts from the Hu family to wait and see, their eyes almost bursting out, but there was nothing they could do. Xiao Chen is invincible at this moment, because he was given a mission. Everyone in the past had only one end, and that was death. In the more distant sky, Xingtian, Qiyu, Deu, Hui, Buddha, Laozi and other real half-ancestors in the world are silently watching. It's time for me to take action, just to use this to destroy this illusory body and summon my demon body that was sealed in Kyushu. Kaiyu said, rushing towards the dead city. Don't get close to the magic well, so that the spiritual consciousness can be preserved. Xingtian shouted after him. In an instant, Kaiyu appeared in the dead city, roared loudly, and the sound shook the 10 directions, and rushed towards a half-ancestor in the cultivation world. Deu said to Lao Su, Brother Dao, why don't you cut off those 3 bodies? Lao Su nodded, with a very calm voice, said, One chi transforms the 3 cleans, today I use the dead city to cut off the illusory 3 cleans, and return my origin. At the same time, the Buddha also said, the evil body of illusory attraction is also dissolved here today. Next to him, Xingtian nodded and said nothing. At this moment, Kyushu was shaking, not to mention cultivators, even ordinary people felt the terrifying fluctuations, knowing that something big was happening, and cultivators were everywhere in the far sky of the dead city. The death knell rang, and another half-ancestor fell in the dead city. Xiao Chen's eyes turned red, and he personally pierced the battle sword through the chest pane of the White Tiger Holy Emperor, causing him to fall into the ultimate death situation like the sun god, and he was about to fall, and then killed the Sanying Taijin. Old witch, I'm here for you too. After Xiao Chen was petrified, he could compete with Ban Zhu, punching him with one punch, the mountains and rivers were paled, and the sun and the moon were dimmed. An unstoppable punch that shakes the sky in all directions. Taijin Sanying spat out the divine sword and slashed out, but the moment it touched the stone fist, the colorful divine sword shattered and flew all over the sky like a rain of flowers. When Xiao Chen and Sanying Taijin punched hard, and then the hand of God struck out. The shocked Sanying Taijin let out a long cry, and a magic lamp above his head shone with endless light, sweeping away towards Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen's eyes were filled with cold electricity, his body was like a dragon, he traveled through the space, took 7 steps against the dragon, smashed out of the sky, shattered the endless brilliance, and rushed forward again. At the same time, the 9 ancient lamps floating outside the world of 8 phases seemed to have sensed something, and one of them rushed to the sky above the complicated magic well, and when it settled there, it even called out the endless black light hidden in the abyss, stopping some of the half-ancestors who had rushed to the nearest place. Then, the remaining 8 ancient lamps flew into the world of 8 phases, and 1 ancient lamp guarded 1 phase, besieging the 3 infant prince, and making her so-called divine lamp's brilliance exhausted. Xiao Chen opened and closed, Nalong smashed the void with 7 steps, and the hand of the gods came out frequently, fighting fiercely with the Sanying Taijin. Boom! A stone palm struck Sanying Taijin's chin, and she retreated more than a dozen steps. She really felt ashamed, and she couldn't care about it until the moment of life and death. She breathed out 5 colors of light, and walked towards Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen was not afraid, Nalong smashed the world with 7 steps, and the 5-color rays of light shaken by the fierce force all collapsed. The Sanying Taijin was trapped here, unable to use any magic that transcended the heavens, and was forced to fight close to him, and was in an extremely disadvantaged position. With a loud shout, 3 transformations in one body, 3 princes manifested, just like their names. If the 3 nascent souls had 3 real bodies, it would definitely not be as simple as an incarnation. At this moment, both sides have already turned their eyes red, and they are fighting to the death with their superb combat power. The light and shadow merged, and within hundreds of rounds, Xiao Chen Nalong took 7 steps and then stepped out. With a bang, he stepped on a real body of the Sanying Taijin, causing his breastbone to shatter on the spot, spitting blood and screaming. The other 2 shouted loudly and killed them all. Chapter 343 Destruction. Xiao Chen Nalong stepped forward with 7 steps, smashing the real chest of Sanying Taijin directly, causing him to vomit blood on the spot. His long hair was scattered, and he looked like a ghost. His white hair shook violently and swept across Xiao Chen's neck like a sharp magic knife. When drawn on Xiao Chen's palm knife, a string of sparks burst out, and the white hair curled upside down, winding towards Xiao Chen's neck like a silver snake. At the same time, 2 real bodies also arrived, and one rushed up from below like a flying yaksha, trying to grab Xiao Chen's legs and tear them apart. The other, with its head down and its feet on its feet, swooped down from the sky. Its claws were as terrifying as iron hooks, and grabbed Xiao Chen's skull. Sanying Taijin was forced to fight in close quarters. She had smelted several magic weapons for life cultivation into her arms, and she could also display their power. The Sanying Taijin made 7 Shiratinian claws with the Xuanian god iron. The 6 claws were hidden in the 6 palms, and the other claw emerged from the shape. There were gusts of dark wind, tearing black light continuously, and swept towards Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen resisted with the hand of the gods, and flew 7 steps against the dragon. There was a deafening sound of dang 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 in the sky. The 7th claw was broken first. Then there was a crisp click. Xiao Chen's body was like a dragon, and he was as fast as lightning. The moment he soared into the air, he reached out with both hands and broke the left hand of the seriously injured real body of the Sanying Taijin. Ah! There was a scream. Sanying Taijin looked crazy, and his 3 bodies moved in unison, rushing forward. Xiao Chen flew away with the 8-phase speed, and at the same time, the yellow mud platform suspended below gave off 2 black and yellow auras, rushing up to the sky, lingering around Xiao Chen, like a battle armor. The figures of the 2 were like wind and electricity, and they rushed together again soon. After dozens of rounds, Xiao Chen finally found an opportunity, turned around and swung his legs, and swept out with one kick, hitting the seriously injured real body of the Sanying Taijin, and this time directly cut her off in the middle. Sanying Taijin bristled in anger, looking a bit hideous. The remaining two bodies showed their magical powers. One of them sprayed out a purple mist. If it weren't for the 8 bright lamps shining by, it would have almost enveloped Xiao Chen in it. The other real body suddenly overflowed with blood, and endless crimson light filled the sky. She urged the blood demon with a taboo method, trying to smash Xiao Chen invisibly. Xiao Chen has 8 magical lamps shining, all evil is invulnerable, and there is a yellow mud platform to protect him, so the sword and soldiers are hard to hurt. At this moment, he is invincible and has no fear of her at all. After slaughtering a real body, his pressure suddenly eased. Seeing that the White Tiger's sacred emperor was about to die not far away, he took the stone drill that suppressed him and hit the real body of the Sanying Taijin. The purple mist in the sky was shaken away, and when that real body was resisting Shizuan, Xiao Chen had already pushed towards another real body of the Taijin. Up to now, Sanying Taijin is trapped in this space. Even if she has endless magic weapons, she can't use them anymore. She feels that the pressure is getting bigger and bigger. The light of the magic lamp and the mysterious and yellow energy gradually become stronger, suppressing all her treasures. Click, click, dozens of magic weapons actually shattered in her body, were forcibly destroyed by the shock, and fell out of her body. Kill, Xiao Chen yelled loudly, slashed with his sword, and fought close to the body of the Sanying Taijin, occupying an absolute advantage. Bang bang bang, 3 consecutive blows hit the 3 infant Maharaja's body fiercely, and the blow flew hundreds of feet away. Xiao Chen followed like a shadow, cut off with his palm knife, and chopped on the 3 infant Maharaja's neck, breaking her neck instantly. Xiao Chen hit 13 times in a row, and collided with the Sanying Taijin whose body was about to be destroyed, and finally broke the body into several pieces. On the other side, under the pressure of 9 lanterns and Wangnatai, Stone Diamond also shattered the body of the other Sanying Taijin. Blood stained the sky red, and the 3 bodies of the mighty 3 infants and Taijin were destroyed. Of course, the Sanying Taijin did not really perish. Even if the nascent soul was broken, there were still signs of reorganization. However, it was impossible for Xiao Chen to give her a chance. In the world of 8 phases, the Holy Sun God was shaken by the original octave to destroy his form and spirit. The Holy Emperor of the White Tiger was suppressed by several ancient soldiers, and the 3 bodies of the 3 infants and Taijin were shattered and fixed by 8 bright lamps, all of which will completely disappear in this world. As the strong wind surged, Xiao Chen rushed through the army of death and rushed towards the magic well. Without any hesitation, he shook the world of 8 phases and swung the butcher knife at the 3 half-ancestors under control. Noah, the divine consciousness of the Sun God, the White Tiger Emperor, and the Sanying Taijin screamed, but it was too late. The 3 half-ancestors were thrown into the magic well by Xiao Chen, and their shattered bodies and spiritual consciousness were all swallowed into it. Aha! Outside the dead city, in the distant sky, there was a loud roar. Huban, Sun God Sun Olito, Yi Xiao and others yelled in unison, their eyes tearing apart, and the disciples of Banzu were all roaring. At the same time, they are also afraid in their hearts, destroying the illusion. Starting from the half-ancestor, will it be their turn? Even though they inherited real flesh and blood from their mother or father, they might still be affected to a certain extent. The death knell rang in the magic well, announcing the fall of Banzu. During this period, other half-ancestors continued to perish, all of which were swallowed by the magic well. As for the Tongtian death bridge suppressed at the entrance of the magic well, it has been shaken out at this moment, and it is about to be blown into the sky. The 9th ancient lamp remains still, fixed above the magic well, its light shining brightly into the sky. 100,000 troops rioted in the dead city, and the half-ancestors were drowned in the sea of AA fighting spirits. The unprecedented murderous aura made Kyushu tremble. At this time, Xiao Chen discovered that Kaiyu had rushed into the dead city and was fighting with Taoist Junti. Worthy of being a figure of the ancient god of war level, the iron spear in his hand swept away thousands of troops, crushing the colorful fierce sword of Taoist Junti. Kaiyu has a unique momentum, open and close, unstoppable. Even if Junti Taoist sacrificed the wonderful tree of 7 treasures, he could still fight Kaiyu to a draw. Xiao Chen drove the yellow mud platform, surrounded by 8 ancient lamps, and rushed over quickly. Up to now, there was nothing to say. With a battle sword in his hand, he slashed down and took the head of Taoist Junti. When the 7-color fierce sword came up horizontally, Junti held the war sword, but Xiao Chen still held a big black iron seal in his left hand, and took a picture of it with his head covered. Boom! Although the wonderful tree of 7 treasures brushed up, the yellow and black aura rushed up from the yellow mud platform and stopped the colorful brilliance. The black iron seal was smashed down hard, Feng Tianyu was cracked, and Taoist Junti was knocked down. Whether we are gone or not, you are doomed to perish today. Junti laughed and looked at Xiao Chen. You don't need to do anything, I'm here to seek relief. Kaiyu stopped Xiao Chen, dragged his iron spear, rushed down, and fought fiercely with Taoist Junti on the street of the dead city. The two half-ancestors fought, and the horrific fluctuations were unimaginable, but even if the buildings in the dead city were shattered, they would recover in an instant. I transform into 3 cleans with 1 breath. At this moment, Xiao Chen saw the 3 incarnations of Lao Su. They didn't speak to Xiao Chen, but went straight to the magic well, fighting with the 3 Western holy spirits. Lao Su's mana is so strong that the 3 avatars are naturally extremely powerful, but they have a time limit. Although the 3 holy spirits are suppressed below, if the battle cannot be resolved quickly, the 3 avatars will automatically dissipate. In the distant sky, Lao Su looked at all this without waves, and said, these are the 3 illusory souls which were accepted by Hongjun as disciples. Today they are smelted and returned to their original form. At this time, the body of the Buddha next to him shook, and he said, my illusory evil body has entered the city of death, and I will also be beheaded today. Taoist Jayan appeared in the dead city, and went straight to Kaiyu, and together with Taoist Junti, it was like entering a land of no one in the army of 100,000 dead cities. Although Kaiyu's mana was as powerful as the sky, he couldn't resist the joint killing of the second ancestor. In the end, he was blasted on the back by the pitch-black gun in Jayan's hand, and his body was torn apart. Taoist Junti laughed and rushed forward. The 7 treasure tree swept continuously, completely smashing the broken corpse into blood mist. Xiao Chen was frightened and furious, and 8 ancient soldiers, including Zhongjian and Golden Divine Halberd, rushed down to fight the Taoist Junti and the Taoist. I'm free now, don't need to be sad, return to the original, reappear my true demon body, I'll go. Kaiyu's voice rang in Xiao Chen's ears, and then a black light rushed out of the dead city. The Qibao Miaoshu is known as the most defensive treasure, and it wipes out everything, but at this moment, facing the 8 ancient lamps, it unexpectedly failed. Under the illumination of the light, the 7-color brilliance painted by the treasure tree is useless at all, and cannot shake Xiao Chen at all. The 7-color fierce sword is extremely sharp, colliding with the sword in Xiao Chen's hand several times, bursting out sparks, which is unparalleled. However, after all, it is difficult to hurt Xiao Chen in the slightest. At this moment, Xiao Chen is the protagonist of the dead city, invincible by nature, with a treasure added to his body, hard to shake, invulnerable to swords and soldiers, and magic weapon is hard to deal with. Weena A. The death knell rang again, and Taoist Junti felt as if he had been struck by lightning. This time, he heard the call of death, and a strange force in the magic well arrested him. Like many half-ancestors who fell before, Wu Guang led him into the magic well, and he fell apart in an instant. It was not killed by Xiao Chen, but swallowed by the magic well. The Taoist received a long cry, but he had no choice but to turn his anger on Xiao Chen. The pitch-black body spun out strange rays of light, as if it could shatter the sun, the moon and the stars, and swallow them towards Xiao Chen. The 3 sounds of Ba, Mi, Mu sounded at the same time, leading the Taoist to drink 3 heavenly sounds that shook the world, and the destructive power swept towards Xiao Chen. Om, Ma, Ne, Ba, Mi, Mu are the mantras of Buddhism. The Buddha and Jayan each master 3 characters. If the 6-character mantra is combined and brought to the extreme, it can fight against the 6 paths of reincarnation. It's a pity that they have never been able to become one, and it is impossible for the leading Taoist to use the supernatural powers of the 6 reincarnations. Wang Natai trembled, and the original 8 tones came out together, and the grand heavenly sounds sounded in the 8 worlds one after another. Om, Ha, Ah, Ho, Mu, Da, Noise, Dao. Each phase has a kind of heavenly sound, and each phase has an unimaginable terrifying power, which directly suppresses the 3 notes that guide the Taoist. The world of the 8 phases came out of imagination, covering the leading Taoist. 8 bright lamps shone, each phase had a light, and at the same time, the 8 ancient soldiers were also divided into 8 phases. The 8 phases, 8 sounds, 8 lights, and 8 soldiers vibrate at the same time. Even if it is the leading Taoist half-ancestor, it is difficult to resist at this moment. He was completely suppressed and torn apart by the vibration of the octave. He reorganized his soul and body with peerless mana, but the sword flew out and swept across his golden body. Xiao Chen rushed to the magic well with the broken body of the guide, and the 8 phases shook. The evil body of the Buddha led the Taoist to fall into the abyss, and disappeared in the blink of an eye. The death knell rang and the world shook. At the same time, on the other side, Lao Tzu transformed the 3 Qings with one breath, and the 3 incarnations were really powerful, and he killed 2 of the 3 holy spirits. However, after all, the 3 avatars could not fight for a long time, and they began to collapse at this moment, dissipating in the sky and the earth in an instant. The death knell rang continuously, and all the ancestors felt fear, and now most of the ancestors were destroyed. Holding a battle sword in his petrified body, Xiao Chen rushed towards the last of the 3 holy spirits. After more than 10 rounds, the already severely injured holy spirit was decapitated by Xiao Chen's sword, and his body was swallowed by the magic well. The half-ancestor has already had his eyes red in the 100,000 dead army, but there are also people of the half-ancestor level in the dead army, fighting fiercely again and again. Take your life. At this time, Yuan bumped into Xiao Chen and had to kill him. He holds a sword in his right hand and a jade rui in his left, with a majestic aura. Before Xiao Chen could make a move, the hundreds of heavenly soldiers and yin soldiers who had been following him not far away moved in unison. At the same time, they raised their rusty bronze weapons and slashed at Yuan in a uniform manner. Boom! There was a violent movement in the sky, and hundreds of heavenly soldiers and yin soldiers worked together to block the original and did not fall behind. This is the battle guard of several ancestor gods back then. Yuan's eyes flashed with cold electricity, and he recognized the heavenly soldiers and the yin soldiers. Xiao Chen rushed into the arena, raised 8 ancient weapons simultaneously, the 8 tones trembled in unison, and the 8 lights shone. He wanted to chop Yuan immediately. Boom! The overwhelming terrifying coercion descended from the sky, and a huge chaotic palm slapped down, killing hundreds of heavenly and dark soldiers on the spot. The huge chaotic palm was like a mountain, and it slapped the invincible Xiao Chendu out, and rescued Yuanzi from the dangerous situation. Then, the palm of chaos grabbed the Tongtian death bridge not far away, and slashed towards Xiao Chen, obviously intending to kill him. The giant chaotic hand from beyond the sky had manifested once before, and it reappeared at this moment. It is conceivable that the situation outside the sky has been controlled by him, and Shenong and Zulong are in danger. Teacher. Yuan revealed a happy expression. The death bridge to the sky oppresses the heaven and the earth, carrying supreme power, shaking the sky and shaking the earth, and it comes straight to hit Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen had a feeling that even though he was guarded by the Wangni terrace and illuminated by 8 magic lamps, if he was hit by a blow, he might not be able to bear it, because it was a devastating attack from the ancestor god. Silently, a tall figure walked out of the darkness of the dead city, which shocked all the Banzu who fought, and made people suffocate in this world. The tall figure was clad in a shroud, hunting and making noises, seemingly taking gentle steps, but with each step, he moved forward thousands of feet, and met the smashed-down bridge of death. The blue light in the eyes flickered, and a huge palm stuck out from under the shroud, and slashed into the sky. Boom! He smashed the dead bridge to the sky and deflected the destructive blow of the ancestor god. Suorenshi. Xiao Chen took a deep look at him. This is the real ancestor god of human beings, but something seems to be wrong. Xiao Chen didn't turn his head back and headed towards Yuan, with Suiren standing above him. He didn't believe that Yuan could not be buried. The world of 8 phases covers the sky and the earth, and the 8 original sounds of heaven resound in the sky. The original is like being struck by lightning, and the body is about to collapse. At the same time, 8 ancient lamps illuminate the 10 directions, making the dead city brightly lit. Xiao Chen killed with a battle sword in his hand, raised the sword in his hand, and chopped off the original head that was fixed in shape. Blood soared into the sky, and the blood mist filled the sky of the dead city. The original was beheaded, and the corpse couldn't even be reorganized, and was shattered by the original octave. Xiao Chen didn't stay for a moment, and flew to the side of the magic well, shaking the 8-phase world, and the original broken body was thrown into the abyss of sin. Chapter 344 Blood-stained flowers float Kyushu. Yuan died, and was killed and thrown into the magic well, leaving no trace in the dead city. As a famous half-ancestor in the world, he sits in Kunlun, has countless disciples, and is worshipped by thousands of ants in his eyes, but in the end he ended up like this. The giant hand in the sky holding the dead bridge to the sky disappeared out of thin air after a brief confrontation with the tall figure suspected to be Suorenshi, and then suddenly appeared in the sky above Xiao Chen's head, and the thunder struck. Boom! The dead bridge to the sky fell and slammed Xiao Chen towards the magic well. A destructive force nearly dissipated his body and spirit. However, at this moment, the auspicious energy of the Wangni terrace bloomed, enveloping him, and the 8 bright lamps also shone at the same time, fixing the Tongtian dead bridge and protecting his life. In an instant, he clearly felt the mighty power of the ancestor god. Yes, that was entirely an intuition. The mighty power of the ancestor god emanating from the yellow mud platform allowed him to stabilize his collapsed body and spirit, and then quickly escaped from the magic well. The Tongtian death bridge came crashing down again, but at this moment the shroud was rattling, and the tall figure stepped forward, trapping Tianyu, blocking the Tongtian death bridge again. Suddenly, bursts of terrifying aura came from far away from the sky, and the huge fluctuations shook the mountains, rivers and earth of Kyushu. In the sky, the giant hand grabbing the dead bridge of Tongtian trembled for a while, and then broke through the sky and rushed out of the sky. In the distant battlefield outside the sky, it seems that something happened, so he had to retreat. Yuankong, Laozi, Xingtian, Deu, Zhuangzhou and others also sensed the abnormality outside the sky, and they all turned into Chenghong, wanting to rush to the sky. However, a powerful force blocked Tianyu, blocking everyone's way, and they couldn't rush through it at all. Knowing that bad things will happen outside the sky, even the half-ancestor can do nothing but watch the tragedy happen. Weena A. The death knell rang again, and the leader of Tongtian, who was fighting, uttered a scream. His body was torn apart, was swallowed alive by the magic well, and disappeared in the blink of an eye. The 100,000 troops in the dead city roared up to the sky, and their strength became even stronger. The illusion is shattered, and the four directions of the fantasy world are completely destroyed, leaving only the real area. With the ringing of the death knell, the Banzu continued to perish, everything will come to an end. However, there is a fierce battle going on at the end of the sky and the end of the sky. Everyone in the world felt an unspeakable sadness, and everyone felt that someone close to them was about to perish. This is a mournful call originating from the blood, that is, the blood of the same strain, and many people have already sensed that some ancestor gods are about to perish. Aha! In the dead city, a tall figure suspected to be Suorenshi, with thick black long hair dancing wildly, looks like crazy, endless black mist billows from the shroud, blue light bursts from his eyes, and tears glisten. He soared into the sky, but as soon as he ascended 1,000 feet, his body would disintegrate and collapse, and he suddenly fell to the sky, fell heavily into the dead city, and smashed a big pit in the shape of a human being. It took a long time before he slowly stood up. He can't do without the dead city. In the far sky, Xingtian let out a roar and rushed out of the sky, waving his arms. His murderous aura moved Xiaohan and smashed the sky with all his might. Lao Su, Sun Wu, Zhuangzi, etc. were all dressed in bronze and iron armor, and wielding ancient weapons, began to work together to smash the sky. However, Tianyu was sealed and no one could shake it. In the dead city, there are pieces of crystals flickering. What are they? It turned out to be crystal clear petals with blood. Xiao Chen felt great pain in his heart, tears flowed out involuntarily. He looked up at the sky. Above the endless sky, there seemed to be a scene of tragedy unfolding, but he was powerless to change anything. He could only allow the world to be full of sympathy. The only thing he can do now is to calm down everything in the dead city as soon as possible. 100,000 heroic spirits rioted, the dead city boiled, and the half-ancestors fell one by one. Xiao Chen stepped in the void, holding a blood-dripping sword in his hand, and caught up with the great demon King Satan. The 8 phases, 8 lamps, and 8 sounds trembled in unison, and the sword fell in his hand. Satan's head flew into the magic well, and his headless body sprayed out waves of blood, and then fell to pieces, followed by falling into the abyss. At this moment, the death knell rang continuously, and the magic well swallowed the illusory half-ancestor by itself. Why bother Shenong? Why bother? How can you fight with me when you have only a remnant soul? If you don't go back, you can enshrine the gods as the ancestors and keep one side safe. A loud voice came from outside the sky, and it resounded throughout Kyushu, shaking all the rivers and mountains. Shenong's calm voice was free of any emotion, and he said, I was born to be the ancestor god, and I will die with all my strength, and I will have no regrets in death. It's sad to die for ants. The ruthless voice shook the sky. The way is different. I am a dead body, so I don't need to breathe. There is no immortal person in the world, and there is no immortal god. No matter whether it is a peerless genius or a mortal being, it is nothing but a piece of Lois in the end. Who said this time is the illusory shattering? The so-called unbreakable. I am immortal, I will last forever, and today I will turn the world upside down. The huge voice shook the Kyushu, and the cold and ruthless words came from outside the sky. Shenong has fallen. From today, there will be no ancestor gods in the world, and there will be ants. I will restore the order of the world and establish the kingdom of God on the ground. Do your best for my people. Shenong's last words came to an abrupt end, and the majestic and sacred radiance exploded outside the sky, rushing to the limit of emptiness. Boom! In the distant starry sky, brilliant beams of light came from one after another, and then a rain of flowers floated across the entire sky, and the sky and the earth wept together. At this moment, the world mourned, and everyone looked up at the sky, even though they didn't know what happened, but because the blood of their ancestors was flowing in their bodies, their instincts made their hearts extremely painful, and everyone had tears rolling down their faces. The petals are all over the sky and the earth are withering, and every crystal petal is stained with this little blood, and the miserable red is particularly shocking, making people feel sad and tears in their eyes. Died, the ancestor god died, Shenong disappeared. The endless grass and trees in the sky and the earth seem to be dying in their hearts, and they are withering and withering. The sad autumn is full of the world, and the blood-stained flowers are falling everywhere. It's sad, it's heartbreaking. A generation of ancestor god Shenong died. Suddenly, endless rays of light shot up into the sky, blooming thousands of auspicious colors, and the auspiciousness soared to the sky. At this moment, the heaven and the earth are filled with endless sacred light. This is, the ancestor god just disappeared, why is there another auspicious color? Boom! There is thunder in the 9 days, everything is in spring, and the withered flowers and trees are sprouting buds at this moment, and they are reborn. Why? Suddenly, all the half-ancestors woke up. Ancestral god. A new ancestor god was born between heaven and earth. Harmony and celestial music resounds across the sky, endless brilliance illuminates the 10 directions, the sky is filled with auspicious colors, and the world is filled with vibrant hope, filling everyone's heart. This is an extremely weird scene, everyone is smiling and crying, there is both sorrow and joy in their hearts, blending together, sadness and peace coexist. A holy sword shone brightly and slashed towards Tianyu, breaking through the trapped Gao Tian immediately. Xuanyuan Holy Sword, Yellow Emperor, it's the Yellow Emperor. Emperor Xuanyuan has become the ancestor god. ... At this moment, all cultivators understood what had happened. Just as the ancestor god of Shenong fell, Emperor Xuanyuan was promoted to the realm of the ancestor god. In ancient times, the Yellow Emperor was already infinitely close to the realm of the ancestor gods, but he fell into the dead city in the first battle, and only one soul escaped. After endless years, Emperor Xuanyuan was finally promoted to the ancestor god. He brought hope in despair. Xuanyuan Holy Sword cut through Tianyu and rushed into Tianyu. Laozi, Xingtian, Renhuiren, Zhuangzhou, etc. followed the Holy Sword and rushed to the sky. Shenong died at a very timely time, and you are expected to be promoted to the ancestor god at this time. Illusions will eventually be shattered. I will last forever, break today and build again, and create an eternal kingdom of God. No one can stop me. There were continuous collisions outside the sky, and every time there was a collision, pieces of black holes burst out. It was the peak duel belonging to the ancestor gods, and outsiders could not guess. Above Kyushu, the blood-stained falling flowers and the sky full of auspicious colors are dancing at the same time, and there is hope in the great sadness. But at this moment, there is silence in the dead city, all the half-ancestors in the city have perished, and 100,000 heroic spirits stand in the city like fossils. Xiao Chen felt extremely weak, a powerful and unparalleled force in the magic well was calling him, it was difficult to control himself, his soul seemed to leave his body at any time. The unextinguishable ancient lamp left him, flew to the top of the magic well, and slowly spun. The petrified body slowly recovered, and the broken stone man reappeared in his body, and he lost his great strength. The yellow mud platform was not protecting him, and Xiao Chen collapsed powerlessly on the platform, which was very close to the magic well. After the war, he lost his treasure. He seemed to have been severely injured. He coughed out a mouthful of blood, laughed and said to himself, "There are no gods in this world, only some powerful people. It's just that there are many people who think about gods, so the so-called gods are born." The war outside the sky is still going on, but it has nothing to do with him, and he can't help even if he wants to. In the sky not far away, a girl who looked like an elf, dressed in white snow, flew towards with a small agile animal smiling lightly. "Xiao Chen, you finally survived safely, everything is over." Qingqing smiled, 2 dimples appeared on her beautiful cheeks. "Yeah," Kiki blinked her big eyes and muttered happily. They had witnessed all this, and they wanted to rush over several times during the battle, but they resisted the impulse when they saw that Xiao Chen was safe and sound. Xiao Chen wiped away the blood from the corner of his mouth, wanted to laugh but couldn't, he was locked by the magic well and might be swallowed into it at any time. 100,000 heroic spirits disappeared without a sound, and the sound of heavy footsteps came from the empty streets of the dead city, spreading far and far away. Suarenshi was shrouded in clouds and mist, walked to the front of the magic well step by step, and pointed to the air. Thousands of feet of light suddenly burst out from Qingqing's body, and she murmured to herself as if in a dream, "I am the condensed light of the life of the deceased ancestor god." The yellow mud platform was formed by the flesh and blood of the ancestor god, and now it only lacks the water of the light of life to completely seal the abyss. "What are you talking about?" Xiao Chen felt a little cold in his body. "Yi," the little beast Kiki also screamed. Finally, Suiren's spirit fluctuated, saying, "The abyss must be completely sealed, otherwise the disaster will be endless." "I understood." Qingqing was awakened by Suarenshi. She understood instantly, without sadness, but with a hint of a smile. She said to herself, "So, I am also so great." "Impossible," Xiao Chen exclaimed in surprise, "I don't believe it." "I believe it. I was originally born from the condensed energy of heaven and earth." Qingqing smiled lightly and said, "There is no need to be sad. If there is an afterlife, we will meet again." She is so free and easy, completely fearless. Her essence, your blood soul, unite with Wangnatai, and seal the abyss forever. "My blood soul," Xiao Chen looked at Suarenshi. "Yes, you were born in the ancient village of the Yellow River, and you have long been compatible with the Wangnatai." Qingqing smiled sweetly, and said, "This way I won't be lonely anymore. I never thought we would die together." "But, I don't want you to die." Xiao Chen was extremely disappointed. "Yi," Kiki screamed in panic, she didn't want to lose two relatives in a row. "Use the yellow mud platform to absorb the light of her life." Suarenshi's mental fluctuations were a little low. After all, Xiao Chen still controlled the yellow mud platform and slowly flew up. The original 8 sounds vibrated together, the clearness in the sky gradually faded, and turned into a little glow, flying towards the yellow mud platform. The little snow-white beast cried loudly, and the sound of babbling was so sad that Suarenshi held it firmly. Qingqing is smiling, and the picture seems to be frozen in a moment forever. Xiao Chen felt tears rolling down his face. It turned out that he killed Qingqing. The reality is cruel and merciless. He murmured, "There is a woman named Qingqing, who is bright and ethereal. Her eyebrows are condensed with charm, and her autumn water is full of poetry. Her lips are soft and charming, and her white teeth are crystal clear. The world of mortals is moving, and the sword is clanging. My soul is gone, and I have no regrets in dying. Just because of Qingqing, my heart is lonely and desolate. Ice muscles contain jade bones, red powder turns loess. Dona TB Qingqing today. Meet again in the next life." Boom, Xiao Chen's flesh and blood body suddenly split into pieces, blood burst out, and the body fell into the abyss. The blood stained the red and yellow mud platform, and after absorbing the rays of life, the flesh and blood of the ancestor gods flew into the abyss with brilliance. Boom, the abyss of evil is sealed forever. Yi, the little beast cried loudly, and was held tightly in Suarenshi's arms. However, soon, Suarenshi turned into a pile of yellow sand. His life came to an end in ancient times, and it was completely supported by an immortal belief. Chapter 345 New Era. There is a girl named Qingqing, who is bright and ethereal. Her eyebrows are radiant and charming, and her autumn water is full of poetry. Her red lips are soft and charming, and her white teeth are crystal clear. Although Xiao Chen's body was torn apart, the yellow mud platform was stained with blood, and he was permanently sealed in the magic well, but a tall phantom still seemed to be standing beside the abyss, and his sad words kept echoing. Ice muscles contain jade bones, red powder turns loess. Don't be clear today, we will meet again in the next life. The ancestor god Suarenshi scattered with the wind, turned into yellow sand, and disappeared forever. Kiki cried loudly. Without the confinement of the ancestor god, it whimpered and rushed to Xiao Chen's phantom, stretched out the little animal claws and grabbed the tall shadow over and over again. However, it didn't catch anything, and the phantom began to shatter like crystal glass, completely disappearing into the void. Yi, the little beast was heartbroken, crying loudly, lying on the place where the phantom disappeared, groping there over and over again, it cried out loudly, and the little beast clawed feebly towards the sky. To die for the half-ancestor is also to die for himself. Xiao Chen was finally buried in the abyss with the half-ancestor as King Wen of Zhou had predicted. War swords, golden halberds, black iron seals, etc. shot in all directions, and the broken stone man also shattered and flew into the sky. KK is like a cuckoo dripping blood, the sound of sobbing is extremely sad, and it makes people feel sad to hear it. There were tears in the big smart eyes. It climbed onto the yellow mud platform, calling Xiao Chen and Qingqing constantly. Tears wet the yellow mud platform that sealed the magic well. The little pitiful curled up in a ball, sobbing sadly, and passed out on the yellow mud platform, with crystal teardrops hanging from the corners of his eyes, which made people feel pity in his heart. The dead city was exceptionally quiet, there was not a single shadow on the empty street, it seemed like a place of nothingness, cold and desolate. When the breeze blows, the yellow sand formed from Suarenshi's body is stirred up, spinning in the dead street. The dead city seems to have lost its previous demonic power, and it no longer has that intimidating and frightening feeling. In the sky, an elegant middle-aged scholar with a feather fan and scarf landed down. It was King Wen of Zhou who had calculated everything in the world. He looked up to the sky and cried 3 times, buried the yellow sand that the Suiren family had turned into beside the magic well, and stood silently for a long time. Thousands of years later, the harpsichords and zithers will play harmoniously, and the silk and bamboo will be melodious. Will anyone remember that the Suiren family was buried in the abyss, and will anyone know that Shenong has also been buried to the end of time? Then he hugged Kiki, who had fallen into a coma, curled up into a ball, wiped away the tears from the corners of its eyes, and looked at the yellow mud platform quietly for a long time before saying, "Yin and Yang are fighting, weeping blood and Xuanwang. How can I forget? I will never forget." The wind picked up gradually, and there were bursts of whimpering in the blowing dead city, as if someone was crying. The last time I didn't tell you all the things in the world, today I will show you the end of the last 5,000 years. The ebb and flow of the tide, the last 5,000 years, human beings have reached the pinnacle of prosperity, and they have blazed a unique path of civilization, but in the end they self-destructed. King Wen of Zhou flicked his hand, and an illusory picture was reflected in the sky above Wangni Terrace, with skyscrapers standing one after another, rising to the sky. When night fell, neon lights flickered, and the bustling night city was brightly lit. On the wide street, locomotives are speeding, in the vast sky, spaceships are rushing towards the stars, it is a dreamlike scene. Ordinary people also have a mortal way, but they are self-destructed in the end, everything is brought back to the original point. In the next 5,000 years, the kingdom of God descends, and illusion and reality reverse. A scene is changing rapidly. Boom! The dead city shook, and the 9 bright lights were spinning, shining soaring light above the sealed magic well. The illusion has not yet been broken, and the dead city will complete its final mission. King Wen of Zhou cried 3 times and took KK to the sky. The war outside the sky is still going on, but it is a battle belonging to the ancestor gods, and the people below the half-ancestor can't intervene at all. The land of Kyushu is shaking, and the future of the world will be decided in this battle. The blood-stained flowers withered between the heaven and the earth, and crystal-clear flower petals were flying all over the sky in the dead city. There are endless cultivators watching from far away in the dead city. They couldn't see the battle outside the sky. They all gathered in Yangzhou and watched the dead city, but no one dared to approach. Especially the direct descendants of the half-ancestor, the anger is even more frightening. Is everything over like this? Or is it just the beginning? Boom! The dark light in the dead city soared to the sky, and the 9 bright lamps burst into billions of rays of light, which complemented the deep black light of the dead city, and rushed to the 10 directions. Guangwu was pouring down on Kyushu like a heavy rain, and many legendary characters flew into the dead city as if attracted. Illusory characters below Banzhou kept flying in and were swallowed up by the dead city, some of them were big names with great reputations. They were not swallowed into the magic well, but were sealed in various buildings in the dead city and became a member of the army of the dead city. King Wen of Zhou watched all this from far away, sighed, and said, "The illusion that has been reflected in people's hearts for 5,000 years has been shattered." The rivers and mountains of Kyushu shook, and the world in all directions collapsed. The land of Kyushu seems to be much clearer, and endless and vast regions appear overseas. There are giant cities, deserts, and ancient islands, all from the 4 worlds. The illusions of the 4-dimensional world are shattered, everything in nothingness disappears, the vast and boundless area shrinks thousands of times, the illusion disappears, and everything in reality remains and is scattered in the nothingness. When everything is quiet, the dead city is silent, and the light is exhausted, only the 9 bright lights are flickering. Then, the 9 lanterns soared into the sky and rushed to all parts of Kyushu. On each of the prefectures, there was an everlasting ancient lamp, and Kyushu was completely unsealed from today. Finally, they rushed into the underground of Kyushu. The ancient village of Hongwang also disappeared along with the ancient city of Yangzhou. The war outside the sky is still going on, but the destruction of the world has come to an end. Ha ha, Hubin laughed loudly, then restrained his smile, scanned all directions with cold eyes, and said, "I survived after all." Oito, son of the sun god, also soared into the sky, raised his head and let out a long roar, his blonde hair danced wildly, shining like a gorgeous sun. However, they also paid a heavy price for this. The blood inherited from their parents dried up, and only the spirit of their mother remained, and more than half of their divine power disappeared. Yi Xiao laughed miserably. Although they survived, they paid a high price. Perhaps this world will be dominated by young people who are latecomers. Yes, the illusory half-ancestor fell, the ancestor gods fought in the outer space, and the real half-ancestor went to help in the battle. Who can come back alive? Perhaps, this world will change completely. No one can be sure who the future owner of this land will be. A whole new era will come. The blood-stained withered flowers gradually disappeared from the sky and the earth, and the auspicious glow that appeared when the new ancestor god was born also faded away. Time passed day by day, and the rivers and mountains in Kyushu, which had been shaking continuously for several days, gradually calmed down. However, no one knows what the outcome of the First World War will be. The ultimate emptiness has not manifested, and the eternal kingdom of God has not come. But what about Emperor Xuanyuan? What about those half-ancestors who rushed to the sky? None came back. 1 year, 2 years. 10 years have passed, and the characters in that battle have not reappeared after all, and everything seems to have been annihilated in the long river of time. The name Xiao Chen became a taboo among the disciples of the Banzu. It was the name of a devil, and no one wanted to mention it. The aura of Kyushu flourished, and the cultivators in the world began to improve by leaps and bounds, breaking the original barriers of cultivation, and began to produce real masters. The illusory strong man was shattered, and the real strong man disappeared. 10 years later, the extremely young cultivators of that year reached the peak and opened their era. As expected by Xiao Chen, the 3 golden lion kings reappeared in the world, defeated invincible opponents all over the western regions, and began his glorious legend. The Hydra is powerful in the southwest and dominates one side. This is a newly born strong man. No one knows its past, and a legend of invincibility begins. An unexpected cultivator rose up, and that was Hai Yuntian, known as the King of Sunflowers. The sunflowers were blooming, and he came from behind. The descendants of Tai Hao, Hui, Deu and others are well known along the eastern coast and are known as the top 5 chi refiners. Of course, a special mention should be made of Niu Ren, who will be called the Bull Demon King 10 years later. He and his 6 sworn brothers are known as the 7 sages. Rand with the blood of the gods, Lan Yu with the Pterosaur King, and Schroeder with the evil Dragon King are known as the 3 kings of light. They stand out among their peers, but they go far to the west. Yazi, Suani, and Pixiu, the 3 great sons of dragons, are so powerful that no one dares to overthrow them. Many young masters rose up in the longevity realm back then, and many of them naturally became famous all over the world in the past 10 years, but more people disappeared, and many of them disappeared directly in the Nirvana realm. Few of the top 10 young of the great merchant empire and the Roman Empire were left. It was Chu Xingquang, who was not ranked in the top 10 and had been defeated repeatedly, who emerged and rushed out. And 10 years ago, Zhao Chongyang, Shui Wu, Meng Xini, Kang Hai, etc., who were regarded as the young masters, have now risen to several heights, and their fame has spread to the world. And the Space King Lu Mu and the wretched King Jinsen Yi also shined brilliantly and became famous all over the world. There are 8 gods of war in the Central Plains. There are also many strong men from the past that have disappeared, such as Dugu Sword Demon and so on. The regime in the world is also changing, and Zhao Lin'er came to power again, but she didn't die, and directly forced her brother to abdicate. In addition to winning over a group of masters, she also mastered a secret weapon. She opened a secret underground palace, and inside it was a secret weapon that human beings were going to self-destruct for 5,000 years. It was the crystallization of civilization that should have been annihilated in history. This is a brand new era, where masters emerge in large numbers and compete for glory in the world. However, except for a few people such as the 3-headed Yellow Lion King, no one really dared to think that he was invincible. Because, whether the injuries of Huban, Taiyang Shenzi, Yi Xiao and others can be fully healed is unknown. And those older characters who died or not are always a mystery. However, the digital golden immortals of Changzhou have not yet fallen, and the disciples of Tongtian may still be alive. The once brilliant disciples of the half-ancestor still have unknown terrifying power. Of course, the most important thing is that there are too many mysteries overseas. On Dragon Island, the wild dragons have not really stepped out, and when they dominate the world, they will inevitably stir up endless turmoil. In addition, there are Zan Valley of the Zan clan, Leishan of the Liren clan, and Pterosaur Island of the Pterosaur clan that broke away from the barbarian dragons. There are also endless giant cities, deserts, wastelands, and secret valleys located overseas. Some areas have already dispatched masters, and their strength is very strong. In the past 10 years, too many things have happened, and the power structure in the human world has changed drastically. A crying little beast, it has traveled all over the world in the past 10 years, causing many people to suffer. Even when the 3 golden lion kings attacked, they didn't get any advantage. Of course, the crying little beast has also experienced many dangers, but all dangers have turned into blessings. In the end, although it still loves to cry like a child, it has become more and more elfin cunning. Wherever the crybaby has passed, most people will avoid it, but then it suddenly disappeared for unknown reasons. For this reason, the original Dragon King, Little Stubborn Dragon, was born, fighting in all directions to find Kiki's whereabouts. It also attracted other Dragon Kings to show up, and the king battle started again. In the past 10 years, the situation in the world has been unpredictable, but where is Xiao Chen, who lost his voice and lost his voice? Chapter 346 Fire Seed. The fog was lingering in the dark swamp, and the smell of corruption caused some beasts to retreat far away. In the black mud, besides rotten roots and leaves, there were many animal bones. The snow-white skeletons vary in length from half a meter to 7 or 8 meters, and most of them are half-sinked in the mud. Although the towering trees are not very dense, their canopy is luxuriant enough to completely cover this place, making this swamp dark and gloomy. The swamp was unusually quiet, except for the tall old trees. There was not a single living beast, not even a bird. As night fell, the swamp became darker. Occasionally, there would be terrifying splashes from the pond not far away, as if a giant was flipping in the water, which was particularly scary. Terrible ponds, dead swamps. The mist is shrouded in darkness, like a dead land. All this can be regarded as harmonious and quiet compared to the distance. In the farther area, there are bursts of low-pitched roars from time to time, which makes one's scalp tingle. Days passed by, and the swamp seemed to remain the same forever. In the distance, in the terrifying area that screams frequently, there are tall giant shadows flashing from time to time. Through the mist in the swamp, people feel extremely horrifying from a distance. In the pond not far away, there would occasionally be huge disturbances, as if some creature was dragged into the unfathomable pool. The gloomy swamp seemed to never change, except for the rotten grass and the bones buried in the mud. There was nothing else to be found. A full 10 years have passed, and there are not many bones left in the swamp. Dead silence is a theme here that seems to go on forever. Until one day, a strange uninvited guest broke into this place, which brought a little anger. Oh no, it brought some death. A crocodile-like creature more than 1 meter long is snow-white, without any flesh and blood, let alone shining scales. It is just a complete skeleton, with only a little bit of faint light shining out of the skull. It looked back nervously, and then carefully observed the movement around it. It didn't crawl into the swamp until it was sure that there was no danger here after a long time. This place has become its territory, and only a weak existence like it would choose such a dead swamp as a place to live. The swamp has an owner, and every time midnight comes, and the screaming in the distance continues, and all creatures are attracted away, the crocodile-like skeletons hidden in the swamp will start to move. It carefully turned over the half-submerged white bones in the swamp, as if looking for something, and occasionally turned over some bones with a little bit of light in their skulls, and it would quickly swallow and absorb them with the stronger light in its own skull. Until one day, the crocodile bone was no longer satisfied with being confined to the swamp, and slowly crawled forward to the pond in front of it in the middle of the night, and the accident happened. The water splashed, and the scaly claws, more than 1 meter long, suddenly protruded out of the water, crushing the crocodile skeleton severely, and even the faint light in the skull was torn apart. All this was seen, or perhaps sensed, by a skull in the swamp. This is not a complete skeleton, just a skull, mixed among a pile of animal bones. It is difficult to be noticed. It had just awakened for less than a month, and it was the crocodile skeleton that flipped it out. Fortunately, the crocodile bone ignored it at that time, otherwise the poor light in its skull would definitely be swallowed up. This skull is white and round, not much like other bones. It is a human skull. Although it has been awakened for a month, it has remained motionless, observing everything around it, until the crocodile bone was destroyed, and it stayed silent for another week. The extremely faint light in the skull was flickering, and it seemed that it would go out at any time. The skull tried to roll forward, and it moved towards the skull of a reptile. It was very difficult for a skull like it to move in the swamp, and it was difficult to accomplish all this by relying on the faint light in the skull as power. The faint light in the skull gleamed, swallowing the even weaker light in the reptilian bones. All this was learned from the previous crocodile bone. It was a very good student. Although it was still very weak, it had the potential to be better than blue. Obviously, after it absorbed a little light from the skeleton, the glint of light flickering in its eye sockets became somewhat brighter. This snow-white skull started its difficult path of survival and growth. Although it has only been awakened for less than a month, it seems to have an unimaginable talent. It is vigilant and cautious. It never strays far from the safe area of the swamp. Sometimes it will not find any fire for 10 days and a half months. Fortunately, there are countless bones in the swamp. After countless years of accumulation, this place has become a death cemetery. Only a little fire can be found every 10 or 8 days, but the snow-white skull does not seem to be impatient, and there is progress with harvest. This is a difficult and slow process of survival and growth. 3 years have passed, and the skull has rolled to every corner of the swamp. Now its fire has been much stronger, and it can fully support its smooth progress in the swamp. But that's all there is to it, because the occasional fire found here is too weak. Even after 3 years of devouring it, there has been no qualitative change. As the fire became stronger, the snow-white skull gradually turned its attention to the distant pond, where the crocodile bones that were scratched and broken were still there, and each piece of the shattered skull had a little bit of faint light flickering. If it absorbed these, it would undoubtedly be much stronger than what it had gained from 3 years of hard work. The lessons learned from the past are vivid. It did not dare to act rashly, but chose to observe, and after a whole month, it was finally sure that it could attack. There is a giant monster in the pond, which also absorbs fire, but it may be very powerful, and it doesn't even look at the crocodile bone that was crushed by it on the bank. Most of its body is covered with scales, but it is still very imperfect. In some places, the exposed flesh and blood are corrupt. It has to go ashore every 4 or 5 days to search for fire in the distance. It's just that it is silent every time, and it crawls out from the other side of the pond, so it can't be seen in the depths of the swamp. It was a terrifying night. Horrific screams came from afar. There seemed to be many fires flickering in the depths of the dense forest, and the dormant monster in the pond came out again. This is a rare opportunity for the skull, which has been watching for a long time. It has confirmed that there will be no other creatures and dangers in the pond, and Gululu rolls forward. Quickly approaching the crocodile bone, the eye sockets glowed with light, and began to absorb the shattered fire in the broken skull. This was more than the sum of the tinder he had absorbed in the past 3 years. It was relatively weak, and it had only absorbed 1/3 of it until the middle of the night. Looking at the dense forest outside the pond, it reluctantly returned to the swamp. Sure enough, the ominous creature returned to the pond soon after, stirring up a terrifying sound of water waves, and it took a while before it returned to dead silence. The monsters in the pond go out every 4 or 5 days, and the skulls in the mud finally got another chance. This time, it acted quickly, grasping every minute and every second, trying its best to absorb the residual fire attached to the ancient crocodile fragments. In the second half of the night, it finally completely absorbed it, and quickly rushed back into the swamp. It felt much stronger, it was not blocked by the mud when rolling, and it was extremely fast. This may be said to be a transformation. It has more powerful power, and it may be able to explore outside the swamp. The big guy in the pond is still a big threat to it, and it can't be provoked at all. The skull is undoubtedly cautious. It knows that in the swamp it is already the lord, but outside it may still be weak. After exploring for a long time, it rolled out of the swamp after half a month. The woodland outside the swamp was really vast, and soon it heard roars, as if there were very powerful creatures fighting. Not daring to stray too far from the swamp, it just wanders around. Click, click. In the middle of the night, there was the sound of joints moving behind the big tree in front of him, and a snow-white jackal skeleton walked towards him with stiff steps. The skull seemed to be facing a formidable enemy, but it didn't back down. Its fire was stronger than the opponent's, but its body was not as flexible as the opponent's. Although the jackal walked stiffly, it jumped up at the critical moment and rushed over from the side. Holding down the skull, he quickly approached it, wanting to forcefully devour it before backing away. However, the snow-white skull seemed to have expected all this. When the wolf's kiss came, it turned quickly, its eyes were facing the wolf's head, and it shot 2 beams of light, quickly devouring almost 20% of the jackal's fire. The jackal retreated in fright, wanted to retreat but was unwilling, circled around the skull, and finally swooped down again. But this time, the skull was even more daring. Most of the fire seeds in the skull flew out to meet the head of the charging jackal, and the fire seeds were swallowed continuously. It seems to be very talented for fighting, and its instinct is guiding how to become stronger. The battle is over, the skull is victorious, and the fire is stronger again. There seems to be a little luster on the snow-white skull, which is stronger than before, which is the effect of the nourishment of the fire. Moreover, the skull rolled around the jackal's skeleton several times, and then knocked off the jackal's skull, and it wanted to connect to the wolf's skeleton. It was just a few times of hard work, but it was unsuccessful. Later, with the help of the light of the fire, it was barely connected. It wants to become stronger and have more powerful fighting power. For nearly a month a jackal skeleton bearing a human skull has been haunting the shadowy swamp. The scope of its activities is constantly expanding. On this day, he finally saw how terrifying the powerful kind is. The powerful fire is comparable to the bright moon, and it can tear towering ancient trees and shatter huge rocks. The area ahead is where the powerful come and go. There are too many dangers there. It dare not approach, so it can only wander far away. It wants to get out of this dark forest one day, but it must pass through the territory of those strong people. It can only become stronger, and only when it is strong enough can it understand the outside world. Click click, there is danger approaching the swamp area, and the white skeletons of two cheetahs show the advantage of speed, and they are rushing towards him in the distance. With the human skull on top of the jackal skeleton, he quickly hid behind a giant tree, resolved the terrible collision simply and clearly, and then rushed towards a leopard bone without showing any weakness. The light of the tinder emitted from the eye sockets was obviously stronger than that of the cheetah, quickly absorbing most of the tinder of a prey. But another leopard bone also rushed forward, bumped into the jackal's body with a bang, and the jackal's body fell apart with a crash. But the skull is very dexterous. Lulu hides aside, lures the enemy deep, then rolls up violently, devouring most of the cheetah's fire. Both cheetahs lost their fighting power and could only let the human skull absorb their strength. A year later, the skull had replaced its supporting skeleton with a pair of majestic tiger bones, and dared to go deeper into the secluded forest. I don't know how vast this forest is. It is shrouded in mist all year round, and it is difficult to dissipate. There are strict domain divisions in the dense forest. The skull already knows that there seems to be a king in the area where it is located, and there seems to be a more powerful king farther away. The skull continued to explore. He really wanted to get out of this secluded forest and go to the outside world. Suddenly, a sense of danger appeared. Although there was no sound of joint movement, the skull knew that a powerful creature was approaching. Over the past year, its fire has become much stronger, and it can sense some dangers in advance. Boom! It encountered a sneak attack, and the hind limb bone of the giant tiger skeleton was cut off. It almost fell to the ground and rushed forward quickly, but due to the lack of a leg bone, its movement was very inconvenient. A human skeleton chased after it with quick steps, holding a bone knife in its hand, and slashed at another tiger leg bone again. Click! The bone knife successfully separated the two hind leg bones of the tiger skeleton. This is obviously a powerful and intelligent skeleton, who knows how to quickly weaken the opponent. Skull didn't panic, but instead fluctuated abnormally when it saw the human skeleton. Kai! The sound of piercing the sky came again. The humanoid skeleton was very strong, and the fire was also very strong, and the huge bone knife was swung with the sound of piercing the sky. The tiger bone didn't dodge, and let the opponent slash towards its waist and abdomen, until the bone knife shattered its spine, and then the skull bounced off with the powerful impact force, and hit the skull of the human-shaped skeleton. This is the killer move created by the skull after many battles. The human-shaped skeleton obviously didn't expect that the other party would display, flying head out of the sky, and couldn't dodge it. The sneak attack was successful. Two beams of light shot out from the eye sockets, and the bounced skull devoured nearly half of the fire in the human skeleton. Moreover, he successfully knocked off the opponent's head, and finally won the victory, completely devouring the opponent's powerful fire. The fire is further strengthened, and the most important thing is that it has found a suitable body skeleton. When it stands up in human form, its strength has improved a lot. It can swing its fists and feet, and it is no longer afraid of the same kind, and then it holds the hard bone knife on the ground in its hand to fully enhance its combat power. My name is Xiao. He sent out such mental fluctuations and gave himself a name. Boom! In front of them, two waves of terrifying spiritual fluctuations came mightily. Two humanoid creatures with huge rotting wings were both 3 meters high, each holding a hard and sharp long-bone sword, facing each other. A foreign king broke into the territory of the king, of this area, and a battle was inevitable. Xiao tightly shook the bone knife in his hand, hiding in the dark, watching from a distance. He wants to become stronger so that he can defeat these kings. He wants to break out of the secluded forest and explore the unknown world. Chapter 347. In the previous life and present life, Shenyuan awakens. The two kings fought, and the huge rotten wings swelled with violent winds, and even the towering tree was uprooted by the fan, and the leaves were flying. They are wielding thick ancient swords, constantly colliding and fighting fiercely, and there is a thick stone shield hanging on their left arms, resisting sometimes fatal attacks that cannot be avoided. Boom! A king was defeated, and was hit by a 2-meter-long bone sword. His left arm was broken at the shoulder. It let out a terrifying roar, and endless black mist rose into the sky. Xiao Jingjing saw all this in his eyes. He has been awakened for more than 4 years, and he really wants to go to the outside world, and there seems to be something calling him under the distant starry sky. It always longs for sunshine and wants to live under the light, but once it climbed up to the canopy in daylight and was seriously injured by the sunlight penetrating through the fog in the secluded forest, it never dared again. It is determined to become stronger, so strong that it can break through the territories of those kings, and go to the outside world without fear of the sun. In the following month, holding a bone knife, he wandered on the edge of danger, and began to attack some powerful creatures, killing 2 earth dragon soul bones, and the fire grew stronger day by day. It wasn't until 3 months later that he felt that his fire was strong enough, and he returned to the swamp again, ready to attack the behemoth in the pond. It was a ferocious dragon. Although it couldn't compare with the king in this area, it was relatively powerful. It was definitely one of the most powerful creatures within a few miles. The evil Zhao goes out every 4 or 5 days, and Xiao has been observing it for more than 4 years, and he knows everything about it like the back of his hand. The evil dragon is shaped like a giant snake, 7 or 8 meters long, with 4 sharp claws. Of course, it is much thicker than snakes of the same length. It is as thick as 2 doors, and its body is covered with carrion and scales. With a sound of crash, it came ashore again as usual. Its huge head poked out first, and the mud on the bank was sunk in a large area, and it looked around vigilantly before crawling towards the shore. Just as it relaxed and advanced a few meters along the usual route, a cold light suddenly burst out from under the mud, and a hard bone knife pierced straight up and inserted into its huge head. The bone knife vibrated violently, shaking the fire in its skull out of its eyes. The force from the bone knife was extremely powerful, and then it even shattered its head, removing a quarter of it alive. Frightened and angry, the evil Zhao hurriedly backed away, while Xiao rushed out of the mud, hugged the quarter of the skull in his arms, quickly absorbed the fire inside, and the fire in its own skull suddenly became much brighter. After seeing the opponent clearly, the evil Zhao was furious. Although this weak creature, although the fire seed is still powerful, it can't compare with it. It is really unforgivable to dare to attack it. Although it was huge, it wasn't very clumsy. Xiao rushed forward quickly. Xiao didn't want to face it head-on, so he quickly backed away, and at the same time he threw the skull in his hand at the evil dragon provocatively. The huge dragon was really enraged. The fire in the skull danced, and 2 terrifying rays of light shot out from its eyes. Like a steamroller, the trees kept falling down and the fallen leaves fluttered away from the pond and into the area with towering ancient trees. The giant trees here are difficult to be broken by the evil dragons, and due to the dense ancient trees and limited open space, the huge evil dragons are severely restricted. Its speed is forced to slow down, and sometimes it even gets stuck among the giant trees. Until this time, it gradually calmed down, but it was too late. Xiao had already started to fight back. The bone knife in his hand was as fast as a thunderbolt, and in a short moment, he removed more than 20 sections of the evil dragon's giant tail. Although the evil dragon was twisting vigorously, trying to use the huge tailbone under the carrion to tear off the opponent's body, it was disappointed. This opponent was more agile than any powerful opponent it had encountered before. It moved like the wind and shot like lightning. It didn't look like a skeleton at all, but like a goshawk flying with flesh and blood. In the short moment it was stuck, its huge tail and 1 hind paw were removed by the bone knife, and its mobility was greatly restricted. When the evil Zhao finally rushed out of the narrow space, it sadly found that the situation had not become optimistic. With 3 legs and no tail, its movements were greatly restricted, while its opponent moved like the wind and attacked more fiercely. Click! Another hind paw was removed, and the evil Zhao went crazy, but there was nothing he could do. The adversary is too intelligent in combat, always swimming with it, not getting close at all, slowly removing important parts of its body, trying to completely lose its ability to move. Although it has seen through it now, it is powerless to change anything. With only 2 front paws left, it is slow to drive itself crazy, watching the opponent slowly dismember it, leaving only a huge mutilated skull in the forest. The evil dragon was extremely angry. The opponent was obviously far inferior to it, but it had such a result, it felt very aggrieved. However, it didn't despair. If the opponent hacked its skull with a bone knife at close range, it would let all the fire rush out without hesitation and devour the opponent. However, the nasty skeleton surprised him again. He moved a hard stone of several tens of kilograms, quickly climbed up a big tree, and then slammed it down from above. Boom! Although the broken skull of the evil dragon was not broken, a small crack appeared. If it could howl, it would roar wildly at this moment, and curse fiercely. What kind of fucking skeleton is this? Bang! 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 Once, twice, after dozens of times, the skull of the evil dragon was finally smashed to pieces, and the fire seed was also split. Only then did Xiao start to absorb the powerful fire seed. Bright rays of light filled Xiao's skull, throbbing, and at the same time its body was strengthened and became harder, especially the skull that originally belonged to it was even more shiny and flickering. The exuberant fire is like a bright light, indicating that Xiao has become a powerful existence in this area, and he is a top-notch master besides the king. From then on, it can fight fiercely with the strong in an open and above-board manner, without always having to worry about it. As the fire became more and more vigorous, after Xiao became a strong man in this area, his behavior became less and less like the same kind. Xiao would often climb to the crown of the tree on a moonlit night, looking up at the moon in the sky, letting the bright moonlight fall. It fell into silence for a long time, and sometimes it lasted a whole night. Can there be a song of the past? Can it have a glorious past? How can I remember you? It is sometimes lost, sometimes confused, and sometimes painful, as if the memory that has already dissipated is still in my heart. Days and nights, joys and sorrows, how to remember the past? It became more tenacious, never gave up, and worked hard to make itself stronger. Even though this secluded forest was full of dangers, it worked hard to grow up. It has been several months since he killed the evil Zhao. In the process, Xiao killed several other strong men of the same level, but there was no qualitative transformation, and the fire was growing slowly. Now Xiao gradually understands that killing a strong person whose fire is strong in him can make him stronger after devouring it, but if he absorbs the fire of a strong person of the same level, he needs to accumulate a lot. Half a year had passed like this. Xiao used various methods to bring out his unique fighting talent to the extreme. After killing nearly 30 creatures of the same level, the fire broke through again and became more vigorous, like a ball of dancing divine fire burning in the skull. The king who has been avoiding this area since Xiao's awakening until now has not been discovered by it. Xiao felt that in 3 to 5 years, he might have the strength to challenge the king. However, it really wanted to get such an opportunity right away, so it began to observe the habits of the king from a distance. King often goes out to collect fire seeds, and the creatures in this area are weaker than it, which cannot meet its needs for advancement. Only by harvesting 30 fire seeds from a person of the same level can he barely advance to a higher level, and if he accidentally defeats a high-level person, 1 fire seed is enough for a lower-level person to advance to a higher level. The creatures in the secluded forest rarely dare to leapfrog the level to challenge, because if they are committing suicide, the most common occurrences are battles between the same level. It is relatively safe to kill 30 people of the same level to advance. Of course, it's only relatively speaking. Who can kill 30 strong men who are not much weaker than themselves? In the vast and boundless secluded forest, it is difficult to survive, and it is even more cruel to want to grow up. Nearly 2 years later, Xiao was no longer limited to this area, and began to haunt the surrounding territories. Using various methods, he finally killed 30 creatures of the same level again, and advanced to the next level with difficulty. The fire in the skull was as bright as a divine flame, burning vigorously, and the entire skull was reflected in a transparent light, making it stronger. Although the body skeleton that didn't belong to him was becoming stronger, it was obviously not as fluid as the skull. Up to now, Xiao is only 1 level lower than the king in this area, and has killed almost all of the same level nearby. Wang is obviously also aware of the abnormality, and often sweeps this area, hoping to get rid of unknown hidden dangers in his territory. However, Xiao had already hid in the territory of a nearby king. It didn't come back until the weather calmed down, and began to pay close attention to every move of the king. It has been 7 years since Xiao woke up. With his own talent, he has experienced many trials of death, survived with difficulty, and has become a strong man next to the king in this area. In the 7th year, it finally got its chance. In the past few years, every time Wang went out, he returned injured. After all, he was challenging a strong player of the same level. It has to be said that the king of this region is a very talented existence. In the past few years, it has harvested 11 fire seeds, but each time it has paid a high price for itself. Apparently it encountered a strong enemy today, but it didn't gain anything. One of its arms was broken, all the carrion from its body fell off, its rotten wings were also torn, and there were several terrifying cracks in its spine. The skeleton of its body might fall apart at any time. As soon as Wang returned to his territory, he began to look for a suitable skeleton to replace his body that was about to collapse. At this moment, a huge boulder suddenly flew violently. It is a very talented and strong man. Although it was seriously injured, it still discovered the danger at the first time, and quickly hid to the side. With a boom, the huge boulder broke a towering tree. Hoo-hoo, the wind kept ringing, and several thousand jin boulders came continuously. There was a serious problem with Wang's body, and he couldn't avoid it completely. Although the boulder was shattered, its body couldn't bear it anymore. The cracked spine shattered and shattered. It fell headfirst to the ground, losing contact with the lower half of its body. Then, heavy boulders kept coming, and its skull, which already had cracks, might be smashed open at any time. In the end, its head was finally smashed and suffered severe injuries. At this time, Xiao held the bone knife and rushed over quickly, not daring to get close to the king, but swift as lightning, cut off all the towering old trees nearby with the bone knife, allowing the just rising morning glow to shine into the forest. At the level of king, it is no longer afraid of the sun. But today is a bit special, it has suffered heavy injuries, although the sun can't hurt it for a short time, but it still played a role, making it a little restrained, and the movement of the single arm that can move is slow. Xiao was smeared with mud all over to avoid being exposed to the sun, and hit him with a huge boulder at close range. Occasionally, when he found an opportunity, he would rush over with a bone knife and quickly slash with the knife. Bang bang bang, click, click. The king's body was completely disassembled by Xiao, and finally his head was smashed into pieces. The exuberant fire was torn apart. Cowering in the sun, Xiao Chen quickly rushed to grab a piece of broken skull, and returned to the dark area to absorb the fire attached to it. This was a sumptuous fire feast, and it took Xiao a few hours to completely absorb the powerful fire of the king. Fortunately, he had killed all the strong players of the same level in this area, otherwise there would definitely be many creatures competing with it. Even so, there are many weak fire creatures gathered around, watching everything that happened here. Roar-a! There was a violent roar in the distance, the trees shook, and the endless fire creature knelt down in fright. The king of the adjacent area seemed to have sensed something, and rushed over quickly. However, it came a step late after all, just in time to see the completion of Xiao Jin's rank. Xiao's skull was crystal clear, and the fire inside was beating like a bright sun, very dazzling, until it calmed down. The fire was as holy and powerful as a bright moon. All the fire creatures in this area witnessed the birth of a new king, and trembled. The king in the adjacent area gave a roar and retreated unwillingly. It felt that today was not a good day for fighting. Standing in the sun, Xiao felt warm, which he had never felt before. He was finally promoted to the new king, no longer afraid of the sun, and the nearby fire creatures bowed down to him. The fire was vigorous and blazing, it was an unquenchable divine fire, and it had more than 20 times stronger power than before. And his skeleton has also undergone significant changes. The skull is crystal clear, like beautiful jade, and 7 crystal neck bones grow downward. Yes, the same crystal clear neck bone grew out of his own skull, replacing the neck bone of the original skeleton, obviously many times stronger than the underlying skeleton. Obviously, as it continues to grow stronger, it can grow its own bones. Xiao decided to leave this vast and boundless forest, and take a look at the outside world. The secluded forest is really too big. It took a whole year and many trials of life and death before it passed through the king's territory and walked out of this vast forest. And in the process, he saw a more powerful existence, but he didn't challenge it, because it was waiting to die. After passing through the secluded forest, in front of you is a huge mountain thousands of meters high, which is bare and barren, like a dead mountain without life. On this moonlit night, Xiao climbed to the top of the mountain. The moonlight was like water, falling softly. Xiao stared at the bright moon. The source of the fire seemed to be ignited. With a boom, its fire rushed out of the skull, flying like an immortal phoenix. The moonlight condensed and merged into the fire, making the fire phoenix more riotous, and then burst into a brilliant light, rushing back into the skull, as if opening a long-sealed mysterious door. Xiao Ning stared at the bright moon in a daze. One picture after another came to his mind. Everything in the past resurfaced from the source. It murmured and sent out mental fluctuations, saying, I am Xiao Chen, I am not dead. I am alive. Xiao Chen stood up and screamed to the sky. Although it was not a real voice, the mental fluctuations penetrated farther, and the sky was turbulent. There were also bursts of terrifying mental fluctuations in the distance, as if responding to his long roar. It was even more grand and violent. Xiao Chen seemed to have a psychic at this moment. The moment he returned to his original source, his spiritual sense was extremely sharp. In an instant, he saw several huge demon palaces distributed within 100 miles ahead, and there were terrifying strong men inside. They were obviously much stronger than the king in the secluded forest. And far ahead, there is an even more magnificent castle, and he even vaguely saw the magic city. The most surprising thing is that there seems to be an unimaginable fluctuation in the deepest part of the endless continent, and people can't help but explore it. This is something he has been vaguely aware of before, as if calling for power from all directions. The aura passed away in a flash, and Xiao Chen quit that wonderful state, and could no longer perceive everything in the distance. I'm not dead, no, I'm already dead. He stood on the top of the mountain like a stone statue for a long time. After a long time, Xiao Chen stretched out a bone arm and stroked the white skeleton. There was no flesh and blood, he was already a white skeleton. I want to live, I want to be resurrected. Xiao Chen clenched his fists tightly. How many years have passed since he fell into the magic well? How are your old friends? Have the adversaries all grown stronger? Do they still remember the opponent who beat the strongest in the world to lose their voice? Xiao Chen looked up at the sky and fell into silence. What he lost was not only his flesh and blood, but also his soul power. Only the original source of his spiritual consciousness remained. Still, that's enough. As long as he is still alive and absorbs the fire continuously, his soul power can naturally recover quickly. The realm of spiritual consciousness is still there, and now it only needs to send power to the container. Is this the world under the magic well? Xiao Chen looked at the earth. What would be ahead? Unconsciously, he thought of King Qinguang, King Yama, and King Samsara, who are now the same as them. The three kings disappeared in the Devil's Plain at the beginning, and I don't know if we can meet them again. Perhaps it was already preordained somewhere that he would use this opportunity to explore the world under the magic well. In the end, Xiao Chen fell silent, and a clear figure always appeared in his mind since he completely woke up. Before Qingqing disappeared, she was always smiling, and the picture seemed to be frozen in that moment forever. There is a girl named Qingqing, who is bright and ethereal. Xiao Chen looked at the bright moon in the distance, and there were bursts of mental fluctuations. The icy muscles contain jade bones, and the red powder turns into loess. Don't be Qingqing today, we will meet again in the next life. Then, he stood up abruptly. Moving forward, he needed to move forward. Brothers, please support with monthly tickets and recommended tickets. Chapter 348 Metamorphosis, Eucharist. Roar. From a distant unknown area, there was a scalp-numbing scream. This was not a mental fluctuation, but a real roar. There is no doubt that this is an extremely powerful existence, and the surrounding area that was shocked by the noisy mental fluctuations immediately quieted down. Xiao Chen also stopped walking on the giant mountain. Night is the time when fire creatures like to hang out. If he is in a hurry to get on the road, he may encounter danger. Based on feeling, the outside world seems to be more dangerous than in the secluded forest, and the fire creatures are more powerful. It must be carefully planned, otherwise it will be impossible to survive. What he needs most now is to make the fire burn more vigorously, and strive to improve his own strength. Only by growing continuously can he survive. Sure enough, after a short period of silence, the night of death, belonging to fire creatures descended. The strong began to attack, and the weak began to resist. On the plain in front of the giant mountain, the fire flickered, as if there were fireflies, scattered in various areas. Moreover, there are more and more lights from fireflies, roaring sound waves continue to come, the tranquility is completely broken, and the most powerful terrifying existence in this area is no longer stopped. This is the night when they are bound to haunt. On the great plain under the night sky, there seem to be endless faint stars shining, as if the stars in the sky are reflected on the ground. Xiao Chen stood on the top of the mountain, looking down at the endless fire below, and kept calculating in his heart. On the Great Plains, there are a few particularly bright fires in every area, and they move very fast, like meteors constantly passing through the sky at night. This is a strong enemy. Xiao Chen found that after the king in the forest went to the outside world, he could no longer be called a king, and his advantage was gone. Every region had existences stronger than the king. And if he continued to go deep into the mainland, the difference in strength might be even greater, especially since there were clearly several temples within 100 miles, which made him even more aware of the threat to survival. At this moment, he did not participate in the brutal competition as in the past, but sat on the top of the giant mountain and thought a lot silently, formulating a route for survival and growth, and thinking about how to truly resurrect. The pure white moonlight was flowing like water waves, and the whole giant mountain was covered with a layer of milky white halo, gently lingering like thin smoke, plain and hazy, harmonious and peaceful. Xiao Chen quietly looked up at the bright moon in the sky, and the white bones all over his body were bathed in the moonlight, flashing a little bit of crystal light. It wasn't until dawn that the restless Great Plains gradually calmed down, the fire creatures gradually dissipated, and the flickering light continued to go out, each hiding their whereabouts. The darkness before dawn was exceptionally quiet, and it was not until after dawn that Xiao Chen stood up and began to walk down the giant mountain. In the early morning, on the empty Great Plain, there was a lifeless scene, surrounded by a faint mist. Looking forward, the bones everywhere are like white snow, dressing up the earth as a white world. There were all kinds of skeletons, including the skeletons of wild beasts, ranging in size from 1 or 2 meters to more than 10 meters. What surprised Xiao Chen was that he also saw many human skeletons. Moreover, there are many decayed swords and swords among the endless bones, and the almost obliterated armor has been eroded so badly that only some fragments remain. This looks like an ancient battlefield. Could it be that there is a human world ahead? This made Xiao Chen's heart skip a beat. The morning glow is rising, gradually dispelling the mist, but it is difficult to change this lifeless world. The sun is shining on the bones, and this area that is suspected to be an ancient battlefield is quiet. Xiao Chen found that most of the bones had no fire, obviously they were losers and had already been swallowed by the strong. However, he also felt that there were fire creatures lurking under many piles of bones, and there were many strong ones among them. It's just that they hate sunlight and are used to moving at night, so they hide. Crash! Xiao Chen used the hard bone knife in his hand to pick apart a pile of white bones, exposing a not weak fire creature below, and when the opponent pounced forward, he split open its skull and absorbed the fire. Growing up, he needs to grow up quickly. Contrary to the habit of fire creatures getting tired of daytime activities, he began to intensively collect powerful fire. Within a radius of tens of miles, there were actually white bones without any breath of life, and then there was the towering bone hall, which was obviously a forbidden area, and ordinary fire creatures dared not even take half a step closer. Xiao Chen understood the situation in front of him. If he wanted to move forward, he must have the corresponding strength, otherwise he would just die in vain. Therefore, he gradually calmed down, and started to make himself stronger as calmly as in the secluded forest. Time flies, and a whole year flies by. No matter it is day or night, he haunts the surroundings, not going to the powerful restricted area, but harvesting fire in an absolutely safe area. Xiao Chen finally advanced again. The fire was blazing and burning in the skull, like a shining star in the dark night. Moreover, the bones that really belonged to him began to grow again, and the collarbone and shoulder blades were completely born from the skull and neck bones, which were crystal clear and smooth, like jade, replacing the original pieced-together parts. This is a real transformation. But as he grows stronger, troubles also follow. After the fire is strong, the breath of a strong man can be easily captured by the strong around him, and he is facing constant challenges of life and death. The duel between strong players of similar strength is a life and death fight every time. If it is an ordinary fire creature, it may be difficult to maintain victory all the time, and it will be advanced after absorbing enough fire. However, Xiao Chen has an advantage. He has already recalled his previous life. Even if his previous combat skills were not supported by vitality, he could not use terrifying energy. However, agility and techniques are still there, which can maximize combat power. At the same time, he began to think about how to suppress the exuberant light of the fire, and after several months of trying, he finally figured out some methods slowly. He found that some powerful fire creatures also have this ability, which shows that they are no longer pure bone creatures, but have opened their intelligence to a certain extent. 2 full years later, Xiao Chen finally defeated 30 powerful fire creatures of the same level and advanced again. In addition to Huozi becoming stronger, the skeleton of the upper body has been completely replaced with his own jade bones. Huozi has become stronger, and the jade bones that really belong to him are also growing at an accelerated rate. Roar! Tens of miles away, a terrifying roar came from the direction of the bone hall, and the tinder creatures with a radius of dozens of miles trembled tremblingly. Xiao Chen was keenly aware of the abnormality, and listened attentively. After a while, the roaring sounded again, and there was an extremely powerful being fighting in front of him. They were fighting for the fire. This is a cruel and realistic growth path. The howling sound became more and more fierce, and the battle was very fierce. Xiao Chen stood under the night sky and stared into the distance, and then he took a firm step forward in the bone ground with a hard bone knife. The light in his eyes became brighter and brighter, and his goal pointed directly at the bone hall 10 miles away. The opportunity is rare. The most powerful fire creatures in this vast area are fighting. If he doesn't seize the opportunity at this moment, it will make him regret for several years. The moonlight is bright, and the ancient battlefield is lit with fire, and the night that belongs to fire creatures is cruel. Now, besides being unable to fly, Xiao Chen's speed is as fast as lightning, and he walks silently without a trace of stiffness, and there is no sound from his joints. He has transformed into a powerful fighter. Except for the strong ones in several bone temples, he is already the strongest existence that can be called king within 100 miles. Xiao Chen was like a shooting star in the night sky, running fast. His body turned into a beam of light, piercing through the bones of the earth. Tens of miles away seemed to be close at hand, and soon he arrived with a bone knife. The bone hall, made entirely of white bones, is more than 10 meters high and shaped like the head of an evil spirit. The gate is just the huge mouth of the evil spirit. It seems to be roaring, and the gloomy breath is permeating. However, most of the bone hall has been demolished. Not far away, two powerful fire creatures are fighting fiercely. A kindling creature has a pair of rotten wings, and its body shape is similar to that of a normal person, but the whole bone is shining with bursts of brilliant light, as if a lot of starlight has condensed, and the brilliance is flowing, very much like the skeleton of an angel after death. The other kindling creature actually looks like a big spider, the size of a house, with dense bones, and the kindling is extremely blazing, like a raging fire. A very strange and terrifying powerhouse. How could a spider have a real skeleton? It should have been pieced together by the fire creature itself, and after being nourished by the powerful fire, it grew into such a strange shape. Among the two powerhouses, Bone Angel is the master of this bone hall, and it is at a disadvantage at this moment. The giant white bone spider's 8 legs were like 8 sharp long knives, and they swung at the same time, forming a dense network of knives, and the snow-white light was extraordinarily gorgeous under the moonlit night. The surrounding white bones or boulders will be completely shattered if they are slightly touched, making it indestructible. Although the fire creature in the form of an angel is also very powerful, it holds 2 thick bone swords in its hands, but after all it is somewhat invincible. Relying on it to flap its pair of huge rotten wings, it can fly in the low air and use soaring to make up for its lack of combat power. Obviously, they have been fighting for a long time, and the surroundings have been razed to the ground. No matter what objects they touch, they will be shattered. At this moment, the giant 8-legged white bone spider was suddenly knocked to the ground, and 2 thick and long snow-white bone swords slashed down, and the bone angel's eyes burst into radiant fire. But at this time, an accident happened. The giant bone spider spread its 8 legs together, and used its 7 giant legs to block the 2 bone swords and the feet that the angel stepped on. The close combat began, and 2 powerful terrifying creatures were entangled together, rolling back and forth in the smoke and dust, and their respective fires continued to burst out with brilliant light, trying to devour each other. Their bodies have all suffered severe injuries, and cracks have already appeared in the powerful skeletons that gleamed with brilliance. Xiao Chen watched all this quietly, waiting for the best opportunity. But at this moment, a violent and terrifying wave came. A mighty giant lion skeleton was as huge as several elephants superimposed together. Xiao Chen is not the only fisherman. This huge Lion King skeleton is no less powerful than the Bone Angel and the 8-legged spider. It is very likely that it is the strong man in another bone palace. Within a radius of 100 miles, there are 4 huge bone halls, occupying the 4 most powerful beings on this ancient battlefield. The giant Lion King wants to reap the benefits of the fisherman, but the Bone Angel and the giant spider are obviously also intelligent fire creatures. They have been enlightened for many years. They made the most sensible decision at the first time, separated in an instant, and attacked the huge bone lion at the same time. The 4 bone temples have been standing for many years, and the 4 powerful fire creatures have been restrained and did not attack each other, but everything changed tonight, and a tragic fire broke out. Although both the Bone Angel and the giant spider suffered heavy losses, they were not at a disadvantage because the 2 were weak and the other was strong. Boom! The rocks pierced through the air, and the smoke and dust filled the fields. 3 terrifying fire creatures fought fiercely, destroying everything around them with a destructive force. The battle lasted for half an hour. In the end, the bones of the three parties were all broken apart, and even the skulls were already cracked. The three terrifying fire creatures were torn apart on the ground, and no one could do anything to the other. This is an excellent opportunity. Xiao Chen feels that if he rushes over, they will definitely be able to harvest their fire. But he didn't act rashly, because he knew that there were 4 bone temples in this 100-mile area, and now there were only 3 kings, and there was only 1 king left. If that guy was spying secretly, he would definitely die if he went out at this moment. Roar-a! A deep roar sounded, a pile of bones was torn apart, and a tall fire creature rushed out, quickly rushing towards the 3 terrifying kings. Immediately afterwards, in all directions, 7 powerful fire creatures jumped out in a row and rushed towards the field. A fierce battle broke out there. 8 powerful fire creatures were vying and fighting, and the 3 terrifying kings whose skulls were about to crack did not sit still. But in the end, the heads of the 3 horror kings were smashed, and the fire was scattered, and the 5 surviving fire creatures started a frenzied battle, trying to monopolize the incomparably precious fire. Xiao Chen was very puzzled. Why didn't the 4th horror king appear? It is completely effortless to come out to clean up the battle situation now. Could it be that it really has not come? When he saw 5 powerful fire creatures falling down continuously, and finally only 2 strong ones were left barely standing there, Xiao Chen no longer hesitated and rushed over decisively. The 2 powerful fire creatures were originally weaker than Xiao Chen, but now they have suffered heavy injuries. They are already at the end of their strength. How can they stop Xiao Chen, who has been recuperating all the time? The bone knife drew a terrifying white light, like a comet illuminating the earth, although there was no flash of the knife, but it condensed the knife intent in Xiao Chen's heart, which can be called terrifying. A powerful slash with a powerful knife immediately shattered a cracked white bone, leaving only a shattered tinder on the ground. The second knife cut directly broke the legs of another skeleton, and then a diagonal cut split the skull of this skeleton into 2 halves. The scene became quiet. Although there were many relatively weak fire creatures staring in the distance, none of them dared to step forward. This was a feast for the strong. While quickly absorbing the fire, Xiao Chen pierced through all the broken skulls with a bone knife, and collected the fire attached to it. There is no sense of security for him here. He collected all the fire seeds and prepared to find a place to absorb them. Of course, the time in this process cannot be wasted. He began to absorb fire seeds during the retreat. Xiao Chen didn't stop until he walked hundreds of miles away from the bone hall, exited the ancient battlefield, and approached the giant mountain. He began to absorb the fire with all his strength, and it took several hours before he completely absorbed the fire of the bone angel. The moment it was completed, the divine fire in Xiao Chen's skull was exceptionally bright, rushing out from the skull directly, like a dazzling starlight piercing the sky. Then, the gorgeous divine light turned into a blazing light and rushed back into his skull. At the same time, his whole body was shrouded in a hazy light. The pelvis and lower limbs that did not belong to him collapsed in an instant, and then the upper half of the crystal-clear skeleton began to extend downwards, growing rapidly, and finally the pelvis and legs condensed and formed, growing out intact. At this moment, his whole body was crystal clear, every bone in his body shone with brilliance, and all the bones that truly belonged to him grew out. The degree of hardness far exceeds that of the pieced-together skeleton, and the 2 hands are as sharp as knives, easily inserted into the rock next to it. Roar-a! Xiao Chen couldn't help letting out a long howl. His spirit fluctuated in all directions, and there was not a single provocative responder. Many weak fires in the distance witnessed all this with trepidation. There is no doubt that Xiao Chen has been promoted to the terrifying king of this region, and is at the same level as the powerful existences in the 4 bone temples. However, 3 of the strong men in the 4 bone halls have already buried their corpses here. Xiao Chen did not waste any time and began to absorb the fire from the bone spider and the giant lion king. Since he has advanced to this level of horror king, Xiao Chen didn't spend a long time absorbing the fire that the 2 powerhouses split apart. Of course, the other tinder brought back was not spared. Although it would be difficult to break through again without harvesting 30 terrifying kings of the same level, Xiao Chen still experienced obvious changes after absorbing these fire seeds. When the fire was fluctuating, it was as dazzling as a blazing sun, and when it was silent, it was as silent as a holy moon. However, the bones of his whole body shone with blue brilliance, and the bones underwent an astonishing transformation, crystal clear like blue crystals. Perhaps, it can also be described as a blue diamond. It is indeed beautiful and transparent like a blue diamond, shining brightly under the light of the stars and the moon. Xiao Chen didn't know why such a transformation happened, picked up the hard bone knife that had been with him for several years, stretched out 2 fingers and cut lightly. The thick bone knife broke silently, as if cut off by a heavenly knife. The section was extremely smooth. The powerful bones, like those carved from blue diamonds, are unimaginably hard and radiate brilliant brilliance. Xiao Chen lost the bone knife. Now his crystal clear bone body is the most powerful weapon. This is his own body. Completely discarding the assembled skeletons of other people, Xiao Chen felt that the whole blue and yin-yang skeleton was extraordinarily agile and powerful, as if a punch could pierce a huge mountain. Although lost in the world of the magic well, Xiao Chen didn't feel decadent at all. On the contrary, he was full of strong confidence. This is a holy place for cultivation. If this continues, he may be promoted to an unimaginable level. Under the moonlight, he took a step forward, aiming at the last bone temple 100 miles away. Now that he is so powerful, he is no longer afraid of that terrifying king of the same level. He wants to try how strong he is. On the way, all the fire creatures were overwhelmed by his powerful aura and surrendered and retreated one after another. Harvest the fire of that dreadful king, and it's time for him to hit the road again. Chapter 349 Life Source Liquid. In the ancient battlefield in the middle of the night, fireflies are dotted, that is the presence of fire creatures, and tragedies of the weak and the strong take place every night. The helplessness of survival and the cruelty of competition are vividly reflected. Xiao Chen's bones were like carved blue diamonds, crystal clear and shining. He walked unhurriedly in the night sky, although it looked leisurely, but the pace was 7 or 8 meters, but the speed was very fast. In the land of bones, the fire creatures retreated one after another, and the powerful fire of the blue diamond bone frightened all directions, and no one dared to challenge the majesty of the terrifying king. At this speed, Bailey seemed to be close at hand, and soon saw a bone palace, shaped like a huge goshawk, with huge white bone wings spread out, and it was tens of meters long. In this misty and evil-spirited forest, there is a ray of light shining, which looks very mysterious and evil. As early as 10 miles away from here, Xiao Chen quieted the powerful fire, like a star, eternally condensed. Looking up at the huge bone goshawk, with a light leap, he soared 8 or 9 meters high, and landed silently in the bone hole. Although he has no flesh and blood, he walks lightly and silently, and the blue diamond bone body shines a little bit in the bone hall. Without any hesitation, Xiao Chen strode forward. After his strength increased greatly, he could compete with the most powerful fire creatures on this ancient battlefield of Bailey. There were bursts of mental fluctuations from the depths of the bone hall, and the sound of clenching teeth could be heard. The fire creatures in the bone hall seemed to be enduring great pain. Xiao Chen felt a little surprised by the sight that came into view. A fire creature with a human face and a hawk body was 3 meters high, and its bones were as white as jade, but its shape looked a little hideous and frightening. It was half lying in the bone hall in pain. One bone wing was as dexterous as a palm, tightly clutching a small gourd polished from white bones, as if it was enduring great pain. The small white bone gourd is only 3 inches high, and there is a sound of liquid swaying in it, emitting a crystal green light, which sets off the whole bone hall in a piece of green, like being in a dense green forest, but it also sets off the gloomy light of the fire creature with a human face and a hawk body, which is very scary. This powerful kindling creature actually dripped the green liquid from the white bone gourd onto the kindling in the skull. The crystal clear green liquid seemed to be flowing like chalcedony, and also seemed to be shining like endless stars, which was extremely gorgeous. The green liquid was poured into the skull from the eye sockets, and after merging with the fire, it made a chugging sound like hot droplets meeting ice and snow. Tonight, it has no time to clone, and the reason is this. But what is it doing? This is simply masochistic. Xiao Chen was puzzled. The green liquid was as bright as jade and brilliant as clouds, but it did so much damage to the fire seed. The fire seed of the human-faced eagle body fire seed was originally filled in the entire skull, but at this moment it was more than half melted. The crystal green light emitted by the green liquid made its skull look like jasper, but the fire was like ice and snow on the fire, and it might completely melt away at any time. Xiao Chen was greatly surprised by this behavior. He resisted the impulse and waited and watched quietly. The owner of the bone hall endured great pain, and finally dropped the last drop of green liquid into the skull. With the sound of chi-chi, its fire melted and shrunk a little. It sent out extremely painful mental fluctuations, appearing to be sluggish, as if it would be wiped out at any time. However, at this time, Xiao Chen also keenly noticed that the shrunken fire became more and more holy and crystal clear, as if it had been tempered once. The fire creature with a human face and a hawk body lay quietly halfway on the bone ground, as if concentrating on improving the purity of the fire. A trace of black evil breath dissipated from his skull, but the fire became more and more holy. It seems to completely erase all the marks of death and regenerate. What green liquid is this? Xiao Chen was surprised that there was such a miraculous effect. But at this time, he didn't want to waste any more time, and strode into the bone hall. The blue diamond bone shone with light, and the hawk-faced fire creature was taken aback. A powerful enemy invaded the bone hall, and it felt the seriousness of the situation. It stood up in an instant, but its body trembled and almost fell down. It was obvious that its condition was not very good. At the critical moment of tempering the fire, an uninvited guest invaded it, and it was in an extremely dangerous situation. Blue Diamond. When the owner of the bone hall saw Xiao Chen, he was obviously taken aback, and actually sent out such mental fluctuations. What are you talking about? Xiao Chen asked calmly and unhurriedly. Blue diamonds are the basic qualifications to grow into an emperor. The owner of the bone hall was a little envious, but more hostile and guarded. When encountering fire creatures, most of them will face each other with life and death. What is the green liquid in the white bone gourd? This was the first time Xiao Chen communicated with the fire creature in this world. The fire creature with a human face and eagle body didn't answer, but spread its bone wings and attacked Xiao Chen. It was as swift as a white lightning. It was in poor physical condition and wanted to use offense instead of defense. The bone wings are comparable to the sharp blade of a magic weapon. They passed through the air, and there were bursts of piercing sounds, which even cut off a thick bone pillar in the bone hall. Xiao Chen was not afraid, did not retreat, but took a big step forward, stretched out his right hand like a blue crystal, put his 5 fingers together, stood up like a knife, and pushed forward. When the palm knife intersected with the bone and wing, making a clanging sound, and even a little spark came out. The fire creature with a human face and eagle body was shocked back 3 steps, but Xiao Chen followed up a big step, staring at the owner of the bone hall, and said, "Answer me." The fire-seated creature didn't answer, but instead quickly backed away, rushing towards the back of the bone hall, trying to break open the hall and escape. Xiao Chen took a step forward, with a distance of 7 or 8 meters, and he caught up in an instant. He didn't want to give the opponent a chance. A kindling creature with bone wings can fly, and it is equivalent to being trapped in a cage in the bone palace. The blue palm knife slashed out, driving a piece of dreamlike crystal brilliance, and slashed fiercely on the right wing of the fire creature with the human face and hawk body, hitting it a big somersault, but it was also very tricky, and took advantage of the momentum to volley into the bone wall. But Xiao Chen was faster than it, rushing towards it like a ray of blue light, grabbed its left wing, and when its sharp bone claws were tearing, he shook his hand and threw it back to the center of the bone hall. This is a formidable opponent. The hawk-faced fire creature is a little frightened. At this moment, its fire is extremely unstable, and it is really not suitable for a life-and-death battle. Tell me what that green liquid is. Whether you say it or not is dead, why should I tell you? Say it and I can let you go. The fire creature with the human face and hawk body sneered and said nothing. Although it was only a mental fluctuation, it could still feel its disdain. If you don't say it, you have no chance. Xiao Chen's murderous intent burst out, and the temperature in the whole bone palace dropped sharply, extremely cold. This is the source of life liquid, which contains the essence of life. Hearing the word, life, Xiao Chen's heart was shocked, and he asked, what does it do? For us, it is too effective. It can temper the fire, melt away all the evil breath, and only keep the holy original power. It can also temper the body. In short, there are many wonderful uses, and I don't know all about it. How did you get it? This is the key question, Xiao Chen really wants to know. In the past few years, I have killed several strong people of the same level, kept their fire seeds, and then exchanged them with others. How is this life source liquid produced? Nature is extracted from living things. What? Xiao Chen was startled, and asked, there are still living creatures in this world? Of course there are, but most of them are not easy to mess with. Where do they live? It's all in the depths of the mainland. These news were very important to Xiao Chen, who thought this was a dead world, but now he heard such news. It is said that we also have the opportunity to grow into real-life forms. Xiao Chen was extremely excited when the fire creature with a human face and a hawk body threw such a heavy news, and he knew that there was still hope for life under such circumstances. However, what to do to regenerate is obviously beyond the knowledge of the fire creature of the level of the harpy. Xiao Chen really wanted to learn more useful information from it, but the owner of the bone hall was not, Mr. Bai Xiao. Although it had already opened up its spiritual wisdom, its knowledge was limited, only limited to what it could understand at its level, and it knew nothing about everything in the depths of the mainland except for its deep awe. You said you would let me go, you won't break your promise. I keep my word. With the crystal blue knife in his hand, Xiao Chen cut through the white bone wall effortlessly, and then jumped out swiftly. The speed was as fast as lightning, leaving a blue brilliance on the bone land, and then disappeared on the distant horizon. Two strange rays of light shot out from the gloomy pupils of the harpy-faced tinder creature. It stood still quietly and began to concentrate on refining the tinder. After a quarter of an hour passed, it was completely perfect, the fire was compressed, but the essence was not lost, it became more condensed, and with a sudden movement, the divine fire burst out, making the whole bone hall bright. He looked up to the sky and let out a long howl, soaring from the entrance of the cave to the sky, chasing in the direction where Xiao Chen disappeared. After being tempered, the fire seed is extremely pure, and it is several % stronger than the original peak state. This is why it is exchanged for the source of life liquid. After that, it is almost invincible in the same level, and it can be more effective in harvesting this level of fire seed, so as to carry out a new transformation. The bone wings spread out, soaring high in the sky, billowing endless black mist, swift as lightning, and quickly chased 100 miles away. In the distance, I finally saw a blue diamond skull facing away from a field of bones. Without any hesitation, the fire creature with a human face and a hawk body almost extinguished the dancing fire, and then swooped down silently, trying to attack and kill Xiao Chen. Everything was perfect, and it approached the sky above Xiao Chen's head in an instant, and the sharp eagle claws fiercely tore at the crystal-clear blue skull. However, it didn't shake after a blow, and it suddenly realized what kind of bone it was, but it was still too late, because the other eagle claw had already clicked on the neck bone, trying to remove the skull and make it incapable of fighting. Everything is so perfect, the fire creature with the human-faced harpy body has already begun to think. After devouring the opponent's fire seed, it also occupies the body. The blue diamond bone body is much more perfect than its eagle body. But at this moment, it sensed a huge danger, and it was too late to avoid it. A pile of white bones next to it exploded, and a tall skeleton held a blue bone spear, which turned into a beam of light and rushed towards it like the legendary Hui's sky arrow. Immediately after the sound of the skull breaking came, the fire creature with the human face and eagle body fell down on the bone ground before it understood what was going on. The skull had been pierced by the hard ancient spear and shattered. People are harmless to tigers, but tigers are harmful to people. Fortunately, I am on guard against you. The crystal bone was indeed Xiao Chen's, but his spark flew out ahead of time, hidden in an ordinary skeleton, and set up a trap here. It was the first time I talked with the fire creature. Since Xiao Chen had made a promise to it, he didn't want to kill it again. He didn't want the other party to chase him down and had to take action. The opponent didn't have time to destroy his bone body. Xiao Chen's fire returned to the blue diamond-like skull, absorbed the replaced ball of fire, and regained control of his own body. Then, the blue rib that was removed and used as a bone spear was placed back. Naturally, he would not let go of the powerful fire in front of him, and absorbed it unceremoniously. It was an extremely pure and holy soul power, as crystal clear as moonlight, as soft as water waves, and it slowly merged into Xiao Chen's fire, and he clearly felt that his own strength had increased by 20%, which was definitely higher than those of the same rank. This is a singular change. You must know that the strength of the same class is similar. Only by absorbing 30 fire seeds of the same level can one advance to the rank, but in this process, the strength will never change much. Only at the moment of advancement, the strength will be significantly improved by a large amount. All of this should be the reason for the life source liquid. As a result, the blue diamond bone body is moistened and hardened. Xiao Chen decided to bid farewell to this ancient battlefield and continue to move forward to find the way of resurrection. Although he is in a dead world, he feels fulfilled every day because he is slowly getting stronger. Now his strength is hard to measure. After all, he has no flesh and blood, so it is difficult to use the method of the past, and the power of fire is hard to measure. But there is no doubt that his bones at this moment are much stronger than before. Once his flesh and blood are revived, his combat power will definitely be stronger than before. To become stronger, this is the goal he is chasing. The land ahead was barren of grass, and the soil was reddish-brown, as if it had been soaked in blood. Although there are not bones everywhere, 1 or 2 skeletons can always be found every 20 or 30 meters. After entering this area, the fire creatures were obviously much stronger. In just a few days, he had already discovered more than a dozen powerful fire creatures of the same level as him, and he even saw strong people walking together several times. Xiao Chen was a little surprised, so he was not in a hurry to act. He vaguely felt that there was some inexplicable and dangerous force in this land. He is observing, trying to figure out everything in this area. For half a month, Xiao Chen avoided all kinds of dangers, and finally he had almost explored. There are 2 eerie old castles in this area with a radius of 500 miles. There are unpredictable and terrifying existences in them, and the powerful atmosphere is full of oppression. Fortunately, he was not in a hurry to make a move, because the fire creatures with a radius of 500 miles belong to the 2 ancient castles and were organized. If you act rashly and leave clues, you may lead to a terrible pursuit. There are more and more challenges, there are already castle organizations, and will there be more powerful city-states further ahead? What else will he find in the end? On the 17th day, after he had traveled all over the land within a radius of 500 miles, he discovered the 3rd castle. In the end, the castle gave him a great shock, because he saw a flesh and blood person walking out of the castle. Chapter 350 Flesh and Blood. The majestic and towering ancient castle is entirely made of reddish-brown boulders, as if it has been infected by blood. It occupies a very large area and is surrounded by black mist. It looks gloomy and terrifying from a distance. At the same time, a man of flesh and blood walked out of the magnificent and terrifying castle, which was quite different from the usual fire creatures, but it was difficult to see the whole picture because of the black mist. He glanced coldly in Xiao Chen's direction, and 2 cold bloody lights suddenly burst out from his eyes, which was breathtaking. This is definitely a powerful existence, making the hearts of nearby tinder creatures tremble, and there is an urge to worship. Fortunately, he didn't continue to scan this side, and quickly withdrew his gaze. He took a step forward, a full 20 meters, like a bolt of lightning, quickly disappeared at the end of the earth. A terrifying powerhouse, hard to fathom. The gate of the ancient castle was wide open, and it was extremely silent, without any sound, like an empty castle without an owner. Xiao Chen watched quietly from a distance, and after waiting for a long time, he did not see any kindling creatures coming in and out. He vaguely felt that something was wrong. It's too quiet, it's a very abnormal phenomenon, how could there be no coercion from the strong in such a powerful castle? After waiting for a long time, Xiao Chen strode forward and walked straight into the majestic castle. What he saw in front of him surprised him. The broken bones all over the ground were all killed by one blow. The skulls were shattered, and the fire splashed everywhere. There was a dead silence in the empty castle, and some were just wreckage. Xiao Chen was deeply shocked. He rushed in hastily. What he saw along the way was like this: the skulls of all the fire creatures were smashed. Is this all the work of that flesh and blood man just now? It's horrible, it's like stepping into no one's land. When they rushed into the central hall of the ancient castle, everything was so terrifying. More than a dozen powerful fire creatures lay dead on the ground, and in front of the throne in the center of the hall, a crystal crown shattered to the ground, and its owner's head was even more torn apart. All destroyed. All the fire creatures in the entire castle were killed. This scene can be described as breathtaking and frightening. Was everything the work of the strong man who had just left? His strength is truly terrifying and frightening. What is the background of that person? Why did they show such drastic means? Although that person seemed to have flesh and blood, Xiao Chen was not sure that it was a living person, and could only be classified as an unidentified powerful existence. The owner of the castle is a fallen angel, covered in carrion, with a pair of jet black wings growing on its back. It obviously resisted with all its strength, but in the end it lost. As for the other dozens of skeletons in the central hall, their skulls were directly smashed without any fierce fighting. One can imagine how terrifying the intruders were. But it is very strange that except for the fire of the Lord of the Fallen Angel, the others were scattered in the temple and were not taken away. The flames in the hall were torn apart and dotted with strange lights. Xiao Chen was surprised to find that among them, there were 9 skeletons of tinder who were of the same level as him, but they were not spotted by the murderer, which once again proved the horror of that person from the side. The owner of the castle should be 1 level higher than him, only its fire is missing. An extremely terrifying murderer, he destroyed an ancient castle by himself. Naturally, Xiao Chen would not be as picky as the murderer. To him, the 9 fire seeds of the same level were simply dreamlike treasures. This was an inexplicable chance. If he went to kill the fire creatures of the same level by himself, he didn't know how long it would take to reach this number. 9 powerful fire seeds were brought close to him. Xiao Chen began to absorb them calmly. The flames danced. He was like a phoenix bathed in fire. His whole body was covered by the dancing flames, and his blue diamond bone body against the backdrop was even more radiant. The brilliant brilliance flowed into Xiao Chen's fire like water waves, and the whole hall illuminated by the blazing light was completely bright, and all the black mist was washed away. The 9 powerful fire seeds were all absorbed by Xiao Chen, and his own fire seeds became extremely condensed, like a magic lamp fixed in the skull. The number of fire seeds has not reached the number of advanced ranks. Xiao Chen's strength cannot be greatly increased, but his bone body has undergone a slight change. The crystal clear blue diamond-like bones actually had a little bit of blood shining, exuding a crystal luster, as if inlaid with blood diamonds. Standing up, he turned into a blue light and left the castle. This place is not a good place. Today's opportunity is purely accidental, and he cannot stay for long. The more I thought about it, the more terrifying that strong man became. The huge old castle turned into ruins and was completely destroyed by one person. This touched Xiao Chen very much. After leaving that area, he looked thoughtfully at the direction where the strong man disappeared, which seemed to be the direction of another ancient castle. Xiao Chen's heart trembled when he thought of this, and he didn't stay for a moment. He took a step and was 8 or 9 meters away, and his body turned into a blue beam of light and rushed into the distance. This time, he watched from afar and did not dare to get too close. After all, that terrifying strong man was too dangerous. The tall castle was very gloomy, and it was quiet inside, with no sound coming out. There was a terrifying handprint printed on the gate, piercing through the 1-meter-thick stone gate. That horrible person really came here, leaving indelible traces. The lifeless inside of the castle was filled with shattered bones, and all undead creatures were killed. What I saw in front of me was so similar to everything in the old castle just now. There was no one left alive, and it was completely destroyed. The owner of this ancient castle is a giant white bone bear with 5 finger holes on its skull, which was uncovered by a human being and took away the fire. The remains of bones on the ground seemed to tell the horror of the murderer. Here Xiao Chen discovered that among the 10 skeletons there was a fire seed of the same level as him. Facing such a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, how could he miss it? He quickly rushed towards the last castle with these fire seeds, absorbing the powerful fire seeds of the same level while rushing. His whole body was bathed in the divine fire, and Xiao Chen was surrounded by powerful fire flames. When running on the ground, he was like a fire dragon, cutting through the sky and appearing 200 miles away. On the way, he sucked up those fire seeds. It seemed that there was a bright moon hanging in his skull, and there were many red lines on the bones all over his body, really like dots of crystal red diamonds. When he was several miles away from the castle, Xiao Chen started to slow down, and then stopped after a long distance. He saw the flesh and blood man again. The owner of this ancient castle was alarmed in advance and led dozens of powerful fire creatures out. The owner of the castle was the skeleton of a griffin, and the skeleton of the Lion King had a pair of huge wings growing on it. Using the living body of my family to refine the source of life liquid, I should be punished. The indifferent voice was like thunder, erupting in front of the castle, causing the tall castle to shake for a while. This was the first time Xiao Chen heard the words of a terrifying and strong man, with a powerful coercion, deafening. The Lord of Griffin Castle seemed to have a premonition of danger, and he sent out mental fluctuations, explaining, "I just exchanged some with others, and I never know how to refine it." Put to death. The flesh and blood powerhouse didn't want to listen to its explanation at all. One step covered tens of meters, and the castle shook when the footsteps fell. The Lord of Griffin Castle was taken aback. The enemy was stronger than he imagined. He soared into the sky, wanting to retreat without a fight. However, the attacking strong man was terrifying and unpredictable. He jumped up to a height of 20 meters, and came after him. A palm knife slashed out, directly cutting off a pair of its wings. Boom! The griffin fell to the ground, and suffered a big loss just after the fight, and the ability to fly in the air was broken. The terrifying strong man also fell down, but the next moment he launched a fierce attack, which was unbelievably fast. The Lord of Griffin Castle took the initiative to counter this ruthless strong man who harvested the fire. However, after only a few rounds, the sound of bone shattering came out, the skull of the Griffin Castle Lord was lifted, and the fire inside was directly taken away and put into a jade bottle. The other fire creatures who were suddenly shocked by such means were trembling, and none of them dared to step forward. The terrifying strong man with flesh and blood sneered, strode forward, and began to kill mercilessly. He seemed to be strolling in a garden, with a leisurely attitude, but wherever he passed, the bones were torn apart, and the fire creatures died one after another. He didn't stop for a moment, and went to the depths of the mainland. This is a shocking picture. The entire castle was destroyed by one person. Xiao Chen came from a distance, ready to harvest the remaining tinder. Since there is such an unexpected opportunity, there is no reason to give up. There were 8 fire seeds of the same level left in this ancient castle. When Xiao Chen completely absorbed them, a dazzling light erupted here, and his whole body was exuding divine light. Promotion. Quantitative changes led to qualitative changes. He was promoted again, and his strength improved a lot. The whole body is shining brightly, and the red light in the blue crystal bone is shining brightly, as if there is life flowing out brilliant brilliance. If the 3 major castle forces had not been destroyed, then Xiao Chen would already be the strongest existence alongside the 3 castle owners within a radius of 500 miles. Boom! In the distance, an extremely powerful aura suddenly came, and the terrifying mental fluctuations could be felt even if they were far away. Xiao Chen stared into the distance, then stepped forward. On the dead and empty plain, not a single blade of grass grows, and it looks extremely desolate. The flesh and blood terrifying strong man was stopped by someone. In front is a red diamond king, whose bones are as crystal clear as blood-colored crystals, shining like a dream. It doesn't seem to be a skull, but an outstanding work of art. Xiao Chen saw all this from a distance, and his heart was shaken. The strong red diamond seemed no better than that terrifying murderer. You dare to go deep into the back of my territory and kill my subordinates, you will be beheaded. The red diamond king stepped forward, disappeared from the spot, and rushed forward in an instant. Use the living body of my clan to refine the source of life liquid, I will be punished. The terrifying strong man with flesh and blood did not show any weakness, and directly responded with a knife in his hand, and slashed towards him. The 2 powerful men collided, and the dust and sand shot up into the sky, and the rocks pierced through the sky. Too many things happened today. The big duel between the strong and Xiao Chen got great benefits for no reason. He didn't know whether the fierce battle between the 2 super masters ahead would also bring him opportunities. At this time, he suddenly heard a clear child's voice behind him, and said timidly, "Mr. Skeleton." A little boy who was only 5 or 6 years old looked very innocent and cute, looking at him with his head raised and his big black jewel-like eyes blinking. Xiao Chen immediately jumped out 10 meters. What is the origin of this little boy? Why did he come behind him so silently? This was another man of flesh and blood, and he felt he must find out what was going on. Chapter 351 Knew a Village. The little boy seemed to be taken aback by Xiao Chen's swift action. He couldn't help but took a few steps back, and said timidly, "Mr. Skeleton, what are you doing?" The little guy's pink, tender, soft and weak appearance made Xiao Chen feel a little funny. Obviously he came behind Xiao Chen silently, obviously a little extraordinary, but now he was afraid to ask Xiao Chen what he wanted to do, which made people speechless. "Who are you, little guy?" Xiao Chen talked with him with mental fluctuations. Facing this 5 or 6-year-old boy, he really couldn't see its origin. It has flesh and blood and breath, but the body exudes a cold breath, which is not quite the same as ordinary children. "My name is Tianya." The little guy's shoulder-length black hair was soft and shiny, and his eyelashes were long, but his face had a hint of fear, making him look a little weak. "Why did you come behind me silently?" Xiao Chen attached great importance to this child's ability. "I'm lost, I can't find my home, I accidentally came here, I'm sorry." "Mr. Skeleton." The little guy named Tianya lowered his head, like a child who made a mistake. In the distance, 2 powerful men were fighting fiercely. Xiao Chen pointed at the man of flesh and blood, and said, "Do you know him?" "I don't know." Tianya shook his head. "How old are you?" Xiao Chen felt that this child was very timid, which was in line with the disposition of a lost child, but the little guy seemed to have this unusual ability. Tianya counted on his fingers seriously, and said, "I am probably over 100 years old." Over 100 years old? Xiao Chen wished to knock on his forehead. He could really talk nonsense. Take 2 steps forward, wanting to touch his head. Never thought that Tianya was as agile as the wind, leaving an afterimage on the spot and quickly appearing 10 meters away. This speed is astonishing. Xiao Chen instinctively thought that this little guy was pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger, and he had been teasing him before. "Mr. Skeleton, what are you doing?" The little guy looked at him with some fear. Xiao Chen stared at him for a long time, finally convinced that the little guy didn't seem to be acting, but such agility is really too fast, not like a child can have. "Are you sure? Over 100 years old?" Tianya explained seriously, and said softly, "It's true, I didn't lie to you." However, I have been asleep for more than 100 years, and I only have 5 years of memory. Are you human? Xiao Chen looked at him suspiciously. I'm not human. Then what are you? Xiao Chen looked at him in surprise. I am a god. Tianya was very childish, with a serious expression on his face. Xiao Chen really didn't know what to say. The more this little guy said, the more he said it. Boom. In the distance, the rocks hit by two strong men pierced through the air, making a loud noise. Their speed was as fast as lightning, and each step covered more than 20 meters. It was as if they were traveling through space. Their speed and strength were terrifying. Do you know what's going on with them? Xiao Chen asked, pointing at the two strong men fighting fiercely. Tianya hesitated for a moment, and said, maybe it's because the source of life liquid is fighting. There are often bad skeletons who attack the gods, but most of the skeletons are still very friendly to the gods. Are you really a god? Xiao Chen really wanted to pinch the little guy's pink cheeks to make him admit that he was lying. Of course I am a god. You see, I have flesh and blood. The little boy shook his white and tender hands, then seemed to remember something, and said, Mr. Skeleton, can you take me home? You want me to take you home? Xiao Chen was stunned. This little guy seemed to be very powerful, but his heart was really like a lost child. Our village is called Nuwa Village. When I ran out to play, I got lost, and as a result, I went further and further away. I haven't seen my family for more than 10 days. Mr. Skeleton, have you heard of this village? The little boy looked at him expectantly, and said, can you take me back? My grandma will definitely repay you and give you the source of life. Nuwa Village. Xiao Chen was deeply shocked. Is everything this little guy said true? He is a god. After a long time, Xiao Chen said, you can ask that person to take you back. He pointed to the flesh and blood person who was fighting fiercely. I feel that he can't beat that red diamond skull, he can't take care of himself. Tianya analyzed with certainty. Xiao Chen had already seen it, but he didn't expect this little guy to have such eyesight. He believed that the little guy was a god, and he had been sleeping for more than 100 years. Why did you ask me to send you? Because you are a kind Mr. Skeleton. Tianya said seriously. Xiao Chen couldn't laugh or cry. The little guy is really childish. How can he distinguish between good and evil? Is this just a child's eye or intuition? How do you know? Because I am a god. The strange logic made Xiao Chen speechless. In the distance, the battle between the two powerhouses finally came to an end. The flesh and blood people were defeated and fled in defeat. The crystal-clear red diamond skull followed closely and disappeared like two bolts of lightning at the end of the earth. Xiao Chen didn't continue to follow up. He was obviously a level or two behind those two, and if he continued to follow, he wouldn't get any benefits, and he might be killed. In the end, Xiao Chen didn't know why, and agreed to the little boy to escort him home. Perhaps, it was to find out, to see what kind of village it was, otherwise it would be impossible to get a clear understanding from this little guy, it was too childish. Where is Nuwa Village? Xiao Chen took the little boy forward for 800 miles, and finally saw an ancient castle again. Now that he has the strength of a castle owner, he naturally no longer fears, and went straight in. There were dozens of fire creatures in the gloomy castle, but under Xiao Chen's powerful combat power, they were all torn apart in no time. He went all the way into the depths of the castle. The owner of this castle is a giant ape with white bones, with fire dancing in his skull. He sat on the throne and stared at Xiao Chen coldly, saying, do you want to challenge me and take possession of this castle? You and I are at the same level, but I want to harvest your fire. However, today I am not doing this. I want to ask if you have heard of a place called Nuwa Village. A village of gods. In the huge skull of the bone giant ape, the divine fire jumped a few times, and said, why do you ask this? Tell me where you are, and I'll leave here, and I won't bother you anymore. Go forward another 2,000 miles. Xiao Chen was very surprised. The little boy was thousands of miles away from home, it was wild enough. After continuing on for 1,000 miles, Xiao Chen was surprised to find a small-scale city surrounded by eerie mist. There is no doubt that this is the territory of a powerful fire creature, which has reached the size of a city. One can imagine the power of the owner of this place. From a long distance, I saw more than a dozen bone angels flying above the city, patrolling the surrounding ground. Xiao Chen found that the fire creatures near the city did not fight fiercely, and no matter how strong or weak they seemed, they could enter that city. If he is really a powerful city lord, it seems that many rules have been formed in the territory of this kindling creature. In order to avoid accidents, Xiao Chen did not approach the city, but bypassed it far away. Thousands of miles around seem to be under the rule of this city, and some ancient castles and villages and towns of fire creatures have been discovered along the way, which seems to be more and more like the structure of human society. Xiao Chen had to avoid some powerful fire creatures on the road, and walk the next 1,000 miles for 5 days. According to the instructions of the castle owner, he has already taken the little boy 2,000 miles deep into the mainland, but he still hasn't found Nuwa village. I feel more and more familiar, our village is getting closer. These days I have been walking in a desolate dead place, but today an oasis gradually appeared in front of me, with lush vegetation. Xiao Chen saw living animals for the first time. Isn't this a dead world? There are hares and elks. Xiao Chen was very surprised. Roar-a! An indistinct whistling sound came from the depths of the mainland, and the little boy changed his color, saying, "That is a powerful fire creature that can grow into a king." The competition in the depths of the mainland is very fierce, and there may be chaos recently. Xiao Chen didn't say anything, but the divine fire in the skull was beating, and there seemed to be an unimaginable existence in the depths of the continent. Grandma said that some cities deep in the mainland are very large, but they are very terrifying. Tianya said in fear. Passing by another old castle, and traveling hundreds of miles, the little boy finally cried out happily, recognizing this area. Passing through a jungle, a village appeared in the oasis ahead. It should be that the 5 or 6-year-old boy was sent to the field. Xiao Chen was quite emotional. This little guy was too outrageous. He was actually 3,000 miles away from his hometown after getting lost. I'm back, Tianya shouted happily, turning into a beam of light and rushing into the village. The village had already sensed it, and a dozen people rushed out immediately. One of the old women was particularly excited. Although she looked very old, she moved like the wind, and hugged Tianya up. You little thing is too worrying. Tianxing finally came back safely. There were people falling into the sky next to him, which made the little guy very embarrassed, and then he seemed to remember something, and waved to Xiao Chen. Everyone has noticed this blue diamond skull for a long time. There is no hostility, but it is not close. Mr. Skeleton sent me back. Tianya introduced. Thank you very much, the old woman said sincerely. Xiao Chen was taken aback. Xiao Tong said that he was over 100 years old, and his grandma was probably hundreds of years old. She was by no means an ordinary person. Sure enough, through a brief introduction, Xiao Chen learned that the old woman is the helm of the village. Xiao Chen did not refuse to invite him into the village. He came here to learn about the origins of the Flesh and Blood clan, and he wanted to know why the village was named Nuwa village. Are you really gods? Xiao Chen had already asked this question when he walked to the village. Of course it is. Tianya blinked playfully. The villagers all looked at him in amazement, as if wondering why this not-so-weak blue diamond skeleton didn't even know about this. I have only awakened in the most remote place in recent years, so I don't know much about many things. The people in Nuwa village were a little surprised when they heard this. They deeply knew the difficulty of the evolution of fire creatures, and it was not easy for Xiao Chen to achieve such an achievement in a short period of time. We can be regarded as gods, the old woman said with a smile. She was very grateful to Xiao Chen for sending Tianya back, and patiently explained to Xiao Chen on the way, saying, death is dominant in this world, but it is extremely powerful, and death can be reversed. What? Xiao Chen looked at the group of people in surprise, and said, you are. We are not that powerful, but relying on the shadow of our ancestors, we are descendants of those people. Hearing this news, Xiao Chen was really shocked. Reversing death and rebirth from death, that is really unimaginably powerful. Your ancestor is now. This is what Xiao Chen desperately wants to know. Roar. The howling sound from the depths of the mainland, although it was very weak due to the distance, it was terrifying. Did you hear that? There is an unimaginably powerful existence in the depths of the mainland, and the more you go in, the more mysterious and terrifying it is. The ancestors have already entered the deepest part. The depths of the continent are hard to fathom. The huge city and the terrifying powerhouse make people tremble. Other villagers also lamented. This place is called Nuwa village. Could it be that your ancestor is Nuwa? The holy ancestor Nuwa once enlightened our ancestors to life from death. Hearing this news, Xiao Chen's heart was shaken. Could it be that Nuwa was resurrected from death in this world? When the villagers affirmed their return, Xiao Chen was deeply shocked. At this time, they had entered the village. The small village is not very big, but only about 20 households. The small wooden houses are like mushroom bags, arranged without any rules at all. Each wooden house is covered with vines, blooming with colorful flowers, and the wooden houses are surrounded by fences. It looks very close to nature. Although these villagers look very ordinary, Xiao Chen dare not underestimate them. There is absolutely no one here who is ordinary. Even though they don't have the experience of their ancestors from death to life, they must have inherited a lot of mysterious talents. A child who looks like 5 or 6 years old has that kind of speed beyond imagination, let alone others. The old woman said to a young man next to her, "Go outside and find an old castle, and harvest a red diamond level spark and come back." There is no doubt that this is a meeting gift for Xiao Chen. After hearing this, the young man didn't say anything, turned around and walked 20 or 30 meters away, before disappearing in the blink of an eye. Seeing Xiao Chen's surprised look, the old woman said, "Don't treat him like an ordinary young man, he is at least 50 years old." Xiao Chen looked strangely at the direction where the young man disappeared, and then at the 5 or 6-year-old boy Tianya, really surprised by their age. Your ancestors have entered the deepest part of the mainland, so they didn't leave any information. Why did they do that? There's no rush to talk about this, please come in. Xiao Chen was settled down, and when night fell, the old woman invited him. At night, the lights in the small village flicker. As soon as Xiao Chen stepped into the hall, he felt a strong wave of fire. The young man he saw during the day had returned, and at his feet was a red diamond skull. The whole body was as silent as a red crystal. The skull had been shattered, but the fire was not lost. Although Xiao Chen was surprised and heartbroken by this, he was not yet shocked, but when he saw the old woman sitting cross-legged in front of a precious mirror, he was immediately stunned. The old woman flicked her hands, and real pictures appeared on the mirror from time to time, surrounded by a dozen young people, all of whom were looking at the mirror attentively. The scene above turned out to be Kyushu. Like a dream, the scene of the human world emerged. Chapter 352 The City of the Dead Realm. Chapter 355 The City of the Dead. The night sky is full of stars, and the small village is brightly lit. In the hall, Xiao Chen strode forward, standing in front of the gentle mirror, watching the mountains and rivers flashing inside from time to time. His mood can be described as extremely excited. It turned out to be the rivers and mountains of Kyushu. How did this happen? You. Xiao Chen excitedly looked at the old woman and the dozen or so young people sitting around. The old woman's hands seemed to have a magical power, and the pictures appeared on the mirror with her swiping. She turned her head and looked at Xiao Chen in surprise, and said, "Do you feel that these pictures are very familiar?" Of course, very familiar. Xiao Chen's mental fluctuations were violent. A boy next to him said, "That is the world our ancestors lived in. It is very magnificent and magnificent. Even in my dreams, I want to go to that world to see it. I really want to return to that holy land, but there is no hope for thousands of generations." Other young people are also quite emotional and regretful. Is this the picture recorded by your ancestors? Xiao Chen asked in surprise. Haha, this is not a recorded picture. A young man laughed and said, "This is the sacred treasure refined by the ancestor god Nua back then. He wanted to break through this world and return to the human world. Although it failed, this treasure still has many wonderful features. It can manifest some pictures of another world by injecting powerful mana. They like to watch it, and ask me to show that world to them every day." The old woman looked at Xiao Chen suspiciously, and said, "I was very excited to see you just now, and I seem to have a deep impression on this world. Maybe you also lived in that pure land in your previous life." Of course I was deeply impressed, because I did come from that world. Everyone in the hall was shocked, and the old woman looked at him incredulously, and said, "What, you recalled your previous life?" The other young people looked at him more like a monster. How can this be? It is said that even if our ancestors successfully reversed death and were reborn in this land of the dead, few of them recovered their previous life memories. I recalled the past. Xiao Chen's mental fluctuations were still calm, but he had infinite emotion. All kinds of the past are vivid in my eyes. Even if there are thousands of words in my heart, it is difficult to express them. Is it really from that world? The old woman and the others were like clay sculptures and wood carvings, a little dazed. Really? After going through all kinds of hardships, now only the body of a skeleton is left. Xiao Chen felt hard to understand, but soon calmed down again. The villagers are full of longing for Kyushu, and they keep asking Xiao Chen everything about that mysterious world. The candlelight was shining. On this night, Xiao Chen talked with the old woman and others until late at night. He said a lot and learned a lot from the old woman and the others. It was already very late at night. Xiao Chen returned to his room. This was the first time he lived in a human room after coming to the world of death, and when he saw the quilt, he was in a daze for a while, as if he had been in a lifetime. The candlelight has been extinguished, but the divine fire in Xiao Chen's skull is still beating. A red diamond skull was placed on the ground. The fire in the split head was pure and powerful, as bright as the moon. Xiao Chen is sitting cross-legged quietly, trying to absorb refining. This is his current evolutionary journey, advancing in death, until one day reverse death. The powerful fire turned into beams of light, which continuously converged into Xiao Chen's skull, and the bright light illuminated the entire house. His crystal blue bone body is slowly changing, the blue light gradually fades, the red color slowly surges out, the almost transparent bones become more and more transparent, and the color is dreamlike, gradually changing. It lasted for 2 full hours before Xiao Chen completely absorbed the powerful fire that was one level higher than him. At this moment, the divine fire in his skull was dazzling, and the bone seemed to have turned into a gorgeous red diamond. The crystal is almost transparent, the red glow is shining, the bone body is like an outstanding work of art, perfect without any flaws. This is a strange feeling, it is clearly a skull, but it is so attractive to the eyes, the brilliance of the red diamond bone is flowing. At this moment, there is no doubt about Xiao Chen's strength. He has completed a major transformation, his strength has improved a lot, and he is already a strong red diamond. Half an hour before dawn, Xiao Chen lay down on the soft bed again after many years, the fire gradually died down, and he entered a deep sleep state. When Xiao Chen woke up again, the sky was already bright, and the immature Xiao Tianya was sitting in front of the bed with her chin on her chin, her big eyes fluttering, looking at him. "Mr. Skeleton, are you awake?" The little guy's voice was very immature. After returning to the village, he was no longer as timid as he was a few days ago, and said happily, "Mr. Skeleton, come to the city with us. Today, the brothers in the village are going to the city to exchange some supplies. It's fun there." This is an innocent and lovely child, but he is trapped in this world of death, and he lacks a lot of fun that he should have. It is very exciting for him to go to the city of the dead to exchange supplies. One can imagine how monotonous life is on weekdays. I'm just going to take a look. During the deep talk last night, Xiao Chen already knew a lot about this world. There are unwritten rules that no fighting is allowed in those towns, and any creature can go there to exchange artifacts. After leaving the village, Xiao Chen was secretly surprised that even Xiao Tianya was able to keep up. There were more than a dozen people, except for Tianya, the youngest seemed to be only 15 or 16 years old, and the rest seemed to be around 20 years old. However, this is certainly not their actual age. "It's been a long time since I went to the city, I'm almost bored to death." Xiao Tianya complained endlessly. "I don't know what weird things can be exchanged this time. I hope to exchange for a psychic bone tool. I want a jade knife full of divine power." There is an old man in his 50s in the team. This is a world where the jungle is prey to the jungle. Even though there is an unwritten rule not to fight between cities and towns, just to be on the safe side, the village will send an old man to follow him every time he travels far to avoid accidents. Protoss, flesh and blood, breathing, can also give birth. But there are many differences from real humans, for example, their bodies emit a cold breath. Every Protoss will go through a period of sleepy years after birth, ranging from a few years to decades, and they are always in the state of a baby during this process. It is difficult for people to understand that they do not eat or move, but only automatically absorb the essence of the world, and do not start to grow until they wake up. Experience tells the Protoss that the longer they sleep at birth, the stronger their potential is. There is no doubt that Xiao Tianya has been asleep for more than 100 years, and his potential is immeasurable. The nearest city is 500 miles away. Walking out of the oasis, we passed 2 old castles and crossed a desolate gobi. Such a group of Protoss was dispatched at the same time, and almost no fire creature dared to make a mistake, because the Protoss were too powerful, and they were descendants of the strong after the fire creature had developed to the extreme and regenerated. More than a dozen people moved like the wind, and the 500 miles was nothing to them, and they arrived in a short time. There was mist in the front, and a city was located on the desolate plain. The scale was not very large, and it could not be called grand, but it gave people a faint sense of oppression. Tianya was very naive, and said, "Grandpa Li Mu, when are we going to a bigger city? I have followed this small city a dozen times. You little thing knows how to be playful." The old man in the team nodded Tianya's forehead, although he was scolding, but his love was evident, and said, "The deeper you go to the mainland, the bigger the city, but the greater the danger. There is a terrifying king there. Unless there are special circumstances, it's best not to enter it for the rest of your life." "But, didn't some seniors walk into the depths of the mainland?" Tianya blinked his big eyes, as if yearning very much. The teenagers next to him smiled, and someone said, "You little devil, let's talk about it when you grow up. Those seniors only dared to explore after they reached a very high level. Let's talk about it when you can defeat Grandpa Li Mu." Another boy rubbed his head with a smile. Roar. At this moment, there were bursts of terrifying roars from the depths of the continent. The old man Li Mu nodded and said, "You heard it, even I might not be able to fight the existence of such a sound, and that area is not the deepest part of the mainland. This city is obviously very old, and the city wall made of reddish-brown boulders is full of the vicissitudes of time. There are powerful fire creatures guarding the gate of the city, which is exactly the same as the layout of the city in human society. The guards at the gate of the city were all human-shaped bones, and the fire in the skulls was dancing, and they didn't pretend to stop them at all. They were obviously familiar with these gods, and they even greeted Li Mu respectfully. Master Li is here to exchange treasures again." This made Xiao Chen a little surprised. The kindling creatures here are really different from those in remote areas, they actually know how to say hello and set up feelings. "Staying bored at home, come out for a walk," Li Mu replied. "There are many kindling creatures in the city, and generally speaking, they are not weak. They are not afraid of the sun, and the kindling is strong. Colored diamond creatures like Xiao Chen are not unique, but they are rare. Occasionally, a few blue and red diamond bones can be seen among the bones. It is said that such a colored diamond tinder creature is a king tinder that can undergo super evolution, and its future achievements are limitless." Xiao Chen could clearly feel the eager eyes of the fire creatures around him staring at him, naked and undisguised, as if they were looking at delicious food. If it wasn't for the unwritten rules, they might have already started snatching this bone body. The exchange market in the city is very vast, and most of the items exchanged are tinder. After all, this is the city of the dead, and only such items are what they need most. Of course, there are many other items, such as jade, weapons, spiritual herbs, etc. Wow, Zhu Guo. Tianya stopped in front of a booth, and the little guy swallowed involuntarily. The seller is a white bone with a human head and a tiger body. The fire in its skull is very strong, and its cultivation level is only 2 levels lower than Xiao Chen's. "Do you want to eat, little brother? But you need to exchange it with a powerful fire." Li Mu walked over, and was immediately recognized by the fire creature with a human head and a tiger body, and said, "So it's Lord Li Mu, is this your descendant? I gave him the vermilion fruit." The villagers seemed to love Xiao Tianya very much. Li Mu smiled and said, "We only have some colored diamond bones this time, next time I will give you a spark that can make you advance." "Thank you very much." The fire creature thanked repeatedly. If it weren't for the extraordinary talent, it would be very difficult to advance to the rank. You have to kill 30 fire creatures of the same rank. Who can win 30 games in a row without those with colored diamond bones? Tianya happily accepted Zhu Guo. On the other side, the teenagers were looking at the weapons. Most of them were made of bone, some were polished from jade, and some rare ones were made of meteorite. Xiao Chen was also watching, and found that some bone vessels were hard beyond imagination, as if they had been sacrificially refined, their brilliance was shining and extremely moist. He squatted down and found that there were blue diamond daggers, red diamond bone knives, etc. inside. Li Mu led Tianya, who was very happy to eat, over, picked up a bone knife as white as jade, and said, "This bone knife seems to be used by a strong man. Although it is a white bone, it has been sacrificed and has very powerful power." He wanted to help Xiao Chen buy this bone knife, but Xiao Chen shook his head and thanked him for his kindness. At this moment, a few teenagers not far away called Li Mu, saying, "Grandpa Li, we have taken a fancy to this dagger." Xiao Chen followed Li Mu to the past, and was surprised to find that it turned out to be a purple diamond bone knife, with a brilliant purple brilliance, like a purple agate, but only 1 foot long, beautiful and extremely hard. "It's really a good thing." Li Mu nodded, then turned to Xiao Chen and asked, "What do you think?" Obviously he wanted to give Xiao Chen a gift in return. But Xiao Chen really didn't need such a weapon, so he still shook his head. With a swipe of his hand, Li Mu opened his exclusive dimensional space, and took out half of the bluish shining blue diamond bone body. "Master Li, this is a rare purple diamond bone knife. If you exchange half of the blue diamond bone, I will be at a disadvantage." "It's not a disadvantage. This is not a simple weapon material. You can completely replace your upper body with this half blue diamond bone. The combat power will be doubled. Maybe you will evolve a complete blue diamond bone in this way." "Okay, deal." The teenagers all love weapons, but they are also picky, looking for them in front of various weapon booths. Xiao Chen greeted Li Mu and wanted to go around the city alone. Li Mu hesitated a little, then nodded, and told him to gather here after dark. The exchange market is very vast. Xiao Chen wandered around and found that there are indeed many good things here. In terms of tinder, there is actually something he needs in this level. Of course, that kind of powerful fire needs to be exchanged in a specific area. Moreover, he discovered the life source liquid trade that the Protoss hate, but these precious materials are all secretly carried out. Mr. Skull, the childish Tianya ran to Xiao Chen's side at some point, and said mysteriously, "I'll take you to a good place." Seeing this lively little guy, Xiao Chen had no reason to refuse, and followed him out of the exchange market, towards the west of the city. The west end is very barren, and there are almost no fire creatures to kill. Grandma said that before the endless years, an earth-shattering fire creature appeared in this area. It said that it had reached the level of a king and could command the world. Even the owners of the giant cities deep in the mainland did not dare to provoke them, but later, for some unknown reason, that king was destroyed. Even the giant city of his kingdom collapsed. This small city was built on the ruins of the giant city that the king belonged to. Listening to Tianya's eloquent talk, Xiao Chen was greatly surprised. There are many strange things in this ruins, among which many strange things happened in the western part of this small city. It was originally the mansion of the city lord, but several consecutive city lords were inexplicably destroyed. Since then, the city lord's mansion established in the west area has become a forbidden area. Tianya is very curious, but every time he comes to this city, he is strictly controlled, and he has no chance to see this forbidden land. Today, he found an opportunity to sneak over and bring Xiao Chen with him. When the little guy finished speaking, Xiao Chen had already entered the so-called city lord's mansion, and it didn't feel so strange to quit if he wanted to. This is an ancient and magnificent building, silent, and the two of them are wandering like ghosts. At the same time, Xiao Chen felt an inexplicable force calling him, and couldn't help walking forward. It turned out to be an ancient well. The water in the well was blue in color, a bit scary, which made Xiao Tianya very scared. However, Xiao Chen felt a sense of intimacy. Vaguely, he seemed to feel a breath that did not belong to this world. It was Kyushu. Unable to restrain himself, he lay down on the mouth of the well and looked down. But at the same time, an inexplicable terrifying force suddenly appeared, making Xiao Chen unable to resist, and fell into the ancient well with a plop. "Mr. Skeleton," Xiao Tianya exclaimed. Xiao Chen kept sinking in the well, but in an instant, he suddenly saw the scenery of Kyushu. Chapter 353 The Bone Well opens to the quiet, God comes to the human world. In the ancient well, Xiao Chen was sinking continuously. He was imprisoned by a terrifying force and could not be stopped. Falling to the bottom of the well. There are many knife marks and axe marks on the well wall, and it is not known when they were left. During the descent, he even saw a broken purple diamond human bone hanging on the well wall. Suddenly, Xiao Chen was taken aback. When he looked carefully at the wall of the well, he realized that it seemed, not a stone wall, but rather made of dusty bones. Gouging, a bone hole. How could this happen? What kind of giant bone would it be, digging out such a deep ancient well? If it is true, it can be described as shocking. The more he observed carefully, the more his guess deepened. This seemed to be really an ancient bone well. The mysterious and magical bone well. I don't know how long it took to fall. Xiao Chen finally reached the bottom of the well. Shocking, the broken bones piled up at the bottom of the well. I don't know how many there are. The brilliance is shining. Most of them are colored diamond bones, which makes people dazzled. A chill rose in Xiao Chen's heart. This is simply the tomb of the strong, and he does not know how many terrifying fire creatures were buried here. Still unable to move, lying on the colorful diamond bones, he felt the breath of Kyushu even more strongly. This is so weird. Why is it like this? In the bone well full of magical power, why did it sense the human world? The blue well water is silent and waveless, as if it has been the same since ancient times, and it will be so silent forever. The fire in Xiao Chen's skull was throbbing, and the bottom of the well was brightly lit, but as time went by, the divine fire gradually extinguished, tending to extinction. It was at this time that Xiao Chen felt his consciousness gradually blurred, and the aura of Kyushu became stronger, as if it was right in front of his eyes. The city lord's mansion is desolate and quiet, with ancient buildings in a row. Few fire creatures are willing to approach this evil place on weekdays. Xiao Tianya was crying, with tears in his eyes, shouting, "Mr. Skeleton, come out quickly, don't scare me, woo." The little guy was really scared, fearing that Xiao Chen would encounter an accident. He wiped away his tears and ran towards the exchange market. A group of young people from the Protoss have almost all exchanged satisfactory weapons. Some of them have rare meteorite daggers, which can be called magic weapons, and are extremely sharp. The old man Li Mu exchanged for a bone-broken knife, but it was only half a foot long, and it looked like a waste product, but this bone-broken knife was no worse than the purple diamond bone sword, it could actually cut meteorite. A group of Protoss, young and old, were very satisfied and were about to change some utensils, but at the same time, Tianya ran over crying and explained everything quickly. What, you went to that mansion? Li Emu's expression changed suddenly, he hesitated a little, and led a group of young people towards the west area. Such a move naturally surprised many fire creatures. After all, Li Mu was considered a superpower in this area, and many fire creatures came to join in the fun, wanting to see what happened. The ancient city lord's mansion has been abandoned for an unknown number of years. Every generation of city lords has been inexplicably destroyed. This is an ominous evil place. It is said that the king who commanded the world back then fell here. This city was built on the ruins of the king's city. This city lord's mansion is not a good place. Li Mu frowned since he stepped into this ancient building complex. The king is so powerful, once the roar is heard, the whole world will move, and all directions will follow, even if it is the lord of the giant city deep in the mainland, he dare not provoke it easily. When he came to the ancient well, Li Mu was shocked at the time, and said, "This ancient well is strange. I have been here before, but I have never seen it before. Could it be that it came out of the underground?" A dozen or so Protoss teenagers all surrounded the well. They carefully looked at the ancient well, and of course they didn't think that Xiao Chen fell down by mistake. Xiao Tianya wiped his tears and told the story in detail. Li Mu frowned, stretched out 2 fingers and lightly flicked the wall of the well, showing shock. He hastily wiped the mouth of the well, and suddenly felt struck by lightning. It took him a long time to say to himself, it turned out to be a bone well that was dug through by a dusty giant bone. Wow! At this time, the dead blue well water unexpectedly surged, and at the same time, bursts of dark mist rushed up, and black lights flickered out of the ancient well that was pierced by giant bones. Back! Everyone back! Li Mu was shocked, first picked up Tianya, and flew away backwards. The youths of the Protoss raced away from the bone well like wind and electricity. Xiao Chen's consciousness was fuzzy, as if he was about to fall into a deep sleep, but in an instant, the familiar aura of Kyushu rushed over. Does the bone well lead to seclusion? Does it really lead to Kyushu in the dream? At the next moment, he felt as if he was floating, and a burst of blazing light enveloped him, and he stepped into a world reflected by colorful colored glass, like a dream, and there was a vast and misty world in front of him. Giant mountains contain mighty power, and great rivers contain aura. The vast land, the magnificent mountains and rivers, and the rich aura. Isn't that Kyushu? The mountains, rivers and land are all ahead, and the light flickers on and off, flashing past from time to time. Xiao Chen was very excited, but he was afraid that this was just a dream. The majestic Mount Tai, the steep Washan, famous mountains and rivers appeared before his eyes one by one. He tried his best to rush forward. If it was a dream, he would break it, and if it was real, he would fully integrate into it. The dreamlike colorful brilliance shattered, and Xiao Chen felt that he had passed through the barrier and appeared on the long-lost land. An ancient and long-lasting aura rushed forward. Yes, this is the aura of Kyushu, not an illusion, he is back. Unbelievably, the mountains and rivers are constantly changing, and he seems to be traveling through space, and finally he travels to the boundary of Yangzhou in the west of Kyushu. I don't know how many years have passed, what time it is now. Xiao Chen is really afraid of the vicissitudes of life, everything will be wiped out in front of the ruthless years. What's the point of him coming back if everything that was once familiar is gone? The scenery finally settled down, he walked out through the space, the vast land under his feet transmitted a familiar power, the end of the land was covered with mountains and shadows, and a desolate scene appeared in front of him. A majestic and tall giant city, completely black, stands in front of it, silent, as if it has existed for thousands of years. That turned out to be a dead city. Returning to the world, actually came back. How can this be? How can this be? Falling into the abyss of crime in the city of death, there will be a day when he will see the light of day again. Everything in front of me is so clear, it is definitely a dead city, but what about the ancient village? Why disappeared? Xiao Chen lost his mind for a while. Where is the village where he was born and raised? He stood quietly for a long time like a clay sculpture or wood carving. It took a long time before he moved his body and walked forward. Only then did he notice the body, the red diamond bone body. The mountains and rivers are still there, and the homeland has not changed, but things have changed and people have changed. Xiao Chen wanted to shout to the sky, but he couldn't make a sound, he was just a skeleton. The surroundings of the dead city are desolate and deserted. The huge city gate was tightly locked, Even though the sun was shining down, it turned into a shadow when it reached the top of the dead city, and the place was filled with gloom. However, there are some traces of human activities outside the ancient village. Xiao Chen strode forward. There was actually a lot of paper ashes there. It seemed that people often came here to pay their respects and burn paper. The desolate and silent prehistoric ancient village has become an ominous place. In the distance, the flames danced among the ancient locust trees, and some people came here to pay homage. Xiao Chen just wanted to go to have a look, but saw a familiar figure in the Weilin in another direction. It's him, the three-headed golden lion king. He has grown into a burly young man, his head is full of golden brilliance, shining like the sun, and his heroic posture is full of glory. At the prime of his youth, his tall body is full of terrifying power. Even without contact, he can feel that he has cultivated into a supreme combat body. The three golden lion kings, whose left eye represents reincarnation and right eye represents destruction, can be described as taboo gods. Now both eyes are open, not tightly closed as in the past. It is conceivable that he has completely mastered the power of reincarnation and destruction, and can control it freely. However, the vertical eye in the center of his forehead is still tightly closed. It is the most terrifying power. No one knows how powerful and terrifying it is. It's a pity that all the gods are buried here, and there is no master in the world anymore. The Golden Lion King faced the dead city alone, seeming to be moved, and sighed, "Who in the world can survive? If you are magnificent and beautiful, you will end up as a pink skeleton. If you are a generation of arrogance, sitting on thousands of miles of mountains and rivers, you will eventually turn into a handful of loess." After saying this, he looked in Xiao Chen's direction coldly, as if he could see through the barrier of the forest and see everything clearly. The Golden Lion King strode forward. When he saw the red diamond skull, he sneered and said, "There is a lingering soul." He pointed forward, and a golden beam of light was as gorgeous as a long rainbow. Xiao Chen moved half a foot sideways and avoided a blow. He never thought that he would meet this Lion King with unlimited potential. In his current state, he might have no chance of winning a fierce battle with him. But when we meet on a narrow road, we have to fight. The Golden Lion King was strong and confident. With a step of 10 feet, he came to Xiao Chen in an instant, raised his fist and bang, the golden light was extremely bright. There is no way to avoid it, we can only fight against it. Xiao Chen Hong cut out with a knife in his palm. But at the same time, something amazing happened. The fist of the Golden Lion King and Xiao Chen's sword passed through each other without any damage. Xiao Chen's red diamond bone body is like a shadow, it is difficult to exert force even if it does not receive force. The primordial spirit hasn't died yet, it's just a ghost. The Golden Lion King took a step forward, and was already 10 feet away, and said, "I'll send you to reincarnation." A black light shot out from his left eye, accompanied by hymns and sacrificial sounds in the world, which was extremely terrifying, but the black light passed through Xiao Chen's body and opened the door of reincarnation in the distance. The Golden Lion King seemed greatly surprised, staring at it for a moment before saying, "It turns out that it has long been wiped out, but the resentment persists and manifests an illusory shadow. What's the point of this? There is nothing left of the dead, and when the resentment is finally exhausted, everything will cease to exist. It's a pity that a group of strong people, otherwise they will all be the whetstones for me to enter the supreme realm." He strode away and said to himself, "One day, the whole land will tremble under my feet, and I will sweep all the kings in the world and become the lord of the land." The Golden Lion King has long since gone, but Xiao Chen was in a daze. When he tried to pick up a dead branch, he found nothing. It seemed that he was really just a phantom. Am I really completely wiped out, just a ray of resentment? Xiao Chen was completely stunned. Is the experience of the world of death all illusory? Just resentment at work? Xiao Chen didn't know how long he had stood quietly among the locust trees, and then he gradually came back to his senses. He silently walked towards the Yellow River more than 10 miles away. Walking out of the locust forest, they found that the road leading to the outside of the village was blocked by many soldiers. They had sabers hanging around their waists, and spells were engraved on their armor. It seemed that they had been stationed here for a long time, as if they were guarding the ominous dead city. These people are talking. Do you know who the master who left just now is? The Golden Lion King, known as the invincible opponent in the western regions, it is said that there are not many people who can be his opponents. Invincible, it's definitely not it. The three dragon sons of Yazi, Suani, and Pixiu are powerful in the southern borders, and no one dares to beat them. It is most likely that an invincible will appear among them. I think the most terrifying thing is the wretched king, Jin Sanyi. As his enemy, it is the saddest thing. It is never too late for a gentleman to take revenge, but it is never too late for a villain. The wretched king will never give up until he tortures his opponent to the ground. In this regard, these soldiers seemed to share the same feeling, and felt a little chilly in their bodies. Of course, there are also many people who disagree, and someone said, I think the most powerful is the Hydra, which is powerful in the southwest and has opened a legend of invincibility. Without a real confrontation, it's hard to say who is weaker and who is stronger. An old soldier took a big sip from a wine gourd and said, there were too many strong people who died back then, especially here. He took another sip of wine, pointed at the dead city ahead, and said, do you still remember that young man surnamed Shao? If he is still alive, I am afraid that no one in their generation can be his opponent. Of course I remember. Another veteran said, that person was invincible all over the world back then. If he is alive today, who can fight against him? Well, that person is too scary. It is said that those fallen half-ancestors were all sent on the road by that person himself. Speaking of this, these soldiers shuddered. Don't say it anymore, that name is taboo for Her Majesty the Empress. Yes, don't talk about it, that person will perish in the dead city ahead, let's not mention it, it would be bad if his soul was disturbed. Xiao Chen was not far away, heard all this, and stood silently by the forest for a long time. Unexpectedly, there are still people who remember him, but these people seem to dare not even mention his name. Is it because of Zhao Liner, or because of his past actions? The past is like a song, and the glorious past seems to be just yesterday, but it will never return after all. How are the friends back then, and whether the enemies in the past have become stronger? Xiao Chen really wants to come to this world again. Days and nights, joys and sorrows, looking back on the past, how can we forget? Chapter 354 The Hope of Crossing Two Realms. Hearing those soldiers' comments, Xiao Chen was deeply moved. He didn't know how many years had passed, what happened to the old friends and enemies. Xiao Chen bypassed them and traveled more than 10 miles to the bank of the Yellow River. The rushing river, the yellow water is surging, like a giant dragon roaring. Xiao Chen stared at the rolling river, as if caught in a distant memory, and did not stride away until a long time later. He decided to travel all over Kyushu to see the changes over the years. At this moment, there was a rumbling sound from the ground, and a group of people and horses flew over like a dark cloud on the road ahead, and the iron cavalry galloped, billowing smoke and dust. The knights in the front line were shining with cold armor, holding the red blood dragon banner in their arms, and the banner was buzzing, very majestic. Those knights in the rear were even more prodigious, all dressed in iron suits, holding shining halberds. A 17 or 18-year-old boy was riding a dragon colt, galloping on the central road, wearing a golden armor, with a red dragon sword hanging from his waist, and was protected in the center like stars holding the moon. That young man seems to be a member of the royal family. Did he come to inspect the vicinity of the dead city? Xiao Chen saw all this clearly, and walked into the forest beside the road, not wanting to encounter it. Stop! The royal boy in golden armor gave a loud shout, and all the horses quickly slowed down and stopped on the road. I just saw a blood shadow. Why did it disappear in a blink of an eye? Search for it for me. Evil ghosts dare to come out in broad daylight to attack the prince. If you find it, you will definitely wipe him out. These are obviously well-trained soldiers, rushing into the forest quickly, searching for blood shadows. Xiao Chen originally wanted to avoid it, but seeing such a domineering prince, he stepped out from the forest and walked onto the main road, wanting to see what the other party can do. The monster dares to reveal itself, and it doesn't know how to live or die. A warrior next to him turned his palm to the sky, silently recited a spell, and then struck towards Xiao Chen, shouting, 5 thunders strike the top. Boom! Although the lightning wasn't huge, it was surprisingly powerful when it fell out of thin air. But, how can this deal with the illusory red diamond bone body? Go straight through the air. Xiao Chen nodded. This warrior is not weak, he is probably close to the realm of demigod, he is a cultivator with some potential. I want to come to Kyushu to have a strong spiritual energy, and it is much easier to practice than before. The sound of clanging was endless, and many armored knights drew their swords and surrounded Xiao Chen with cold light on their iron clothes. 7th Prince, please step back, this monster seems to be very unusual. The warrior who shot the thunder shouted, and he urged his horse to charge forward. It doesn't matter. The 7th Prince came forward with a sneer, and said, it must be a monster invited by Hydra, but as a descendant of one of the top 5 coastal chi refiners, how could I be afraid of him? After many years, too many things have happened in Kyushu in the world. In order to win over powerful monks in the world, Empress Zhao Liner accepted 10 sons and was named 10 princes. Their biological parents are naturally the most famous monks in all parties, including the invincible Hydra in the southwest and the top 5 alchemists along the coast. Naturally, there were conflicts among the 10 princes, and there were constant secret actions among each other. The name of the 7th prince is Yi Lingyun, and his father is Yi Zhouzhong, one of the top 5 qi refiners in the East China Sea. It is rumored that he is the strongest descendant of the half-ancestor Sanying Taijin back then. The eldest prince's name is Shu Chong, and he is a descendant of the 9-headed snake. He has always been at odds with the 7th prince, Yi Lingyun, and fights often break out. Yi Lingyun stared at the red diamond bone body in front of him, and said, "The 9-headed snake is too nasty, such evil things are not worth mentioning." Speaking of this, he got an extra jade gourd in his hand, opened the bottle stopper, and shouted to Xiao Chen, "Take it." A white light flew over, wanting to collect Xiao Chen into the magic gourd, but all this was in vain, because Xiao Chen was just a phantom. It can be said that a leaf does not touch the body. Xiao Chen stood there quietly, but his heart was not at peace. When he broke into the palace alone, Zhao Liner could only pretend to be dead. Now that the so-called 7th prince is so domineering, one can imagine how powerful Zhao Liner is now. If he knew that Yi Lingyun was a descendant of the top 5 qi refiners, it would be even more difficult to calm down in his heart. Back then, all the top 10 masters in the cultivation world he fought were killed or injured, and now the descendants of the top 5 qi refiners who emerged dared to attack him. Things are really unpredictable. "Who are you?" 7th Prince Yi Lingyun finally panicked, seeing that the life-saving magic weapon had no effect at all. Xiao Chen didn't answer, and walked forward. Although he was just a phantom, he had fought all over the world, and he condensed the kind of momentum that is rare in the world. He actually forced these soldiers to retreat involuntarily, and the horses ran in panic. The mount of the 7th Prince Yi Lingyun was even more frightened. He stood up and threw him off. There was a loud laugh, and a figure from Yuankang approached, saying, "It's ridiculous, is this the so-called prince? It's just a show of power." A black-clothed young man has a majestic body, his clothes fluttering in the wind, and he is walking in the void. He looks heroic, and the most strange thing is that he has a pair of dragon horns on his head. Xiao Chen was taken aback. It turned out to be the little stubborn dragon. He wanted to express something, but in the end he held back. Now is not the time to recognize each other. "You are Nalong King." The 7th Prince Yi Lingyun was obviously shocked, and the soldiers also showed fear, but they still protected the 7th Prince in the center immediately. Are you here to kill me?" The 7th Prince was restless, and his words were flustered. The Nalong King is famous all over the world, and he has a close relationship with the dead, that person, and often troubles the Queen. There are very few people in the world who can do nothing to the Nalong King. If I make a move, I will also kill Zhao Liner and your father. What's the use of killing a small shrimp like you? The Nalong King's strength is so obvious that everyone's souls are trembling, for fear that he will take the 7 steps against the dragon that will make all the cultivators in the world turn pale. At this moment, an indifferent voice came, saying, "Nalong King is really brave. I have been wanting to meet you for many years, and today I hope that my long-cherished wish can be fulfilled." Brush. A silver light flashed, and there was a figure above the sky, with silver hair dancing in the wind. Although he was of medium build and ordinary in appearance, he exuded a strong sense of oppression that made people feel trembling. This person stood there like an ancient magic mountain. 9-headed snake. The little stubborn dragon's face remained unchanged, and the ancient well was calm, and he said very calmly, "As you wish, let's have a battle between dragon and snake." Below, the 7th Prince Yi Lingyun couldn't help but change his face. Just now he was cursing the Hydra, and didn't want the snake to be here. It's so good. With a flash of brilliance, the 9-headed snake was divided into 9 parts, and 9 identical silver-haired youths stood there in the sky. The battle clouds are densely covered, and the pressure of the 2 powerful men is in the sky, containing endless terrifying coercion, as if 2 different worlds are opposing each other. It is breathtaking and chilling. The fighting spirit was gathering, and the aura was rising. Although the 2 powerful men did not move, their bodies unexpectedly shot up to Ling Xiao's divine light, like 2 huge mountains of light standing between the sky and the earth. So powerful, earth-shattering. Xiao Chen was aroused by the aura of the 2 powerful men, and seemed to recall the scene of the battle against the heroes of the world. At this moment, his body suddenly burst into endless light, and he felt as if he had solidified from the void. He stomped his feet on the ground and punched the Hydra in the sky. The red diamond bone fist actually tore out a strong wind. Xiao Chen's heart throbbed. This was not an illusion, it was real. But at this moment, the light suddenly flashed, and the red diamond bone body suddenly disappeared out of thin air, which surprised everyone present. It was solidified just now, but it was just a punch, and it turned into nothingness in an instant. Xiao Chen felt helpless. There seemed to be endless colorful colored glazes shining in front of his eyes. He traveled through many spaces and left Kyushu. Not long after, he returned to the bottom of the bone well, and clearly saw a red diamond bone lying on top of endless colored diamond fragments. There are countless piles of broken colored diamond bones, and the rays of the sun are shining, without any sense of gloom. The red diamond bone body lying at the bottom of the well turned out to be himself. Xiao Chen's phantom rushed over, the two merged into one, and the spark in the crystal clear skull suddenly burst into a strong light from the almost extinguished state. Like a dream in the south, Xiao Chen sat up from the bottom of the well, recalling everything just now. He was very excited. Was it just a big dream? I went back to Kyushu once. Sitting quietly at the bottom of the well for a long time, he thought a lot before climbing up. The wall of the bone cave was not particularly smooth. Xiao Chen crawled for half an hour before gradually seeing a halo from above. Wow! When he emerged from the blue well water, there was an exclamation from above. Mr. Skeleton, you finally came out, that's great. Xiao Tianya wiped away his tears and broke into a smile. After all, he was still a child, and his sadness and happiness changed very quickly. Li Mu led a group of Protoss youths near the mouth of the well, and immediately helped him climb up. Li Mu also showed a smile, and said, "You're finally up, otherwise I was thinking of going down." Just now, the bone well erupted with divine light, knocking away all the people surrounding the mouth of the well, and then the light lingered, as if preventing everyone from approaching. It wasn't until a long time later that they gradually calmed down, and the Protoss approached the mouth of the well again, and it was at this time that Xiao Chen climbed up by himself. "I'm sorry for making you worry." Xiao Chen shook violently, knocking all the well water in his body to the ground. "It's all because of Tianya's ignorance. Fortunately, you came up safely." Li Mu rubbed Tianya's face and said, "I told you before that this place is evil, don't come here, it's too naughty." "I see, the little guy behaved very well. Actually, it's mainly my own fault." Even though he said this, Xiao Chen felt that it was worth it, and the bone hole meant a lot to him. There was a cloudy atmosphere around this ancient building, and everyone walked out without further delay. There are a lot of fire creatures gathered in the streets outside. They are well aware of the evil here, so they don't dare to enter rashly. The children are running around. Nothing happened, let's leave. The well-known Super Protoss Master Li Mu said this, and the fire creatures all retreated. Afterwards, Li Mu walked out of the city with the youths of the Protoss, and returned to the Divine Village. Li Mu didn't ask Xiao Chen until he was far away from the city-state behind him, what happened. Xiao Chen hesitated for a while, and then decided to tell the truth that the people in Shengkyun were the only kind he could identify with, and he didn't want to hide anything. What? After hearing Xiao Chen's experience, Li Mu was dumbfounded. Xiao Tianya followed the two of them, his eyes widened in surprise, his face flushed red, and he said, "Kyushu. I want to go even in my dreams, next time I will try to sink into the bottom of the well." Li Mu glared at him quickly, and said, "Don't talk nonsense." Those Protoss youths from behind caught up and asked, "What's wrong with Kyushu, what are you talking about?" "It's nothing." Li Mu played tricks on Xiao Tianya, so that the little guy who wanted to talk had to pout and stop talking. This matter is very important, and he doesn't want to cause trouble. After all, these Protoss teenagers are bold, and sometimes very impulsive. Telling them may cause trouble. Along the way, they didn't talk about the topic just now, until they returned to Shengkyun. Li Mu left Xiao Chen and Xiao Tianya alone, and were taken to his home. The little guy was left to keep his mouth shut, and after promising to buy him 10 vermilion fruits next time, the little guy readily agreed, and then went to invite his grandma Zhao Ying. The two old men asked Xiao Chen to explain in detail. After hearing this, they frowned and remained silent for a long time. "Is it true that there is some connection with Kyushu? Perhaps that is our hope for going to the pure land of Kyushu. A king died there back then, could it be related to this, or did it create it?" The two old men put forward various conjectures, but they both felt that something was missing. In any case, this is a major discovery, and the two old men decided to re-explore with Xiao Chen after a while. Hee. Old man Li Mu laughed, and said to Xiao Chen, "This is a great opportunity for you to transform." "You mean those colored diamonds?" Seeing the exchange market today, colored diamonds are in high demand. Xiao Chen naturally understood the value of that bone well immediately. Of course, in this world of death, for people of your level, there is a treasure waiting there. The old woman Zhao Ying also laughed. If there was no Tianya, I wouldn't be able to find it at all. This also belongs to Shengqun. Xiao Chen didn't want to eat alone. Li Mu shook his head with a smile and said, needless to say, treasures are not of much use to us. Even though we also go to the exchange market, it's just to satisfy the interests of those children. Xiao Chen immediately understood that the cultivation of these two old men might be very terrifying. After the two old people left, Xiao Chen carefully recalled today's experience. He could not calm down for a long time. I finally saw the hope of returning to Kyushu. Even if I can't really go back, I can let my spiritual consciousness perceive everything in my hometown. Maybe in the future he can travel between the two realms, while cultivating and exploring in this mysterious world of the dead, and at the same time return to Kyushu at any time. More than 10 days later, the two old men led the team together and led the Protoss teenagers to the city hundreds of miles away again. There are naturally masters sitting in the ancient city, and the powerful city lord has the strength to deter this side, but it is obvious that the two old people can fight against it, otherwise the fire creatures here would not be so respectful. The Protoss teenagers wandered around the city happily, while the two old men and Xiao Chen quickly dispersed, and then entered the ancient buildings in the west district from different directions. The surrounding area of the Bone Well is very quiet, only surrounded by the gloomy palace. No fire creature is willing to approach here. Looking at the deep bone well, Li Mu said, Xiao Chen and I will go down to explore together. You have to be careful. Zhao Ying, the old woman, handed Xiao Chen a ring at the same time, saying, this is a space ring, transfer your treasures into it. I think if you do it properly in the future, you may avoid many battles of life and death, and you can directly exchange it for the powerful fire you need. I'll also go to Kyushu to have a look. Li Mu seemed to be more impatient than Xiao Chen, and jumped down first. Xiao Chen followed closely behind, and then entered the bone well. After a while, the mouth of the well began to emit light, and she pushed Zhao Ying out, which surprised the old man. With her cultivation, few people could shake her, but she did it without thinking about the light emitted from this bone well. After more than an hour, the light slowly subsided. At this moment, there was a splash of water, and Li Mu rushed up, his expression not very good. What's wrong? Zhao Ying asked in shock. It's terrible, this bone well seems to be transformed from a person's spine. What? Mostly it is an existence beyond the king. Brothers, please use monthly tickets and recommended tickets to support. Chapter 355 Promotion. What kind of existence would a strong man surpass the king? Are you sure this bone well is a person's spine? Zhao Ying couldn't believe it. After all, it was too shocking. If it was true, this existing body might be indomitable. Li Mu looked very dignified, and said, I have been observing below for a long time, and there is no mistake. Let's dig up the soil around this bone well to have a look. The two elders of the Protoss race were extremely cautious, carefully breaking through the surrounding earth and rocks, and found that there was indeed a huge giant bone under the ground. The two of them were both startled and horrified. It was really terrifying to have such a huge bone buried in the ground. They have naturally heard the legend of the king, which seems to be larger than the bones of the king who can command the world, which is terrifying. It's terrible. If it exists like this, if it is alive, it must be extremely powerful. It is unexpected that it will fall here. Could it be the king from back then? Legend has it that a king's kingdom in this area has been shattered. Probably not. The king's bone body should be smaller than this. Our ancestors would not make a mistake. After all, they have experienced the horrible era of the king's rule. Could it be that the disintegration of the kingdom of the king was related to the giant bones under the ground? The two Protoss elders were fearful and full of many questions. Today's discovery made them feel awe, and at the same time, they felt that the world of the dead was mysterious and unpredictable, and the extreme realm of the strong seemed to have no end. Li Mu spoke in a low voice, staring at the hinterland of the mainland, and said, if the king moves, he can command the world, but this is just what we see. The continent is endless and far away, who knows what kind of horror exists in the deepest part. You and I have ventured into the hinterland to explore and found some magnificent ancient cities. Although they are not close, we can feel the majestic coercion. I guess it will not be weaker than the king. There must be a terrifying existence that can destroy the world. Zhao Ying nodded and said, recalling the past, I still have lingering fears. With our cultivation base, entering the hinterland is a narrow escape. I don't know what secrets lie in the deepest part of the world of the dead, and what earth-shattering existence exists. It is precisely because of the coexistence of mystery and horror that it tempts us to take a glimpse of the whole picture. Unfortunately, we don't have that kind of strength now, Li Mu said with emotion. Zhao Ying thought of the ancestors of Shengkyun, and said, "Our first ancestor never came back. I don't know what kind of secrets we discovered, or was there an accident?" She couldn't continue. From the people of Shengkyun, it seems that something happened to the great saints of the ancestors. The two elders of the Protoss stopped talking and began to bury the giant bones and compact all the floating soil. If such terrifying remains are exposed, it may cause turmoil, so they can only be sealed. At this moment, brilliant light rushed out from the well water, pushing the two old people out. Zhao Ying was not surprised at all. After all, he had heard about what happened last time, and asked, "You just went deep into the bottom of the well, can your spiritual consciousness enter the legendary Pure Land of Kyushu?" Li Mu shook his head, and said, "No, the more I looked along the way, the more I felt that this was transformed by a huge vertebra, and I returned after reaching the bottom of the well for a while. I was eager to find out if it was a huge vertebra." "I'll find out later." Zhao Ying nodded. The two elders of the Protoss stood aside, stopped talking, and quietly waited for Xiao Chen to return. At the bottom of the bone well, Xiao Chen's red diamond bone body lay there quietly, the surrounding light shone brightly, and the endless colored diamond broken bones did not have the slightest gloomy atmosphere, but it seemed that endless treasures were piled up here. At this moment, the divine fire in his skull was almost extinguished, only a little spiritual light was transmitted, like a dreamlike colorful world. He entered the boundary of Kyushu again, and still appeared outside the dead city. His figure was as illusory as fog. Although he looked like a powerful skeleton king, he had no real body. This time, he didn't want to delay for too long. After all, he didn't enter today to revisit Kyushu. In order to confirm the idea in his heart, he gathered a high fighting spirit, and at this moment, he felt that his body seemed to materialize. But just swung his palm knife towards the sky, and he disappeared out of thin air. Through the misty space of light and shadow, he returned to the bottom of the bone well. At this point, Xiao Chen probably understood that if he wanted to come back, he would have to use up the inexplicable energy he got at that moment, and then he would be pulled back by a powerful divine force. Returning to the red diamond bone body, the divine fire burned in Xiao Chen's skull. The endless crystal bone fragments around him piled up like the most exquisite divine jade. He opened the space ring and began to collect these colorful diamond fragments. This is indeed a treasure for him. If he takes it out and exchanges it, he can get the powerful fire he needs. However, the capacity of the space ring is limited, and it is impossible to take all the colored diamonds and bones, but the collected ones are enough for Xiao Chen's needs. Two elders of the Protoss guarded the bone well for a long time. The light from the mouth of the well slowly receded, and after a while there was a sound of water in the well, and Xiao Chen came out of the water. "Is it still the same as last time?" Li Mu asked. He was eager to go down again. "Yes, if you want to come back, you have to do your best to exhaust the energy generated in an instant." "Ha ha." Li Mu laughed loudly, with a very excited expression, and said, "The country of dreams, the hometown of our ancestors, Kyushu, I really want to go in and have a look." After that, he jumped into the bone well again without wasting time. Another old man in Shengkyun, Zhao Ying, naturally did not go down. It has not been really found out, and the two strong men of Shengkyun can't go exploring at the same time. "Did you take the colored diamonds and broken bones?" Zhao Ying asked. Xiao Chen opened the interspatial ring, and the radiance immediately shone, and the radiance against this courtyard was not like a dead bone, but clearly like a massive treasure. "So much is enough for you to use for a while." Zhao Ying nodded, then showed surprise, and said, "There are real strong colored diamonds and broken bones in it, which seems to be enough for you to advance a few levels." Xiao Chen was also a little happy, but quickly calmed down and said, "You can't rely on them completely, otherwise you will lack the corresponding combat experience and understanding of fire creatures, and they will be flowers in the greenhouse after all, and you will be in trouble when you meet a terrifying strong. It's good that you understand." Zhao Ying nodded and said, "But you don't have to be deliberate, because exchanging these colored diamonds for fire seeds will only allow you to advance a few ranks, because the next level will be the kind of extremely terrifying king fire seeds. Their fire seeds cannot be exchanged with the bones of the dead." Xiao Chen was talking with the old man of the god race while waiting for Li Mu to come back. After waiting for more than 2 hours, the light rippling from the mouth of the well gradually dissipated. After the sound of the water, Li Mu rushed out of the well. He was very excited, as strong as this old man of the Protoss race. His state of mind was so stable, but at the moment he couldn't control himself. His body was almost trembling, and said, "It's unbelievable, I have really entered that dreamlike world. There is no mist, no breath of death, there are green peaks and valleys, magnificent mountains and rivers, and the beauty of heaven and earth. The old man Li Mu talked for a long time when he was excited, and then he calmed down slowly, and told Zhao Ying what he had seen and heard in detail. In the end, he said that when he was about to return, he stayed there for a while, instead of disappearing into that world immediately like Xiao Chen did. This surprised Xiao Chen. In this way, wouldn't it be possible for Li Mu to stay in that world and display his real combat power? Regarding this question, the three of them agreed, and that was because of Li Musho's advanced level. After learning of this result, Xiao Chen was extremely excited. If this is the case, as long as he works hard to cultivate, one day he can truly come to the human world. Afterwards, the old man Zhao Ying also entered the bone well and experienced it for himself. Such a result is really a big event for the creatures in the world of the dead. In the end, the two elders of the Protoss used their supernatural powers to set up a forbidden array to seal the place, and only the three of them could enter it. Walking out of this gloomy ancient building complex, Xiao Chen and the others returned to the exchange market in the city. The old man Li Mu used some rare-colored diamonds in the space ring to piece together a nearly complete bone body in exchange for the powerful fire that Xiao Chen needed. From the red diamond decidual body to the purple diamond bone body, it needs 3 transformations. This level of powerful fire is very rare even in a city of the dead, and it would be good to exchange for one in a day. The sellers are naturally extremely powerful, so naturally they can't be bought and sold in the open trading market like ordinary fire seeds. The transactions of rare fire seeds are generally carried out in the city lord's mansion in the eastern district. Unless Li Mu and other Protoss powerhouses come forward, otherwise they won't be able to enter at all. The pieced-together bone body is mainly made of purple diamonds, shining in brilliance and dazzling, so it is naturally a rare treasure. The colored diamond bone body is the basis of super evolution, which can speed up the advancement of fire creatures, and obtaining it means that they have the opportunity to transform into a king. Therefore, the transaction went smoothly and both parties were very satisfied. Xiao Chen's benefits from this trip can be described as huge, and his strength will increase by a large margin. Of course, Xiao Tianya and those Protoss boys couldn't be treated badly, so Xiao Chen bought them their favorite utensils with colored diamond bones. Don't come here for a short time to trade. On the way back, Zhao Ying, an old man from the Protoss, told Xiao Chen, today's put-together purple diamond bone body is shocking to fire creatures, and you bought a lot of utensils with colored diamonds. I'm afraid some strong people will notice it. Li Mu also nodded, and said, next time, if you need something, go to a distant city of the dead to exchange it. The two old men had rich experience. Xiao Chen nodded upon hearing this. Next time I will go too. I haven't been to any other city yet. Xiao Tianya knew the secret of the bone well, and followed beside him bouncing around. The little one wants to go further, so hurry up and grow up. The Protoss teenagers next to him deliberately teased the little guy, and the return journey was full of laughter, and everyone returned with a rewarding experience. After returning to Shengkyun, Xiao Chen locked himself in the room and began to refine the powerful fire. The fire was dancing in the room, and the bright light came out. Throughout the middle of the night, Xiao Chen's room was so dazzling that the stars and the moon in the sky were eclipsed. It wasn't until the sun rose that Xiao Chen pushed the door out. His whole body was like jade, crystal clear, like carved agate. The morning glow came, making his bones glow with sacred brilliance. After successfully advancing to another level, Xiao Chen's strength greatly improved. He secretly sighed that the world of the dead is full of unimaginable and terrifying dangers, but it also has opportunities that are unimaginable in Kyushu. In this way, a transformation is completed overnight, which can be described as extremely fast compared to the human world. Xiao Chen rested in peace for 2 months. During this period, he and the two Protoss went to the bone well again. The two old men wanted to explore Kyushu, which was their dream, hoping to return to the place where their ancestors once lived. And Xiao Chen is to test how long he can stay in the human world after his strength has been improved a bit. The result satisfied him quite a bit. Instead of disappearing out of thin air immediately, it could stay for as long as 5 breaths. After making sufficient preparations, Xiao Chen started to dispatch again, and he headed towards the eastern cities alone. If you want to advance again, you have 2 choices if you trade. One is to exchange to a higher level fire seed, and the other is to exchange to 30 fire seeds of the same rank. It is difficult to exchange for a higher level of powerful fire. After all, fire creatures of that level are absolutely strong in the non-central regions of the mainland. How can they be easily hunted for trade, and what kind of colored diamonds are needed? He decided to collect 30 fire seeds of the same level to advance to the next rank. If the fire seeds exchanged for trading are not enough, he can also find strong people of the same level in non-city areas to harvest the fire seeds. Xiao Chen didn't dare to go deep into the mainland, and found 5 cities of the dead in the eastern region, and after investigation, he selected 3. Among the 3 cities, there is no need to trade in the city lord's mansion, which is convenient for him. In the 7 Kills city, recently, the strong Du Si was very satisfied. He killed a strong enemy and exchanged that fire for a purple diamond bone body, which has the possibility of super evolution. However, in the next half-month, he saw people exchange to the purple diamond bone body one after another, which made it difficult for him to maintain that kind of joy. Rare things are expensive, but in just half a month, the 7 Kills city actually traded 11 purple diamond bones, which really annoyed Dus. He reported this abnormal situation to the city lord of the city, and at the same time he began to squat in the trading market, preparing to deal with this fat sheep. Similar things also happened in Pojun City and Greedy Wolf City. In the past half a month, in the 3 cities of Qixia, Pojun, and Tanlang, the fire trading market has been extremely hot. In less than 20 days, nearly 30 nearly complete purple diamond fire creatures have flowed in, which is really crazy. The 3 city lords and many powerhouses cast their gazes over. Over the past few days, every time Xiao Chen exchanged a powerful fire, he refined it immediately. He naturally knew that he was in a very dangerous situation, but this was a one-shot deal, and he was destined to make a quick move before fleeing far away. He sensed that the danger was approaching, and even though he was only short of the last 5 flames of the same rank to be promoted, Xiao Chen retreated decisively without the slightest nostalgia. However, he was still blocked, and those who cared had already noticed him. Du Si of Qixia City attracted the powerful city lord of the city where he was located, and waited on the road, trying to destroy Xiao Chen. Chapter 356 Encountering Fellow Villagers from Kyushu in the World of Death. The 3 cities of Qixia, Pojun, and Tanlang are not huge in scale, but they are very famous in the eastern region, because there were 3 super strong men who evolved to an extremely terrifying state, leading countless fire-seeding armies to the depths of the mainland, and competed in the central world of the dead. The 3 cities of Qixia, Pojun, and Tanlang are connected with each other, and they have always advanced and retreated together. This is an unbreakable alliance. The 3 cities of the dead are named after the 3 powerful men, and they have been passed down to this day and have not changed. Xiao Chen had walked out of the 7 Killing city for several miles, and in front of him was an empty plain. The reddish-brown soil seemed to be stained with blood, broken bones could be seen everywhere, and a faint black mist was surging. In front of him, 7 fire creatures blocked his way, and there were 6 purple diamond bones among them, without a gloomy atmosphere but full of nobleness and shining with Tao brilliance. However, the only bone-fired creature was surrounded. Obviously he was the main one, and his killing intent was undisguised, and he could clearly sense the bursts of murderous aura rising to the sky. Xiao Chen naturally knew what they were planning, and kept his money secret. In the past 20 days, he has traded 11 purple diamond bone bodies in Qixia City, and he has obviously been targeted by others. A snake bone with purple diamonds was nearly 10 meters long and was as thick as a bucket. It was shining with purple light all over its body. It swam forward with its head held high, and said, "Our city lord is here, but come to see him." Xiao Chen recognized the big purple diamond snake in front of him, named Du Si. Its strength was not so terrifying, it was only on the same level as him, and this noble purple diamond bone body was traded in his hands. Looking carefully, 2 of the other 5 purple diamond fire creatures are at the same level as him, and 3 are 1 level higher than him. They don't really have the strength of the purple diamond level, and they are all fire creatures that have traded with him. I've seen the 7 Killing city lord. Xiao Chen, who had a red diamond skeleton, cupped his fists, but didn't move half a step forward. Deuce, who had a purple diamond bone body, was swimming with a big snake bone, and forced him to come forward, saying, "Dare to sell the rare purple diamond bone body without any scruples in our city. I think you are powerful, and you don't take our city lord seriously at all. Let's talk about the purpose directly, don't beat around the bush." Xiao Chen looked at the fire creature named Deuce in front of him. 2 strong beams of light shot out from the eye sockets, and murderous aura filled the air. They used to have a happy transaction, but now they have attracted the 7 Kill city lord, wanting to kill people and get more goods. They are really ruthless. Obviously, after cultivating to this level, these fire creatures have already possessed extraordinary wisdom, and some are very cunning. Our city lord would like to invite you to stay in the 7 Kill city lord's mansion for a few days. Du Si stopped when he was more than 30 meters away from Xiao Chen. "I'm sorry, I still have something to do. I will definitely visit you sometime." Hearing Xiao Chen's answer, the only bone creature let out a heavy cold snort, and said, "In the eastern region, I want to keep people with 7 kills, and no one can refuse." The terrifying murderous aura came out, and the strength was fully displayed. The terrifying strength is hard to measure. Each generation of city lords of the 3 cities of Qixia, Pojun, and Greed took the name of the city as their own name. Cut off his head and bring him back to the city. 7 kills had an imposing manner, and in the snow-white skull, the exuberant divine fire was as dazzling as the sun. Although he is a white bone, not a colored diamond creature with obvious advantages, but his strength is extremely terrifying, exuding a powerful coercion, making the several fire creatures with purple diamond skeletons replaced with fear. They rushed towards Xiao Chen together. Du Si, who was at the front, was naturally the first to move. He was anxious to show himself in front of the 7-kill city lord. The 10-meter-long purple diamond snake bone was drawn horizontally towards Xiao Chen like a purple lightning bolt. His movements are not unpleasant. Like wind and electricity, the purple diamond snake bone is a veritable purple lightning magic whip. If it is drawn, Xiao Chen's red diamond bone body may collapse immediately. Xiao Chen didn't retreat. If he wanted to escape, he would have already set off. With a flash of brilliance in his hand, a white bone knife with a faint yellow light slashed out violently. Click! The 10-meter-long crystal snake bone that was whipped horizontally like a purple lightning whip was split into 2 sections on the spot. Ah! Deuce cried out in pain. Brush! The faint yellow light flashed again, and the bone knife slashed at it. With a click, the purple diamond snake's head fell down, and Xiao Chen picked up the snake's head with the bone knife and quickly backed away. Unexpectedly, attack the enemy unprepared, 2 strikes succeed. Gorgeous purple brilliance shone, a pair of amethyst-like divine wings appeared behind Xiao Chen, and the whole person turned into a purple light beam that soared into the sky and reached the high sky. The 5 purple diamond creatures behind roared, but there was nothing they could do. They couldn't fly into the sky. Qi Sha was furious. The divine fire in the skull rushed out, covering the snow-white bone body in an instant, and then soared into the air. Xiao Chen was taken aback. The strength of the 7-kill city lord did not match the information he had received. The opponent could fly into the sky without relying on wings. His strength is really terrifying. However, he was not afraid. The pair of purple wings on the back were personally sacrificed by 2 old men from the Protoss. They depicted some secret magic circles passed down by the Protoss, which could make it extremely fast. Xiao Chen retreated thousands of meters in an instant, obviously faster than the 7 killers. If it was really a fierce battle, the 7-kill city lord believed that he could destroy the enemy with one hand, but the other party had a pair of divine wings, which made it full of killing intent and at the same time very envious. It doesn't care about those purple diamond bones, but it is very excited about this pair of purple feathers with crystal clear wings. If it can grab it, it will undoubtedly increase its strength by a large amount. Xiao Chen looked at the city lord of the 7 killers on the opposite side, and said, "I chose to back down after discovering something bad, but you all chased me out of the city and wanted to kill me. This strengthened my belief. I will harvest a fire seed of the same level today. I will use this place as a hunting paradise in the near future." Xiao Chen's words made several powerful fire creatures furious. His meaning was obvious, and he wanted to hunt down the strong ones here in order to advance. The 7-killed city lord flew forward, and the 5 purple diamond creatures on the ground also roared at the same time, and the terrifying waves shook 10 directions. "I brought you the purple diamond bone body. With the hope of the super plan, you don't know what to do. Please remember, I will come back to hunt soon." Xiao Chen turned into a purple lightning, pierced the sky and left. Xiao Chen left the eastern region in this way, and he couldn't come back in a short time before his strength improved. Before choosing to trade in the 7-killing 3 cities, he had already investigated, and learned that the 3 cities did not have powerful fire creatures that were good at flying. But obviously the 7-killing city lord was an accident, and he could fly into the sky. Fortunately, he was well prepared, otherwise it would be dangerous. In fact, the most important thing is that he is too eager. If he trades slowly, it will definitely not be so dangerous. However, since he discovered the bone hole that entered Kyushu, he is eager to quickly transform to the strongest state. But this is also good. When he is strong enough in the future, he can come here to hunt and kill opponents to advance without any scruples. If he captures a few cities, it would be good to have a large army of dead. In the world of the dead, there are really not many oases. The front is full of greenery, beautiful trees are verdant, vines are entwined, and flowers are blooming. Xiao Chen accidentally discovered a village of the Protoss. However, when he walked in, he found that it was a dead village that had been abandoned for many years, and there were some bones of the gods left behind. It seemed that a fierce battle had happened decades ago. This is really a cruel world, even the mighty Protoss has the bad luck of destroying the whole village. Xiao Chen once heard from the old man Li Mu that the Protoss were extremely rare, and only a few villages were found in the endless area. Most of the battles started because of the life source liquid, and some fire seeds were too powerful and terrifying. Returning from the eastern region, Xiao Chen did not rely on the pair of purple diamond wings to return directly to Shengqun, but walked all the way back. He was looking for powerful fire creatures of the same level, hoping to make up the number of 30. After killing Dus, he traveled all the way. He picked 3 eerie castles, and already refined 29 fire seeds of the same level, and now he only needs the last one. Under the moonlit night, there are bursts of sinister aura rising from the desolate land, and the bright moon hangs high in the sky, casting a little bit of holy light on the gloomy land, diluting the gloom on the ground. Night is the time when fire creatures come and go, like fireflies jumping, walking in the wild far away from the city. Xiao Chen is definitely the king of fire creatures in this area, and all the dancing fire creatures avoid him far away, not daring to approach him at all. This is a picture that surprised N. White bones are walking on the ground under the moonlit night, and the place where a red diamond bone passes is like a tide receding to the sides. Suddenly, Xiao Chen stopped in his tracks as if sensing something. There was a powerful fire creature nearby, and he caught the dangerous aura. Far from the city, the strong man who grows and haunts the desolate ancient battlefield at night is the most terrifying. It is a terrifying hunter who acts alone, just like a lone wolf among wolves. In a sense, Xiao Chen is currently such a loner, looking for prey in the wilderness in order to evolve to become stronger. Suddenly he saw the dangerous hunter. Under the moonlit night, a rocky mountain with a height of more than 100 meters was located on the open plain. There was not a single fire creature dancing around, and they all avoided it far away. On the stone wall, a tall figure was as red as blood, standing on the cliff of the stone mountain, staring at Xiao Chen coldly. This is a red flag. A lone wolf-like strong red diamond of the same level as hunting, and it can be said that 2 strong men meet. Roar! The roar of the red diamond king shook the night sky. This kind of mental fluctuation was particularly terrifying, and many weak fire creatures around knelt down to the ground. Xiao Chen didn't stop, and walked forward with big strides. The nearby ground was full of bones, but under his footsteps, they continued to shatter and turned into bone powder. The moonlit night is so beautiful, the feast has begun. The Red Diamond King was very confident, looking down at Xiao Chen below. The light in his eye sockets was like the eyes of a wolf. Xiao Chen didn't say anything. Although he was a bone body, he was as agile as a spirit ape. He climbed up the rock wall more than 100 meters high in a few leaps. This hunter who haunts alone under the moonlit night, the red diamond bone body is as red as jade, which is almost the same as Xiao Chen's crystal clear bone body. This is definitely a formidable opponent. This is Xiao Chen's first time facing a super evolutionary king, and he is obviously much stronger than the bone creatures of the same level before. I believe that every spark corresponds to a star in the sky, and a bright star is about to perish tonight. The Red Diamond King raised a white bone knife and pressed towards Xiao Chen on the rocky cliff. Xiao Chen stared at the opponent's bone knife, not daring to underestimate it, because if the strength is strong enough, no matter what color the bone is, it will be unbreakable. In his hand is such a white bone knife, which was selected and polished from the pile of colored diamond bones. It emits a little yellow light, and it is much stronger than the colored diamond bones. It's like a dream and an unreal moonlit night. It's the time to kill ruthlessly. The Red Diamond King held a bone knife, and the divine fire in his skull was blazing. Xiao Chen felt a little weird. This guy is really coquettish. He seems to be different from other fire creatures, not quite like a skeleton, but more like a human. I am a wandering poet, named Changsheng, and you are extraordinary. Please give me your name. Satisfy your wish before death. My name is Xiao Chen. Speaking of this, the two had already met with their knives, and they moved in an instant. The sounds of fierce collisions are endless, and the sounds of thousands of times of swinging knives and slashing are connected together. Xiao Chen and the Red Diamond King moved on the cliff like two beams of blood, incredibly fast. The sound of rumbling continued, and the two snow-white bone knives on the cliff chopped down countless boulders. The bone knives were so sharp that cutting on the rock wall was like cutting yellow mud. They were as fast as lightning, leaving scarlet afterimages. Their shadows were everywhere on the stone mountain. Red diamonds gleamed, knives flickered, rabbits rose and fell, and the two turned into two beams of light entangled together, fiercely confronting each other. In the direction of the snow-white bone knife, sand and rocks flew, and the rocks cracked. Xiao Chen and the Red Diamond King were evenly matched, and they fought non-stop on the rocky cliff. The two bone knives quickly cut off a large part of the cliff. This was a real battle between Xiao Chen in the world of the dead. The two of them were leaping like two red dragons, turning into two beams of red light and impacting vertically and horizontally. Then they entangled and rushed down from the stone mountain more than 100 meters high, fighting fiercely on the plain of white bones. This surprised Xiao Chen. After all, he had the memory of his previous life, and the Red Diamond King in front of him was not much weaker than him, and seemed to be proficient in many exquisite combat skills. It's a pity to kill him, but Xiao Chen can't be lenient. Life and death are at stake, any hesitation will be a lifelong regret. The Red Diamond King jumped up, more than 10 meters high, dodging Xiao Chen's 9 knives just now. The divine fire was beating in Xiao Chen's skull, the opportunity was at this moment, and he didn't want to delay any longer. The eagle hits the sky. It had already rushed into the sky, and the snow-white long knife slashed like a bolt of lightning. After breaking through dozens of knives from the Red Diamond King, it pierced into the opponent's chest like a dragon, and then vibrated violently. Click, the sound of fracture came, and the long knife in Xiao Chen's hand broke a breastbone of the opponent. The Red Diamond King stepped back resolutely, grabbed the broken red sternum, and rushed into the distance without looking back. Xiao Chen chased after him, and the bone knife in his hand glowed yellow in the night light. Please, I ran away in a big defeat. Why are you still chasing me? The Red Diamond Skull shouted angrily while fleeing. How about some grace? I'm in such a miserable situation, and you still chase me. Xiao Chen originally wanted to carry the pair of divine wings on his back, but he was very surprised when he heard this, and he chased after him unhurriedly. This is by no means an ordinary kindling creature. No matter how you look at it, it looks like a guy with human thoughts. Brother, please forgive me. I admit that I am afraid of you. We are all geniuses. Losing one of them is a huge loss. Please stop chasing me, I am going to cry. The more Xiao Chen listened to it, the more he felt that it was not tasteful. How does this look like a skeleton? Clearly a man of character. Brother, can I ask you to be my teacher? Don't chase after me anymore, you can't bully people like this. The Red Diamond King's mental fluctuations were crying. It's a pity that the people behind kept chasing after him with butcher knives, and the Red Diamond Skull was depressed and scared. Brother, stop chasing me, okay. From now on, I will give you 30 fire seeds of the same level, and if not, I will give you 180. The Red Diamond King tried to communicate with Xiao Chen while fleeing for his life, and said, please, brother, you have to be forgiving and forgiving, you really make me cry. Only then did Xiao Chen ask, did you remember your previous life? Ah, brother skeleton, you also know about your previous life. I thought you were a dead thing to fool. When the Red Diamond King said these words, Xiao Chen's bone knife had almost pierced his pelvis, but it jumped up in fright, and sped away, saying, brother, take it easy, don't chase me down. I'm from Kyushu, maybe we are fellow villagers, where did you hang out before? Kyushu. Xiao Chen's heart was shaken, this person must be captured alive, unexpectedly meta, citizen, with character. In the public version of the work, there is a news about the soundtrack of the Tomb of God game. If you are interested, you can check it out. Chapter 357. Brother, where did you hang out before? The Red Diamond King ran around while courteously making love, and said, it's not easy to go out, we are both fallen in the world, we should take care of each other. Xiao Chen pursued with a dull head, sticking out the white bone knife in his hand, and slapped the guy in front of him on the pelvis with no light or heavy. The Red Diamond King who hit him grinned and jumped up. Brother, take it easy. My fellow sees his eyes tearing up. Let's have a good talk and stop being so violent, okay? It is obvious that this Red Diamond King has a great personality. Although he keeps getting close, his speed is not slow at all. Ryu's red bone body is like a red lightning bolt on a moonlit night, which is really eye-catching. Where are you from Kyushu, and what year were you born in? Xiao Chen chased after him unhurriedly. Seeing that Xiao Chen was finally willing to talk to him, the Red Diamond King said, I am from Jingzhou. As for when I was born, I have lost my memory with the wind. Although he was answering, he did not dare to slow down at all. What kind of person were you back then, and how did you come to this world? Xiao Chen was very curious about the origin of this guy. You must know that he fell from the magic well, and there is no simple figure among the cultivators swallowed by the magic well. Oh, the past is like smoke, the past is like wind, so it's worth not mentioning it. Speaking of this guy actually shook his head and sighed with emotion. Seeing this guy's fart, Xiao Chen didn't say anything, the bone knife in his hand glowed a little yellow, and he slapped his ass facing the knife. The Red Diamond King jumped up and down in fright, like red lightning piercing the night sky, but he was still slapped firmly, and he yelled, "Brother, take it easy, we are all civilized people, a hero speaks but does not move." Hearing what he said, Xiao Chen was very angry. When we first met, this guy stood coolly on the cliff, posing like a peerless master, full of bastardism, but now he actually wants to talk about civilization, which is really embarrassing. Brother, I'm convinced. Whatever you say, don't fight. The Red Diamond King with human thoughts was completely scared of being beaten, and begged for mercy. The past is like smoke, and it has long been blown away with the wind. It's not that I don't want to say it, but I really can't remember it. I only know that I am from the human world. Xiao Chen didn't believe it, he chased after him and continued to fight. The Red Diamond King ran away with his head in his arms, and when he was really in a hurry, he turned around and cracked to talk to Xiao Chen, and then fled again. The two circled around this area in a large circle, like two meteor beams entangled. Night is the time for fire creatures to be active, and the breath of the two powerful men made many bone creatures tremble and run away in a panic. Yao, Shunyu soup, bird raw fish soup, I won't run away. The Red Diamond King was finally driven into a hurry. There was no way to go to the sky, no way to go to the earth, stopped and put on a posture that made Xiao Chen quite speechless. This guy is really interesting. Xiao Chen looked at him with great interest, and said, if you want to survive, just tell the story, otherwise you will know what will happen. I'm crying. Brother, I really forgot the past, I only know that I am from Kyushu. Xiao Chen held the bone knife, glared at him, and said, nonsense, remembering that I am from Kyushu, how could I forget my origin? Brother, I really didn't lie to you. I just remember that I am from Jingzhou. It seems that I was sucked into the ruins of the ground by an ancient lamp. It hung up inexplicably, and I came to this world when I woke up. Speaking of this, the Red Diamond King started to fart again, saying, people like me must have been a generation of arrogance when they were alive. I don't want to die like that. I am really depressed. This guy is so narcissistic that Xiao Chen can't wait to slap him a few more times. However, he was also a little surprised. He had seen 9 ancient lamps before, and the 9 lamps were born because of him, and he had seen that where each ancient lamp rose, there was a ruin in the deepest part of the ground. Of course, except for Yangzhou, the dead city under Yangzhou was intact. You don't have to prevaricate, tell the truth quickly, or I will tear you down. What do you have to say, brother, to believe it? The Red Diamond King explained in every possible way, but Xiao Chen didn't believe it at all, and finally the two confronted each other with swords again. No way, let's keep fighting, if you don't tear me down, you don't give up. Bird raw fish soup, clay figurines are also very angry. Don't be impatient with you. You don't know that Lord Ma has 3 eyes. The Red Diamond King yelled and rushed forward. The 2 red diamond powerhouses fought together again. 2 white bone knives pierced the night sky, the light of the snow-white knives was surging like white waves, the ground under their feet was shattered by their shock, occasionally encountering obstacles such as boulders and bone piles. Once the knife was swung away, it would instantly turn into a cloud of dust. This series of battles is already terrifying. It is almost difficult to meet such a strong person in this marginal area. The fire creatures are all scared and avoid them, not daring to get close. The combat strength of the two is almost the same. The Red Diamond King is indeed Xiao Chen's strong opponent, but after hundreds of moves, the Red Diamond King finally loses and is knocked down by Xiao Chen. Zilly-walla, thunderclack. Xiao Chen disassembled him neatly, but he didn't break his red diamond bones, he only started at the joints and disassembled it into a pile of loose bones. Looking at the crystal skull on the pile of red diamond bones, Xiao Chen patted it with a white bone knife and said, "Speak, I will give you one last chance." The Red Diamond King said with tears in his voice, "Brother, I really forgot about the past. At the same time, the world has fallen into poverty. Why should we meet each other before? We are all from Kyushu, so we can't kill each other. Stop talking nonsense, if you don't say anything else, I'm going to tear your skull apart." Xiao Chen pressed the white bone knife on the red diamond skull on the ground. Heaven, earth, the way of heaven is unfair, heaven is jealous of talents, a generation of arrogance is about to perish, alas. Stop howling, hurry up and say it. The Red Diamond King began to swear to the sky, crying, "Is it easy for me? There are tens of millions of fire creatures, and how many of them can remember the past? I can remember a few, which is not bad. How did I quickly recall all the past? I think you are clearly hiding it. Brother, are you a monster? In this world of the dead, few people can comprehend past lives, and a peerless genius like me can only remember a few. Xiao Chen found out that this guy is really not an ordinary narcissist, his life is at stake, and he is still so coquettish. I really didn't lie. Besides, if I lie to you, I can just make it up. Xiao Chen beat him in the middle of the night. This guy was about to collapse, he seemed to have really forgotten the past, he only knew that he was sucked into the underground ruins by an ancient lamp, and came here with an inexplicable death. Seeing that Xiao Chen didn't seem to have the intention of killing him, the Red Diamond King flattered him and said, "Brother, you are the light in the dark night," pointing out the direction for me to move forward. "I will mess with you from now on, little brother. Even if you kill me, I won't leave." Although there is no flesh and blood, Xiao Chen still has a nasty feeling, this guy can still be pissed off. "I haven't said to spare your life yet. Do you want to kiss the people in my hometown? Is the water in my hometown beautiful? When I see my fellow villagers, my eyes are full of tears. Brother, we can't see outsiders. From now on, you will be my relatives." Boom. Xiao Chen felt that this guy was too foolish, so he hit his skull hard with a white bone knife. "Brother, don't kill me. If a genius kills one, kill one. The heavens will shed tears. If you want fire, I will get it for you. For a genius like us, killing fire creatures of the same level is as simple as picking something out of a bag." The Red Diamond King was really scared, and he was really afraid that the bone knife hanging above his head would come down fiercely. "Regional ones, I will fetch their kindling for my elder brother." It's rare to meet a similar person with real human thoughts. Xiao Chen really couldn't bear to kill him, and finally reorganized him, saying, "Don't play tricks on me, or you will know the consequences. From now on, I will hang out with the elder brother. Wherever the elder brother's long knife is pointed, the younger brother will rush there. Okay, my knife is pointing at the giant castle 300 miles away today." "Your knife is so fast," the Red Diamond King whispered. "What are you mumbling about? No, where the big brother points, the little brother will kill there, kill." This guy grabbed the bone knife and flew forward. He really wanted to run away, but when he secretly looked back, he saw Xiao Chen following him unhurriedly, and he was immediately dejected. About 300 miles forward, a huge ancient castle stands in front of it, eerie and frightening, like a huge ancient behemoth. There are two ferocious skeletons hanging on the copper ring of the black lacquered gate, and there are two huge bone lions on both sides of the gate, which set off this majestic and tall castle even more impressively. It's really showing off. The Red Diamond King grabbed a white bone lion and slammed it at the gate, shouting, "Is there anyone with arms and legs? Give me 2 or 3. Xiao Chen stood behind with the bone knife in his arms, and said, "You are yelling like that, you are scaring the snake. If it's against a strong person of a higher level, it's natural to fight the sap. A genius like us is king at the same level, and it's no problem to kill 3 or 5 of the same level." He laughed and said, "To deal with them, you must have the demeanor of a king." Really not a good bird, Xiao Chen muttered to himself. He had to take precautions, otherwise he would really want to cry without tears if he was hit with a sap by this bastard. Roar. A terrifying roar came from the castle. "What are you yelling about? The deadly king is coming." The Red Diamond King slashed open the gate and rushed in first. Immediately, many fire creatures rushed over. Although the Red Diamond King was laughing and laughing when talking to Xiao Chen, he was really unambiguous when he actually started to fight. He rushed in with the bone knife in hand, invincible all the way. He seemed to be very clear about the architectural layout of the castle, obviously very experienced in the battle of challenging the castle, obviously a veteran, he did such things a lot. There are no tigers and monkeys in the mountains to call the king, and this genius king is here. Holding the bone knife, he swept away all the fire creatures with an unstoppable momentum, and strode into the depths of the castle. The crystal clear bones shone with holy red light. At this moment, he really seemed to be a king. Roar. The roar approached, and 3 powerful fire creatures blew a gust of wind, rushing forward from the deepest part of the castle. The fire creature on the left turned out to be a huge scorpion made of white bones, the one on the right was a bone giant 10 meters high, and the one in the middle was a normal height humanoid creature with rotten wings. Hey, there is actually a female angel of death. The Red Diamond King teased the winged angel in the middle. "Girl, give me a smile." The words were shocking, and the 3 powerful fire creatures on the opposite side obviously didn't expect this guy to have such words. "You're looking for death." The angel of death was furious, spread his rotten wings, and a gust of wind blew up, killing him in an instant. Boom. In the end, he was sent flying by the Red Diamond King. It flapped its wings vigorously, surrounded by black mist, and a purple diamond spear appeared in its hand, flashing bursts of dreamlike brilliance, rushing forward like purple lightning. The white bone knife in the hands of the Red Diamond King collided with the purple diamond spear continuously. The two men were like ghosts and ghosts. Women should be gentle, the Red Diamond King said nonchalantly, striding forward to force her. The Angel of Death, the Bone Scorpion, and the Bone Giant stood side by side, and the three powerful fire creatures felt that something was wrong. Colored diamond creatures are very rare in normal times, but now that two terrifying Red Diamond Kings have joined hands to kill them, they already have a premonition that something bad will happen, but they are not afraid. They have evolved to this point by stepping on the bones of countless fire creatures, and they have no fear of destruction. Breakthrough! The Angel of Death yelled softly, and was about to fly away first. Bone Scorpion and Bone Giant also turned and fled. Brush! Like a flash of red lightning, Xiao Chen rose into the air with an unbelievably fast speed, and the bone knife in his hand slashed down obliquely, and the rotten wings of the Angel of Death were chopped off immediately. The Angel of Death fell down, and Xiao Chen also stepped back with the bone knife in his hand, without making another move. The Red Diamond King rushed there almost instantly, but Xiao Chen didn't expect to make the first move. Brother, how can you destroy flowers with your hands? I still want to catch a perfect angel. Xiao Chen didn't bother to talk to him. What kind of wickedness is this? The Red Diamond King shook his head and sighed. How can a genius like me not have a confidant behind him? It's hard to find a perfect angel, and it's hard to find one, and you'll be maimed by you. Don't despise me, Taoist companions need to be cultivated slowly. One day, when we transform into a state of flesh and blood, you will find how beautiful the confidant you cultivate is. This guy's mouth is quite powerful, but every time it makes Xiao Chen feel numb and chilly. Hurry up and chase, no one is there. Brother, don't worry, the three of them can't escape. After finishing speaking, the Red Diamond King turned into a beam of light and rushed to the depths of the castle. After a while, there was a rumbling sound, and the castle began to collapse. Holding the bone knife, Xiao Chen strode there. Although the three fire creatures are very powerful, it is difficult to compete against the Red Diamond King even if the three join forces. The Red Diamond King no longer keeps it, and the bone knife is like wind and electricity, swinging 1,000 sword shadows. The majestic castle continued to collapse as he swung the knife. It is conceivable how terrifying the power on the bone knife is. When the knife is cut out, the ground collapses and rocks crack. Click, the Bone Scorpion was cut off. Crash, the Bone Giant fell apart. In the end, the white bone knife slashed down obliquely, and the Angel of Death was also dealt with. Complete victory. The Red Diamond King is not bragging, he fought against the top three with his own strength, and solved the battle with more than 100 moves. Xiao Chen picked up the giant's skull with a bone knife, and then began to absorb the fire in the skull. The divine fire is throbbing, refining fire seeds of the same level does not take much effort, and the time spent is limited. Moments later, an extremely powerful aura burst out, and the bright light illuminated the entire gloomy castle. Xiao Chen's red diamond bone body was as red as agate, bursting out with endless divine brilliance. Under the night sky, like a blood-colored sun, the tinder creatures with a radius of tens of miles all sensed a strong coercion, trembled, and knelt down in this direction. Roar! Xiao Chen couldn't help but roared up to the sky, the terrifying mental fluctuations spread in all directions. The number of 30 was finally gathered, and he was successfully promoted. The strength has improved a lot. The Red Diamond King witnessed all this with his own eyes, and said in a crying voice, "Heaven is jealous of talents, woo." Seeing Xiao Chen's success in promotion, he wanted to cry, but now he really couldn't escape the other party's palm, and suddenly became wilted. Xiao Chen didn't have time to talk to him, he looked into the distance, ready to come to the human world again. After the last promotion, when the real body was condensed in Kyushu, it could retain 5 breaths of time. Now that the bones are removed and entered into the human world, the real body can be kept for a longer time. Unstoppable. This time, he is going to come back to the world, and meet his old friends for a while. Chapter 358. Under the night sky, the divine splendor shone brightly in all directions. Xiao Chen's whole body was crystal clear, and his red bones exuded a sacred aura. The tinder creatures with a radius of tens of miles all worship in this direction, which is a submission to the king. Only the red diamond skull looked up to the sky with a sad face and sighed. Now he is one level lower than Xiao Chen, and he is destined to be hard to escape from Xiao Chen's palm. Go and refine the remaining 2 powerful fire seeds. Xiao Chen didn't want to treat him badly. Ah, really? The Red Diamond King was overjoyed, he got 2 of the 3 powerful fire seeds in the end, which was not a loss. Xiao Chen didn't turn around to look at him, but strode forward. The surviving fire creatures around were lying on the ground, all trembling, and none of them dared to raise their heads. No obstacle in front of him could stop Xiao Chen. With a light wave of the bone knife, the huge stone tables and chairs would turn into dust. Xiao Chen walked straight forward. Even if there was a wall blocking it, it would melt instantly like ice and snow under the scorching sun. He moved forward with his instinct, smashed all obstacles, and came to a gloomy hall, which was originally a secret room. As a result, under the destructive power of the bone knife, it was exposed. In the dead temple, there was only a stone table with a jade gourd on it. Xiao Chen strode over, grabbed the bottle in his hand, and unscrewed the cork. A burst of emerald green light burst out, making the hall full of greenery. It turned out to be the source of life liquid, which is definitely a precious liquid for fire creatures. It can purify fire, filter evil spirits, make the original power extremely pure, and increase the potential of fire creatures. Xiao Chen held it in his hand and looked at it, then put the cork on the bottle and threw it into the space ring. If you absorb it now, it will indeed make the fire seed extremely pure, and increase your combat power a bit. After all, this is a divine liquid that can be returned to its original source. However, it would be a bit wasteful to absorb it now, because his path of transformation is far from over, and he will continue to refine the fire in the future. Even if he purifies the fire now, he cannot maintain it. Xiao Chen felt that it would be most appropriate to absorb this divine liquid after reaching a stronger state. There is such a good thing. The red diamond skull has successfully refined 2 fire seeds. When it came, it happened to see this scene, and it screamed again, saying, "Heaven is jealous of talents. If I came a few days earlier, it would be a pity. Look at how promising you are. It's not a big deal. You will benefit from following me." The Red Diamond King was stunned. The guy in front of him said the word, "Scumbag," so he must be the same kind of person as him, so don't get on the bandit boat. But seeing Xiao Chen's powerful strength at this moment, he had to accept the reality, and said, "Brother's strength has improved a lot after he was promoted. If he advances to another level, he will transform into the King of Purple Diamonds. At that time, we can attack cities and loot land in this world of the dead." Fiery light shines from his eye sockets, refining powerful fire creatures, occupying the cities of the world of the dead, and leading the army to the depths of the mainland have always been his goal. "Let's go, get out of here first." Xiao Chen swung his knife, the thick wall of the gloomy old castle rumbled, and a huge hole was broken. The moonlight outside suddenly poured in, and he stepped out. The bright moonlight sprinkled the dead plain, and all the fire creatures retreated far away, and there was no obstacle in their path. "Do you know the source of life liquid?" Xiao Chen asked on the road. "It is said that it is extracted from the body of the gods, but it is also said that it can be automatically extracted from plants. I don't know the details. I only know that it is very beneficial to our fire creatures." "It is strange." The Red Diamond King seemed to think of something, and pondered for a moment. Xiao Chen was startled, and said, "If what you said is true, it seems that someone is cultivating people with strong potential. This matter is not easy. In non-cities in remote areas, a powerhouse of Xiao Chen's level is very rare. There is no fire creature that can stop this duo. There is no delay along the way, and they quickly returned to Shengkyun. The Red Diamond King was a little apprehensive. He didn't dare to get close at first. He didn't expect Xiao Chen to have such a close connection with the Protoss, but he quickly adjusted his mentality. "Mr. Skeleton, you are back." Xiao Tianya ran over bouncingly. He tilted his head to look at the Red Diamond King, and asked, "Who are you?" Some Protoss teenagers also looked at the Red Diamond King strangely. "He is the partner I found for you. Don't you always quarrel that no one will play with you? I brought a guy here." "Oh, that's great." He was overjoyed, but the Red Diamond King wailed, "Do I want to take care of the child? Ah, asking you how much sorrow you can have is like a river of spring water flowing eastward. Asking you how much sorrow you can have is like a group of eunuchs going to a brothel. Asking you how much sorrow you can have is like the tears of a generation's pride." Xiao Chen slapped his skull directly with the bone knife, telling him to shut up immediately. Not far away, the Protoss teenagers thought he was very interesting, and they all gathered around, laughing and watching. The Red Diamond King regretted dying. Why was he caught by the other party as a younger brother, and he was speechless when he came here to coax the kid. "Don't worry, I won't treat you badly." Xiao Chen came over and patted him on the shoulder, and said, "You can benefit a lot from being with me." Speaking of which, he brought the Red Diamond King back to his residence. Only Xiao Tianya followed, and the rest of the Protoss youth did not follow. Xiao Chen opened the interspatial ring, and poured out a pile of colored diamond skeletons with a crash, which surprised the Red Diamond King. I think you should know the value of these colored diamonds. I can provide them in large quantities. It is absolutely no problem for you to be promoted in a short period of time. You claim to be a wandering poet, and you think you have traveled many places. You should be able to sell these things safely and smoothly. There are so many vermilion fruits. Tianya was full of little stars, knowing the value of these colorful diamond bones. No problem, you will be my big brother from now on. The Red Diamond King was indeed stunned. When he saw Xiao Chen put together 2 nearly complete purple diamond skeletons, he saw a new path of evolution, and said excitedly, "Damn it, it turns out that you can still advance in this way, ha ha ha. I dare not say anything else, but no one knows the cities better than me. Asking me to trade with others is definitely the best choice." Xiao Chen gave him hope, and naturally began to let him serve him. He carefully took out a pale yellow crystal skull, and said, "Can you sell it?" "Yellow diamond skull," Red Diamond exclaimed, stretched out his hands tremblingly to touch it, and said, "Yellow diamond fire creature has not appeared for many years, and even if it did appear, it has already been killed in the depths of the mainland. I didn't expect that I would be lucky enough to see it today." "That's right, this is the king's skull above the purple diamond. You should know its value. After all, it is not a limb bone, but a real skull. Whoever masters it can transform into a complete golden bone. The king of red diamonds naturally knows its value. Super evolutionary like them, colored diamond fire creatures are very rare. If a non-colored diamond creature gets a colored diamond skull, even though it is not a complete bone body, if there is no accident, it can transform into a lower body skeleton. Of course, after all, they are not real super evolutionaries. It is difficult for this kind of bone changer to achieve a higher level of evolution for colored diamonds, and most of them will remain in that color forever. A yellow diamond skull means a golden bone, which is the favorite of the Bone King with super terrifying strength. If you don't go deep into the mainland, the yellow diamond fire creature is an absolute invincible king in the outer area. This is difficult. The Red Diamond King looked at it for a long time before saying, "Yellow diamond is higher than purple diamond by 3 levels, but I am 2 levels lower than purple diamond. It is very dangerous to trade with bone kings of that level without strong strength. It doesn't have to be a transaction with the most powerful horror king. I don't have high requirements for the fire in exchange. I just need to be 1 level higher than me, reaching the purple diamond level." "Okay, I'll do my best." The Red Diamond King agreed, but he was looking forward to following Xiao Chen to quickly evolve to the next level. "I'm going out to do some things recently. You might as well visit various cities to see who are strong enough to trade." Xiao Chen asked the Red Diamond Skeleton to contact the trader, and prepared to have 2 old people from the Protoss follow him to escort him. He knew that the exchange of bones for fire would stop at the purple diamond level, and no matter how high the fire was, it would be impossible to trade. After reaching that level, one can only transform and evolve by truly fighting between life and death. When both of us have evolved to the purple diamond level, who are we afraid of? When the time comes, we will open up a few cities, lay down a large territory, and become the leader of a region. It will be exciting to think about it. The Red Diamond Skull began to look forward to it. After you find a good buyer, we will be promoted at the same time. Xiao Chen set off after meeting the 2 old men of the Protoss. He was going to enter the Bone Well again and return to Kyushu. Going alone on the road into the city where the king once fell, nothing happened. The Bone Well was hidden by the formation. Xiao Chen walked in according to a specific footwork, and jumped into the well. With ripples, bursts of brilliance surged out of the Bone Well. After Xiao Chen sank to the bottom of the well, he felt the colorful brilliance shining, the mighty aura of Kyushu rushed towards him, and the dreamlike world kept spinning. Then, he crossed into Kyushu. Still in front of the dead city, he manifested his figure, no longer as excited as when he first came here. Xiao Chen walked around the ancient city calmly, and then strode away. Dodging the soldiers guarding the dead city, he marched eastward along the Yellow River. After all, he is a red diamond bone body at this time, and in his current state, it is impossible to enter the town during the day, otherwise he will definitely be regarded as a ghost. From west to east, he lays down at night and goes out at night, often walking in uninhabited wilderness so as not to frighten mortals. The land of Kyushu is full of spiritual energy, which is obviously different from that of the past, especially the famous mountains and rivers are filled with immortal energy, and all the caves and blessed places have been occupied by major sects. Xiao Chen really wanted to know what had happened in these years. He wanted to find Kiki's whereabouts. He wanted to know what happened to Little Stubborn Dragon. He wanted to know the situation of Lu Mu, Niu Ren, Jinsanyi and others. What happened to the greedy little thing? Thinking of Kiki Xiaochen, he would naturally think of Qingqing, that ethereal and bright girl was forever engraved in his heart, and whenever he thought of her, he would be silent for a long time. He came back to life in a different way from the world of the dead, and often silently prayed that one day Qingqing would reappear in the world. It is really difficult for Xiao Chen to approach the crowd like this. This is a serious disadvantage, which prevents him from knowing everything he wants to know. Moreover, he didn't dare to arrest people easily for questioning, because the time he stayed in Kyushu was very limited after using his strength. He is wandering like a ghost, from Mount Heng to Mount Song to Mount Tai, but he can only watch from afar. Looking at the familiar land, he feels very cordial, but now he has become like this, recalling everything in the past as if in a dream. He used to be invincible all over the world, but in the end he can only hide from the crowd like a ghost, appearing in the dark. His heart is complicated and difficult to understand. Depressedly wandering around at night for several days, Xiao Chen did not find the whereabouts of any old people, and did not know where they are now. In the end, Xiao Chen looked at the imperial capital from a distance, and decided to go there to fight, and then return to the world of the dead. You can't find friends from back then, but you can find some enemies. The majestic imperial palace, red bricks and green tiles, carved beams and painted buildings, has been rebuilt and is even more majestic. Xiao Chen used to hold a golden divine halberd and ventured into this place alone. No one dared to take him, but now he can only sneak in the dark and enter cautiously. In the imperial garden, there are green pines and cypresses, ancient vines coiled around, exotic flowers and plants, and fragrance lingers. There are also strange stones, small bridges, flowing water, and pavilions, all of which present a harmonious and dynamic scenery. Xiao Chen met his former enemy Zhao Liner in the imperial garden. This empress who cheated her death is not old, but still magnificent, crowning the world with splendor. In addition, she now controls Kyushu, carrying the coercion of the supreme emperor. Graceful and delicate body, carved like a peerless beautiful jade, extremely beautiful, with slender jade legs, graceful in lotus steps, walking in this direction, shaking like a holy flower. There was another person beside Zhao Liner. It turned out to be a hydra. His body was emitting a faint brilliance, like a layer of armor protecting his body, and he was discussing something with Zhao Liner. Xiao Chen hid in the depths of the garden, remained motionless, and listened quietly. I didn't expect that Nalong King to be so terrifying, stronger than you even took advantage of it. Zhao Liner's voice was very moving and magnetic. The hydra's cultivation has obviously reached the state of transformation, and the brilliance of the whole body is not deliberately blooming, but is flowing naturally, and said, I didn't expect him to be so strong. Next time, we must cut the grass and roots, otherwise keeping him will always be a big problem. Yi Zhouzhang and the top 5 Qi refiners have already arrived in the imperial capital. You should fight with them at the same time. The Nalong King will surely die. The hydra frowned and said, I want to fight him again. Zhao Liner reminded, get rid of him earlier to avoid long nights and dreams. I heard that little crying beast appeared once half a year ago. If the two of them meet, I'm afraid they will be invincible. That crying little thing is really scary. I don't know where it came from, but as long as it appears, I'm afraid the Golden Lion King will show up to fight with it. The hydra looked to the east and said, Nalong King has been in the East China Sea for a few days, and now I'm leaving overnight to meet him. Zhao Liner said, I'll go and inform Yi Zhouzhang and the others to help you. It's not that I don't want to join forces with them to kill the Nalong King. It's because Nalong Wang has extreme speed. If he fights with a group, he will definitely hide. It's okay, you go first, I'll let Yi Zhouzhang and the others go there later. Under the night, the hydra turned into a beam of light and flew away. Looking at his back, Zhao Liner sneered and said, Perfuse me, we're just taking advantage of each other, you're too useless. Then, she ordered into the darkness, tell Yi Zhouzhang that they should leave. Xiao Chen was furious. Zhao Liner was so venomous, I hadn't seen her for many years. She actually had the guts to take the little stubborn dragon. He really wanted to make a move, but he held back in the end. He was no longer the Xiao Chen of the past, his combat power was only fleeting, and he was not sure that he would be fatal with a single blow. Moreover, there are several extremely powerful experts protecting Zhao Liner in the darkness, so this is not the best time to make a move. When Zhao Liner left the imperial garden, Xiao Chen turned into a bolt of lightning, left the imperial capital, and rushed to the east. The purple diamond magic wings on his back allowed him to fly into the sky. With extremely fast speed, he came to the East China Sea at dawn. At this moment, he felt something calling him from the depths of the sea. Xiao Chen was greatly surprised and entered the deep sea. At the same time, many cultivators in the vast sea sensed an extremely powerful energy fluctuation, and all of them gathered towards the same area. Recently, the East China Sea is a place of right and wrong, and there are often battles between the strong. Among them, the Nalong king invited the strong men of Kyushu to fight here for many days, attracting many masters from all over the world. Xiao Chen discovered Dragon Island, but it seemed to be filled with a powerful force, preventing outsiders from approaching, and no dragon family had left the island for many years. The island is so misty that you can't see the scenery clearly, but occasionally you will hear earth-shattering roars. No one will underestimate this island. When the Dragon Clan really appears one day, the world's power structure will be completely rewritten. Bypassing Long Island, Xiao Chen continued to head for the depths of the sea. On the way, many masters advanced in Yukong, and everyone felt a terrifying energy fluctuation. When Xiao Chen arrived, he found that the sea in front of him was already full of figures. There were already many powerful cultivators overseas, but due to the turmoil recently, many strong men in this area naturally appeared. Xiao Chen saw the little stubborn dragon, and also saw the Hydra. They were confronting each other, but they didn't make any moves. Their gazes drifted to the surface of the sea from time to time, and the many strong men who gathered were not attracted by the battle that the two kings were about to start. Everyone's eyes were fixed on this sea surface, and the terrifying fluctuations came from here. Based on experience, many people thought that a Lingbao was about to be born. With Xiao Chen's current state, he could only wait and see from a distance where no one was around. Boom! At this time, the sea was furious, and violently turbulent, rolling up monstrous waves. Then, a shocking thing happened. A huge stone statue slowly emerged from the blue sea, standing like a mountain in the middle of the sea. An incredible scene. The sea is churning, the waves are raging, the energy fluctuates and vibrates, and a huge mountain-like stone statue rises from the sea. On it, there are 24 huge stone swords, each of which pierces through the body of the stone statue, firmly fixing it there. Everyone was dumbfounded. How could this be? It's the stone statue of that person. Oh my god, it turned out to be him. Anyone who recognized them gasped. Back then, Xiao Chen's 24 swords pierced through his body to block the ancestor gods, and almost no one knew about it. However, his statue can still be recognized at a glance. Senior, who do you mean by he? Which character is this? It seems that everyone is very taboo. Naturally, some new masters have never met Xiao Chen. It's that Xiao Chen back then. As soon as these words came out, there was an exclamation immediately. It's him. How did his stone statue appear here, and it is so huge? Chapter 359 Sweep the world with the sword. Chapter 1 Draw the sword and sweep the world. The vast sea is boundless, magnificent and turbulent. White waves swept across the sky, like 1,000 piles of snow cracked in the sky, leaving a vast expanse of whiteness. The huge stone statue that rises from the sea towers into the sky, suffocating everyone. It is hard to imagine how much manpower it took to complete such a tall and majestic sculpture, and it rises from the sea, adding a layer of mystery. The statue of that person stands in the middle of the sea. Does this indicate something? This is everyone's doubts. The giant statue like a mountain is lifelike, as if there is a shocking killing intent coming out. Many people feel chills. Half of the cultivators among them knew about Xiao Chen's past, and some of them even dealt with him directly. Looking back on everything in the past, the vicious figure who swept the world and killed thousands of miles seemed to be still lingering in his heart. Looking at this stone statue inevitably made some people tremble. There are dense figures everywhere in the sky above the sea, and cultivators from all walks of life gather here to pay close attention to all this. Clang! The sound of the sword's cry shook the heavens and the earth, and the aura of golden essence filled the sky and covered the earth. At the same time, the killing spirit swept up the sky, causing furious waves in the sea to churn. At this moment, everyone's heart skipped a beat. The sound of the sword's cry indicates that a treasure is about to be born, and it must be a peerless sword. The heavy treasure has not yet appeared, but the fierce sword intent has already emerged, shaking the entire sky. This is definitely a rare spiritual treasure, and everyone present can feel it. How can such a treasure fall into the hands of others? This is almost everyone's thinking. Many people rushed forward, hoping to wait for the Lingbao to appear and seize the opportunity. Inevitably, conflicts have occurred, and some strong players have already begun to make secret moves in order to seize the powerful position. Finally, someone couldn't bear it anymore and attacked fiercely, causing bloodshed. At present, all powerful cultivators know the value of the peerless spiritual treasure, and they all want to keep it for themselves. The scene was chaotic, and there was a tendency to fight and blood flow. Contrary to everyone's expectations, after the sound of the sword, the world became quiet again. Ling Bao seems to have disappeared, and there is no sign of being born again. As a result, the restless crowd gradually calmed down, and everyone looked at each other in blank dismay, not knowing why this happened. Why didn't Ling Bao move? Some people who couldn't hold their breath started to shout. It must be hidden in this stone statue, let's smash it open. In my opinion, the peerless sword is hidden in those huge stone swords. Many impetuous people are about to rush forward, while the powerful cultivators are silent and wait and see. Clang, as if inspired by the momentum of the audience, the sword sound that shook the world resounded again, and the clouds in the sky were shaken away. The scene that changed the color of the world made everyone more convinced that this is definitely a treasure. Even the tough-minded people can hardly resist the temptation, and they don't want to grab it. Break open the stone statue and find the spiritual treasure. The impetuous man who was eager for quick success and quick profit couldn't wait any longer, and began to rush forward. I see who dares. At this moment, a young man in black rose into the air, stood alone in the middle of the arena, and said to everyone, whoever dares to damage the stone statue by half, I, the Dragon King, will take his life. He is no longer the stubborn boy he was back then. When he grew up, he was born with the aura of the Dragon Clan, which made him as imposing as a mountain. Although he stood alone in front of the stone statue, the strong pressure on the crowd seemed to be confronting thousands of troops. This is the unique power of the Dragon King. Why do you stop us? This stone statue does not belong to your family. Some people shouted angrily, but the vast majority chose to remain silent. Many people knew about the relationship between the Dragon King and Xiao Chen. Between Ni Longwang's ink-like black hair, a pair of dragon horns shone with brilliance, and two dazzling rays of light rushed into the sky, which was a sign that he was about to have an attack. You should know who this stone statue is, but you don't know how this stone statue came into being. Ni Longwang said with anger on his face, many people come from the world of longevity. You actually want to destroy this stone statue to hunt for treasure. It's a kindness and revenge. You don't need to tell me, we also know whose statue it is. Who didn't know the cold-blooded murderer back then? Bloody murder for 3,000 miles, the world is mighty, and it is not an exaggeration to be called a murderer through the ages. Naturally, there are disciples of the sect that was massacred back then. Looking back on the past, it can be described as a dark history. Even if he killed all over the world in the past, so what in the end? Wasn't he punished by the heavens? His soul was scattered, and he didn't even leave his bones. In this regard, the vast majority of people chose to remain silent. Anyone who speaks out is a disciple of the great sect who was severely suppressed by Xiao Chen. The Nilong King didn't know whether it was an angry laugh or a disdainful laugh, and his voice shook the sky, saying, "You only dare to shout like this after his death. When he was alive, your ancestors avoided fighting. Now what are you doing with your tongue? If you want to break this stone statue, just come here, and I, Nilong Wang, will take it all by myself. Naturally, I will visit each religion one by one. The Nilong King is famous all over the world, his combat power is astounding, and it is rare to meet a rival in Kyushu. Many people have murmured that they dare not be the first to provoke him, otherwise they may be waiting for the tyrannical and incomparable Dragon King's combat skills. We know that you have a very good relationship with him, but that shouldn't prevent Ling Bao from being born, right?" The Nilong King was expressionless, but standing there alone, he had a strong deterrent force. He said slowly, "Not only because of my relationship with him, but also because you would be sorry if you smashed this stone statue. There are many people here from the longevity realm. You all know about the invasion of the ancestor gods from other worlds, but who knows the achievements of the 24 swords piercing through the body to block the ancestor gods? What are you talking about?" Many people shouted. Xiao Chen didn't want to say it back then, and now I have nothing to say, and you wouldn't believe me if I said it. If you want to smash stone statues, come at me first, and I'll take it all by myself. Xiao Chen's illusory red diamond bone body stood in the far sky, watching all this quietly, recalling all kinds of things back then, he was deeply moved. The stubborn little guy back then has grown up and is able to roam the world. The potential of the king of the Dragon Clan is unlimited. Over the years, the Nilong King has been constantly changing. Although there are many masters in the world, there are really countless people who can compete with him at present, and most people dare not step forward. Ha ha. At this moment, a loud laugh came. A silver-haired young man of medium build, who was not considered handsome, was filled with faint divine brilliance. He walked forward in the void and said, "It's just a stone statue. Why not smash it? It's a pity that I left too late back then, and he had already died when I came to the world, otherwise." Hey! Many people have already recognized this person. He is the Hydra that dominates the southwestern region of Kyushu. He is definitely a powerful figure who can compete with Nalongwang. What's the use of talking about it now? If you think you are strong enough, go to the dead city first, and then show off your majesty. Nalongwang said mercilessly. The Hydra was not angry, shook his head and said with a smile, the reason why he entered the dead city was because of chance, not because he had the strength to control the dead city. The dead are already dead, so I won't make any comments. But you are too domineering. Do you really think that you alone can stop the treasure hunting of the world's heroes? The Nalong King's eyes flashed coldly, and he said, Hydra, do you think you can isolate me to the opposite side of the world with a single word? Everyone knows Xiao Chen's merits and demerits back then. Look at who are the people who are clamoring just now. They are all disciples of the sect who was beaten by Xiao Chen in embarrassment. Haha, the Hydra laughed and said, today I will block you, don't think that you are really invincible. If he blocks the Nalong King, others can break the stone statue. Hearing this, all the sects that were bloody massacred by Xiao Chen back then all clamored. At this moment, 3 more figures flew over and surrounded the Nalong King in the center. One of them said, Nalong Wang, you act domineeringly. If you dare to stand up to the heroes of the world, you need to have the corresponding strength. If you don't have it, you will be slaughtered today. That's Yi Juchong. Nalong Wang was not surprised when he saw the 3 people surrounding him, and said, I knew you would come, if you want to make a move, let's go together. Not far away, everyone was surprised that they were 3 of the top 5 chi refiners, and they were all top-notch experts. Hydra laughed and said, there is no need for them to take action, we have already fought once, let's continue the unfinished battle. Immediately, the 2 powerhouses fought. The 9-headed snake is transformed into 9 in one body. It is unpredictable, its magic power is profound, and its rays of light shine, imprisoning the sky above the sea. The Nalong King raised his head to the sky and screamed, shattering the void, the aura of the mad dragon overwhelming the sky, his combat power running wildly, the ancient battle skills of the dragon clan shocked the world, the shadow of the ancestor dragon coiled around his body, facing the 9 figures alone, without any fear. Meet the strong and get stronger. There were angry waves in the vast sea, and angry clouds in the sky. The 2 powerful men fought fiercely in front of the stone statue. The 3 of Yi Zhejiang retreated to the side, paying close attention to the situation of the battle. Roar-a! Roaring and shaking the sky, the Hydra is currently the top master, otherwise how dare you fight fiercely with the Dragon King? After a long howl, the 9 figures turned into 9 huge silver snakes, rising upright in the sky at the same time, killing the Nalong King. The little stubborn dragon shattered the void with its palm, and the shadow of the ancestor dragon wrapped around its tall body roared fiercely, turning into a huge shadow of the ancestor dragon, soaring into the sky, and then swept towards the 9 silver snakes. Dragon-snake battle. The sea roared, rolling up monstrous waves, only the huge stone statue stood tall, motionless. The fierce battle between the 2 powerhouses created endless terror and coercion. All the people watching the battle, the weak retreated, the strong were surprised, and none of them changed their colors. As if inspired by the aura of the 2 extremely powerful men, the huge stone statue standing in the sea trembled for a moment, and then the sound of the sword's cry sounded again, and the sound spread for hundreds of miles, and the sword energy soared to the sky. It's the stone sword stuck in the chest, I just saw it. I saw it too, it was trembling. This time, the sharp-eyed cultivators noticed where the sword sound came from, and shouted one after another. This is a peerless spiritual treasure, no matter what people think about Xiao Chen, they can't hold back, and everyone rushes forward. Even though the Nalong King is unparalleled in combat power and can look down on the world, but at the moment he is entangled by powerful enemies and surrounded by masters, there is no way to stop everyone. Smash the stone statue and release the sealed spirit treasure. Perhaps these 24 stone swords passing through the body are spiritual treasures, it's unimaginable. Many people rushed up and were about to make a move. The Nalong King was furious, raised his head to the sky and howled, his body swelled up rapidly, and then turned into a huge dragon, almost the same as the ancestor dragon. As soon as the dragon flicked its tail, waves of water rushed up from the sky, sweeping towards the flying cultivators. At the same time, a pair of huge dragon horns swept out a sky full of light. The supernatural powers of the dragon clan were displayed, and many people were swept into the sea. The dragon clan not only has combat skills, but also has terrifying supernatural powers, but the little stubborn dragon seldom uses them on weekdays. The nine-headed snake is not easy, the 9 pythons move together to block the Nalong King's attack, and the 9 bright rays of light are entangled together, trying to strangle the opponent. Next to him, Yi Zhejiang and other 3 powerful chi refiners were even more eyeing, and they might make a move at any time. The Nalong King was furious, violently shook the dragon's body, blocked the 9 divine pythons, and then swept out endless beams of light from his 2 horns, and began to kill those who wanted to smash the stone statues. The great supernatural power of the dragon clan wiped out all obstacles, and where the divine light passed, streaks of blood burst out, and many masters fell instantly. Yuan Kong, Xiao Chen was very moved. The little stubborn dragon fought so desperately for his stone statue, it reminded him of the days when they were together. He knew that there was no delay, and he had to persuade the little stubborn dragon to leave, otherwise even if the dragon clan's combat skills and supernatural powers were unmatched, it would be difficult to resist so many masters. Brush. A ray of red light streaked across the sky, and the red diamond skull appeared on the battlefield, sending out a mental wave. Stop. This is the human world. The red diamond skull looks so special. The Hydra and the little stubborn dragon stopped at the same time. Xiao Chen ignored the 9-headed snake, turned to the little stubborn dragon and said, "The dead are gone, you have done your best. It's just a stone statue, let them make trouble, don't put yourself in it." Little stubborn dragon and Hydra had seen him confronting the 7th prince near the dead city, but they didn't know his identity and never expected to meet here again. Don't let them destroy it, this is the only hope. After Nalong King finished speaking, he let out a long roar, and his horns swept out endless divine light, and swiped towards the cultivator rushing up the stone statue. It is absolutely impossible for Xiao Chen to let the little stubborn dragon take risks because of this. Even if he reveals his identity now, it doesn't matter. But at this moment, a powerful force rushed, and he disappeared out of thin air. Many people had already approached the stone statue, swords were flying, and all kinds of magic weapons were thrown at it. The little stubborn dragon tried his best to fight against the Hydra while taking care of the stone statue. 24 swords pierced through the body to block the ancestor god. This image is immortal. There should be a glimmer of hope. I must keep it. The little stubborn dragon began to desperately. At this moment, Yi Zhejiang and the other 3 chi practitioners finally took action and trapped the Nalong King. However, the Nalong King never retreated, and had no intention of escaping alone. This surprised Yi Zhejiang and the others, and at the same time they were overjoyed. If so, they might be able to kill the little stubborn dragon. At this moment, the sound of sword cries sounded continuously, as if the sky was shaking, and the huge stone statue trembled violently. Many people who jumped on the stone statue were all shocked. Looking at the towering giant shadow, many people felt a chill in their hearts. Especially when seeing that lifelike face, it seemed as if he saw the demon star who killed the world back then. The stone statue shook violently, and the sea surged violently. It was like a sleeping giant waking up. Apart from the shaking of the body of the stone statue, his face gradually showed an expression. At first, he seemed puzzled, and then showed a look of shock. His head moved first, and he began to look in all directions, and then to the sky. In the end, it seemed that he was finally convinced of something, and he shook the stone body violently, as if he was struggling, trying to get rid of some kind of restraint. The wind and the clouds changed, and the world was in turmoil. The sound of clanking was endless, and the stone sword that passed through his chest was being pulled out independently. The huge stone body seemed to gradually get rid of some shackles, and gradually gained some strength. With a bang, it raised its right arm. Then the body of the huge stone statue seemed to be completely resurrected, and it was able to move. The sea stirs up turbulent waves. The souls of many people are dying. Xiao Chen killed the world and shocked the Kyushu. It was a dark age for many people. Now his stone statue is active, why not amazing? With a sound of clang, the huge right hand of the stone statue grabbed the stone sword stuck in the chest and pulled it out violently. All the clouds in all directions were scattered by the sword energy. There was no brilliance, no sword glow, but the invisible sword energy emanating from the huge stone sword shook all directions. The little stubborn dragon, who was bathed in blood and fought to the death, raised his head to the sky and screamed, with tears in his eyes. The stone statue also seemed to have feelings. Looking at the little stubborn dragon covered in blood, fighting against the powerful, and risking his life to protect him, he showed a very moved expression. The battle sword in his right hand swung down violently, covering the Hydra and the 3 great chi refiners. Immediately, there was a burst of thunder between the sky and the earth. shaking the entire sky and the earth, and the raging sea was filled with violent waves. Even though the Hydra and the top 3 chi refiners had been prepared and vacated ahead of time, they were still blown away by a huge wave of air. The left hand of the stone statue stretched out, and slowly picked up the little stubborn dragon covered in blood, and placed it on his shoulder. Then the battle sword swept across, such an unrivaled stone body, even a slight movement would cause the world to turmoil, not to mention that it was full of powerful power at this moment. The huge stone sword pierced the sky with one sword, and immediately the rain of blood flew, chopping up a group of cultivators who wanted to escape to the sky. This is really a shocking change. Up to now, no one dared to stay near the stone statue, and all of them flew back. There was a brilliance in the stone statue's eyes, staring at the Hydra and Yi Zhouzhang in the sky, and then took big steps in the sea, wading through the boundless waves, and walked forward with the sword in hand. This is really a big event that shocked the world. Almost everyone was taken aback, and many cultivators started to flee. The stone statue swung a sword again, sweeping across all directions. Those cultivators who had split the stone statue with their swords shattered a large piece, and many people directly turned into blood mist in the sky. Such power is truly earth-shattering. The little stubborn dragon standing on the shoulder of the stone statue was not surprised, because he knew that the stone statue had condensed the power of 24 battle swords and once sealed the space vault. Now that it is the rebirth of the half-ancestor, it may not be able to resist it. The Hydra, Yi Zhouzhang and others were the most vigilant, completely ignoring the idea of AAA war, and flew away first. The stone statue moved slowly, and the huge stone sword in his hand flew out suddenly, cutting through the sky, and swept out. The Hydra and the other 2 powerful chi refiners beside Yi Zhouzhang were hit hard, and their bodies and spirits were wiped out in an instant. The huge stone sword fell into the sea water, stirring up endless waves. With tears streaming down his face, every time a reader casts a monthly ticket, the starting point system will automatically release a book review with the author ID, the happiest thing in the world, cats eat fish, dogs eat meat, Ultraman fights little monsters, and what else? That was not posted by me, it was automatically generated by the system. It really makes people blush and collapse. This, too speechless. Today is a special day, don't forget the national humiliation September 18th. Chapter 360 Battle Sword Points at Kyushu. 2 powerful chi refiners were hit hard by the stone sword, and their bodies and spirits were instantly destroyed, leaving only 2 blood mist floating in the air. Plop! The huge stone sword fell into the blue sea, stirring up endless waves. The results are stunning. The top 5 chi refiners who are powerful in the eastern coastal area are representatives of the cultivation department, but 2 of them died at once, and many practitioners in the distance were stunned. The power of this revived stone man was so shocking that he couldn't resist it at all. Everyone tried their best to fly back, watching the giant in the sea from afar. The vast sea is churning, and the waves are soaring into the sky. The huge stone statue towers into the sky like a magic mountain, and it seems to be able to shatter the world with his hands and feet. He slowly walks in the sea, wading through boundless waves. This is an indomitable giant, unstoppable by manpower. Everyone's heart is trembling, but fortunately he moves slowly, otherwise more people will be slaughtered. What happened? Why does this stone statue move? Away from the danger zone, many cultivators stopped in midair, watching the huge monster in the sea, and began to think about why this happened. Many people have bad thoughts in their hearts. After all, the origin of this stone statue is unusual. It is a giant statue of a madman who once killed the world. For many sects, it was a dark age. How can the stone statue of a person who has been dead for many years be revived? Could it be that that person is about to die and be reborn? Some people have such a bad premonition in their hearts. If this is the case, it is really terrible. At this moment, Xiao Chen was very excited. He never imagined that he was attached to the huge stone statue and could move his body. Back then, the 24 swords pierced through his body to block the ancestor god, and he escaped with the help of a broken stone man, but he left behind some remnant souls. The illusion was shattered, and the area of the Foursquare world had shrunk many times, and many giant cities, mountains of gods and demons, deserts, islands of gods, etc. descended on the world, and this huge stone statue also entered the vast sea. Since Xiao Chen entered this sea area, he was attracted by a strange wave, and finally sank into the stone statue out of thin air. At this moment, he has the feeling of being reborn with flesh and blood. Although he is a stone body, he has the feeling of rebirth. However, although he felt the aura he left behind back then, he didn't notice that part of the remnant soul. He has been trapped in the abyss of death for many years, walked the world of the dead with his bones, and struggled to survive. Now he suddenly sees the hope of life, recalling all kinds of things in the world back then. How could his mood not be agitated? The big waves soared into the sky. Xiao Chen walked forward slowly. The blue sea was only submerged up to the base of his thighs. Such an indomitable giant moved with a power that shook the heavens and the earth. Bending down, picking up the huge stone sword in the sea, he pointed at the crowd far away. Experts such as Hydra and Yi Zhouzhang have been observing, and at this moment they are more or less aware that although this giant is mighty, its movements are slow and it does not pose a destructive threat. Among them, there were many sects that were suppressed by Xiao Chen back then. Naturally, they also saw the situation in front of them clearly, gradually relaxed, and then surrounded the giant from all directions. Of course, they didn't dare to get close at all, they just confronted each other in the sky, so they just wanted to make a surprise attack. The group of cultivators had suffered a great loss back then, and seeing Xiao Chen's stone statue revived at this moment, they were most indignant and terrified. Some daring cultivators released flying swords in the distance, and slashed at the giant stone statue, intending to shatter it. At this moment, although Xiao Chen was possessed by the stone statue, his movements were very slow, not as agile as a flesh and blood body. Ni Longwang was about to help Xiao Chen resist, but he sensed a mental wave and stopped his movements. It's okay, they can't break this stone body. Ding! When the fairy sword struck on the stone statue, and a series of sparks came out, which was hard to resist. Xiao Chen turned around in the sea, facing the group of cultivators behind him, raised the huge stone sword in his hand, and pushed forward slowly but powerfully. Immediately, endless clouds gathered in the sky, and the waves in the sea soared into the sky. It was as if Penghu was alive and opened up the world. After the heavy stone sword was slowly pushed out, a huge dark crack appeared in the sky, tearing directly at the group of practitioners. The incomparable coercion made people's hearts palpitate and their souls trembled. Even though they were far apart, a monstrous force still rioted around those people. On the spot, many people's bodies were split open and they fell directly into the sea. Many people even fell over while vomiting blood under the inexplicable and powerful energy fluctuations. Such power and influence, why not shock the sky? There is an infinite distance, and the stone statue's sword is so powerful. If it is really faced, who can stop it? At this point, those who thought the stone statue moved slowly and could be deceived all panicked and fled to a further place, waiting and watching in fear. Is this Xiao Chen? This is everyone's doubts. If so, many people will not be able to sleep at night in the future, and the revival of the fallen strong will have too much impact on certain sects. Moreover, if such a stone statue showed Xiao Chen's magical powers such as the world of 8 phases back then, its power would be unimaginable. Who are you? Are you the murderous demon king back then? The towering stone statue had brilliance flowing in those eyes, ignoring everyone's words. Facing the crowd who were shouting at him, he raised the huge stone sword again and swiped it slowly, and he could clearly see that the Tai Chi figure was carved. During this process, the wind and cloud changed, the sky and the earth paled, as if ghosts were crying and howling. When Shi Jian clicked the last 2 yin and yang eyes, a huge wave of energy surged out, and a tsunami occurred in the sea, surging and surging. Boom! In the distant sky, boundless purple lightning descended from the sky, engulfing all the cultivators in that sky. The screams continued, and the scorched bodies fell into the waves. The souls of many cultivators were all dead, and it was terrifying and frightening that a stone statue had such power. No one dared to shout anymore, and they all flew away. If you don't leave, you're looking for abuse by yourself. The power of the stone statue is unpredictable, and the attack range is many times farther than all kinds of cultivation magic weapons. At this moment, Xiao Chen felt a sense of emptiness in his heart, and then the scenery around him began to become unreal, and he knew that he was about to be dragged back to the world of the dead. The moment he was about to disappear, he sent a mental wave to the little stubborn dragon. There is no need to guard the stone statue, I will be resurrected in another form. Ni Longwang had tears in his eyes, and kept nodding. The huge stone statue violently swung the stone sword in its hand, raised it high to the sky, and unleashed an endless terrifying pressure, which shocked many cultivators in the distance and shuddered. But then it was calm, the sea was wide and the sky was wide, the stone statue stood there quietly, with long hair flying obliquely, sword pointing at the sky, looking at the sky. There was no more fluctuation, but the lifelike aura made people still feel fear. Rumors of a stone statue rising from the sea spread throughout Kyushu within a day, causing an uproar immediately. That powerful man who once fell fought against Kyushu back then, stirring up endless turmoil, and the years and dust can hardly cover up that period of history. The name Xiao Chen was mentioned again, and many people changed their colors. Even the masters who were born in recent years quickly learned about the past of that name with strange magic power from others. Many people simply changed their faces. Even some of the opponents back then had to lament that Xiao Chen was worth his death to still have such a prestigious reputation after being lost for so many years. Like a dream, Xiao Chen's consciousness returned to the bone well after traveling through the world of colorful glass. The crystal red diamond body trembled, he returned completely, and sat up. The bottom of the well is not dark, all kinds of colorful diamonds are piled up like a mountain, shining like the most magnificent treasure. Looking back on this trip to the world, as if in a dream, he actually made a move. The moment he possessed the stone statue was like being reborn with flesh and blood. That feeling is really nostalgic. However, he left too hastily, and failed to mention many things to the little stubborn dragon. Xiao Chen wanted to go back immediately, but found that no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't do it. What's going on here surprised him a lot. Isn't there still a time limit? After a whole day and night, Xiao Chen finally felt the breath of Kyushu again. Kyushu has already caused an uproar due to the appearance of his stone statue. Many people are discussing whether it is caused by the remnant spirit, or someone with great magic power deliberately confuses many practitioners. After the phantom appeared in front of the dead city, Xiao Chen didn't stop for a moment, and quickly flew towards the sea in the east of Kyushu. He felt the riot from a long distance away, and there were mushroom clouds rushing up one after another. Even if it was a phantom like him, he still felt extremely palpitating about that terrifying power. What kind of powerful force is this? It's really chilling. The sea was almost boiling, endless sea creatures died unexpectedly, a radiant terrifying energy raged across the entire world, and the breath of death permeated the sea area. Xiao Chen was taken aback. What kind of power is this? He had fought against the half-ancestor before, and he had never seen such strange energy fluctuations. Quickly rushing towards the location of the stone statue, he found that a large number of cultivators were binding some strange weapons with flying swords and hitting the huge stone statue, which caused the terrifying energy fluctuations. Although the mushroom cloud continued to rise, the stone statue was not damaged at all. 24 huge black holes formed around the 24 stone swords, continuously absorbing that power. Those cultivators were all wiping cold sweat, and some people said tremblingly, "This is too evil, this is one of the ultimate weapons of Her Majesty the Queen, why can't it shake the stone statue at all?" Xiao Chen was furious immediately, and it was Zhao Liner again, who actually wanted to destroy the stone statue with this mysterious and unknown weapon. Although it didn't affect him much, it still made him very angry. And at this moment, he was once again attracted by the mysterious power and possessed himself in the stone statue. The power of life reaches all limbs and veins, and the stone statue is resurrected again. Although the mushroom cloud kept rising around, Xiao Chen couldn't do anything to the stone statue. Xiao Chen slowly swung the battle sword in his hand, and then plunged into the sea forcefully. Boom! Shocking! Thousands of meters of huge waves rose from the ocean, like huge sword beams, shattering most of the cultivators in the distant sky on the spot. Not a single bit of wreckage remained, only trails of blood mist lingered, which seemed to prove that they had once existed. Xiao Chen knew that he couldn't stay in this world for a long time, so he didn't waste any time at all, and strode forward with big strides. The world trembled with the sword swing. Boom! In the distant sky, a large area of AA space collapsed, and those cultivators who had just made a move could not escape, and all their bodies and spirits were destroyed. The power was so terrifying that the news spread back to Kyushu immediately, and everyone in the world was shocked. It's no secret that Zhao Liner controls the weapons of a lost civilization. Many powerful people are deeply jealous, but they never thought that they would be unable to do anything to the stone statue. The stone statue displayed unrivaled divine power, which cannot be resisted by manpower. Moreover, the huge stone statue actually came towards the mainland. Although the stone statue moves slowly, it is extremely tall. If it is all about pushing towards the mainland, it will definitely not take much time. Boundless waves surged in the sea, and many cultivators in Kyushu were stunned. Zhao Liner also felt that something was wrong. If such a giant entered Kyushu, it would cause such devastating damage. It is really unpredictable. However, after all, Xiao Chen's time in this world is limited, and it is impossible to enter Kyushu once. However, this time he was really angry. Even if he was pulled back by the power of the dead world, he would come back again after a day. In this way, he pushed directly to the edge of the continent, standing in the sea, overlooking the entire continent. But at this time, he stopped again. If he really entered Kyushu, with such a huge body, he might also destroy many innocent people. In the end, Xiao Chen faced Kyushu, and the huge stone sword in his hand penetrated into the mainland, pointing in the direction of the imperial capital. Standing on the shore like this, the momentum is calm, as if there is a terrifying murderous aura rippling. This really shocked Zhao Liner. She never expected such a thing to happen. The world was shocked, and many cultivators were discussing one after another. Is it difficult to understand that the fallen Xiao Chen is really still alive? This makes many people feel uncomfortable. A stone statue deters the entire Kyushu cultivators. At the same time, rumors arose in Kyushu, saying that the queen had lost her morality, and the god descended from heaven to the East China Sea to point her sword at the imperial capital, warning the world that if Zhao Liner did not abdicate, it would definitely bring disaster to Kyushu. Cultivators don't believe in gods, but ordinary people absolutely believe in them. The news spread to the imperial palace, and Zhao Liner's teeth were itchy with anger. Xiao Chen discovered one thing: a crack appeared inside the stone statue, and it seemed that it was about to collapse in the near future. But he wasn't worried. His road to resurrection was in the world of the dead. Even if he could control the stone statue, he would eventually be dragged back to the abyss. Only resurrection in that world of death would be considered a real resurrection. Hurry up and come back to life. After the little stubborn dragon got a general understanding of the situation in the dead world, he was both excited and happy. I also want to come back soon, but I'm afraid I won't be able to do it in a short time, but I can often travel between the two worlds in the future. The deepest part of the world of the dead has a shocking secret, and I must find out. Little stubborn dragon said. Kyushu is not as simple as it appears on the surface. Many mysterious regions such as Dragon Island, Ancient City, Desert, and God Valley have not really come out of the strong after they came from other worlds. But everyone knows that the powerful Zan clan, the beauties who are close to the ancient gods, the real God clan, and the Dragon clan will all be born. At that time, the world will definitely be chaotic, and the power structure will be completely rewritten once again. It's exciting. 100 clans are born together, and the strong are all born. This is the era that the real strong yearn for. Only in this way can a real master be honed. In the future, it will definitely be a glorious era when all outstanding people come out. Xiao Chen bid farewell to the little stubborn dragon and returned to the world of the dead. The future of Kyushu will be colorful, and he can't wait to go back immediately. But right now he can only accumulate strength in this dead world. He needs to become stronger. I don't know if the Red Diamond King has contacted the buyer. Can the Golden Skull bring him a purple diamond spark? Xiao Chen felt that it was time to forge ahead. Maybe after reaching the Purple Diamond Realm, he really needed to capture the city. With huge resources in hand, he could become stronger faster.